Order. Question to the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. We start with Aaron Bell. Aaron Bell.
Number one, sir.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the national security law in Hong Kong is not being used for its original avowed purpose, which was, according to Beijing, to target a tiny number of criminals who endanger national security. Instead, it's being used to stifle the freedoms of the people of Hong Kong and undermine the joint declaration.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Secretary of State for his answer. And I also welcome the continuing success of the new visa route for BNO holders, which I think reflects the UK's historic and moral commitment to the people of Hong Kong in the face of the new national security law, which has continued to be used to crack down on freedom of expression, as we've just seen with the recent closure of Apple Daily. So can my right honourable friend confirm the steps he is taking to ensure that these Hong Kongers will be welcomed to Britain and able to integrate into our local communities?
Foreign Secretary.
Honourable friend, I think this is the most big-hearted offer the UK has made since the Indian Ugandans fled Idi Amin, but he's right to say it's not just about safe haven. The Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government announced a £43 million dedicated support package to make sure we don't just offer safe haven, but we allow and ensure that the BNOs can integrate and thrive in our country.
We now go to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy. Lisa.
Mr. Speaker, we've watched as the situation has deteriorated in Hong Kong and genocide is committed in Xinjiang. And he has issued statements and introduced sanctions while still clinging to the absurd prospect of boarding a plane to Beijing next year to participate in a PR coup for the Chinese government, asking the royal family and senior politicians to stand by while journalists are rounded up, pro-democracy protesters are arrested, and 1 million Uyghur are incarcerated in detention camps. In October last year, before he was overruled by the Chancellor and the Prime Minister, he said there comes a point where sport and politics cannot be separated. When is that point?
Well, the Honourable Lady knows that participation of any national team in the Olympics is a matter for the British Olympic Association. They are required as a matter of law under the International Olympic Committee regulations to take those decisions independently. We have led the international response on Xinjiang, but also on Hong Kong. Of course, as we've said, we'd consider what level of government representation at the Winter Olympics in due course.
Let's go back to Lisa Nandy. Lisa.
But while he continues to duck the question, the Chinese government has raised the stakes. Yesterday, he admitted China was responsible for the Microsoft Exchange hack, which saw businesses' data stolen and hackers demanding millions of pounds in ransoms. He said the Chinese government can expect to be held to account. Well, he might want to have a word with the Treasury, because just 2 weeks ago, the Chancellor was telling Mansion House it was time to realise the potential of a fast-growing financial services market with total assets worth 40 trillion. While the Foreign Secretary is imposing sanctions, the Chancellor is cashing cheques. How does he expect to be taken seriously in Beijing if he isn't even taken seriously around his own cabinet table?
Secretary.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady, but she's wrong on two counts. Of course, it was yesterday that the UK, along with our EU, NATO and US allies, and Canada, Australia, New Zealand, publicly attributed the Microsoft Exchange server attacks to the Chinese. It wasn't then that they took place, and she's wrong in her characterisation of the Mansion House speech. Of course, we've made clear right across government that we will hold the Chinese government to account on human rights, but also on cyber attacks or indeed other nefarious activity, whilst we also seek a constructive relationship.
Mr. Speaker.
Priority is to get access for humanitarian actors in Tigray. We've seen some improvements since the Foreign Secretary called for greater access, but it is still not good enough. We have, however, deployed an expert at PSVI to Ethiopia in June for a scoping mission. Recommendations from the scoping mission will outline further support that may be possible, including additional deployments.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Foreign Secretary and the Minister for deploying a member from the PSVI unit, or team, however we're calling it. It is particularly welcome that we're stepping forward and providing that assistance. But in light of the fact that the United Nations isn't able to consider any of the issues that are going on without a resolution, will the UK government be pushing for a resolution in the UN Human Rights Council to be able to consider all of the human rights abuses that are ongoing in the Tigray region?
Minister.
Well, we look at all options. Under the G7 presidency, we issued a joint statement on the 2nd of April. At the Foreign and Development Ministers on the 2nd of May, there was a statement, and indeed the communique from leaders on the 13th. But we will continue to work with UN colleagues as well.
Minister Stephen Deutsche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's response. The allegations of rape and sexual violence have shocked the world, and I also welcome our ambassador to the United Nations comments in recent days about shocking attacks on humanitarian workers that we've seen, including in recent days. But unfortunately, we've seen increasingly inflammatory language increasing from the Prime Minister Abiy, and also we've seen fighting spreading allegedly to the Afar region involving Tigrayan forces in recent days. So with famine, with violence and with so many needs increasing, can the Minister confirm, will our support to Ethiopia, total support, be increasing this year, or will it be cut?
Minister.
We're committed to helping the community. Our support overall will, of course, increase. But I think the Honourable Gentleman is not talking about the support, but finance. Actually, what's critical is our focus on resolving the conflict. Only then can we get in humanitarian partners to deliver the aid. Aid convoys have come under attack, and 600 vehicles are needed each week. So without a diplomatic effort to quell that conflict, for the Eritreans to remove themselves from Ethiopia and to quell the types of conflict, additional conflicts he's talking about, actually that more money is not going to get through.
Patrick Reid.
And 6, please.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 6, 7 and 8 together. Humanitarian preparedness and response is one of the Foreign Office's 7 priorities under the leadership of my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, and is a priority for UK's aid budget spend this year. The FCDO will spend £906 million to maintain the UK's role as a force for good at the time of crisis. We have been consistently one of the largest bilateral humanitarian donors globally. Since 2015, the UK has provided over £11.1 billion in humanitarian funding. But it's not all about money. The FCDO is uniquely placed to bring together diplomatic clout and humanitarian expertise to ensure the drive for more effectiveness in the response to humanitarian crisis, in preparedness, and an example of this is the G7 Famine Compact.
Reid.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, what is his message to constituents in Glasgow North who have donated in good faith to UK government aid match programmes such as those run by Mary's Meals or War Child, who have now been told that the match funding they were expecting for every pound donated by a member of the public will be delayed into next year at least? That is delaying and slowing down vital life-saving humanitarian work. So when are the aid match funds going to be released, and hopefully sooner rather than later?
Minister.
As my colleagues have said, he answers his question in his question, but I do pay tribute to the generosity of spirit of the people of the UK, all parts of the UK, who have contributed to humanitarian relief causes. I also pay tribute, of course, to the excellent work of the FCDO members of staff who are based in East Kilbride and the fantastic work that they do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister specifically about what support is being made available to the small island states? They not only have the climate vulnerability, and particularly the vulnerability to extreme weather events, they've been devastated financially by the pandemic, but the metrics that are used to calculate whether they count as LDCs often don't take into account these particular vulnerabilities. So what is he doing to ensure that aid does get to them, and also that debt relief is considered too?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the point she makes is an important one, and we do take our responsibility to small island nations seriously. It doesn't necessarily fall within the humanitarian spend, which is, of course, designed for more acute need, but we will, of course, through things like COP26, take into consideration the factors which are difficult for small nations, whether they be island nations or otherwise, to deal with, and that will always remain a serious piece of work in the FCDA.
Will Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, the ODA budget, before it was cut, would have amounted to 1% of COVID borrowing. Now, we all know that the motion that passed last week essentially spells the end of the 0.7% commitment. Now, in the absence of the development strategy from the Department, which continues to be delayed, is it now the case of the Government that those who need help the most are relegated to the bottom of the pile, while everyone to wait for everything else to be done, rather than put front and centre of foreign policy?
Hear, hear.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman seems to disregard the fact that the UK will remain one of the most generous aid donors in the world, spending £10 billion to help some of the poorest people in the world. We are experiencing the worst economic contraction in 3 centuries, driven by a global pandemic beyond any of our control, and our commitment to get back to 0.7% has now been set out, and the conditions for doing so are now public. But we are proud of the work that we do supporting the poorest people around the world, and we will continue to be one of the most generous aid donors in the world.
Substantive question to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Swansea West for the work he does as the chair of the APPG for air pollution. Air pollution is the largest environmental risk to human health and results in 7 million premature deaths globally. The UK is showing global leadership in this area, and since 2011, the UK International Climate Finance has provided 33 million people with improved access to clean energy and reduced or avoided 31 million tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions.
Let's go to Geraint Davies. Geraint.
Mr. Speaker, University College London found in February in their report that 8.7 million people die from air pollution from fossil fuel each year. That's 1 in 5 globally, and 1 in 3 in Eastern Asia, including China, who now produce more emissions than the EU and the US combined. So will he press government to show leadership at COP26 by enshrining World Health Organization air quality limits in the Environment Bill to help prevent tens of thousands of avoidable deaths in Britain and millions abroad?
Minister.
Yes, the honourable gentleman's right to raise East Asia, but also South Asia and the Pacific. We're working closely with COP26 energy transformation and transition and zero emissions vehicles campaigns to make sure there's closer integration with public health objectives. This will facilitate a global, green, healthy and sustainable recovery from the pandemic, and I'm happy to work with the all-party group in this regard.
Substantive question to Minister Lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to fully support the UN efforts to end the conflict in Yemen alongside the US, Saudis and other international partners. The United Nations has put a fair deal on the table consisting of a ceasefire measure to ease restrictions in Hodeidah port and Sana'a airport. However, the Houthis are not engaging constructively with the proposals to alleviate the suffering of the Yemeni people. Rather than coming to the table, Houthis continue their offensive in Marib. We are committed to reaching a peaceful settlement to the conflict, and we await the appointment of the new Special Envoy, and we look forward to working with them when they are in place.
We go to Paul Blomfield. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 7 years of violence, suffering and hardship, there is still no end in sight, as the Minister's acknowledged. The UN has warned that Yemen faces the worst famine the world has seen for decades. After more than halving its aid to the country, what's the government going to do to stop families dying of starvation and disease? And as penholder for Yemen at the UN, we clearly have a special responsibility. So what further pressure is the government putting on all parties for meaningful and inclusive peace talks involving all key stakeholders? Not simply the Houthis, who are clearly blocking the discussions, but the Hadi government and the Southern Transitional Council.
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is right that we are concerned about the humanitarian situation in Yemen. We have given over £1 billion worth of aid to Yemen since the conflict began. I spoke about the food security issue with David Beasley of the World Food Programme in the margins of the G7 in Italy recently. The best thing that we can do for the people of Yemen is to bring this conflict to a conclusion. We engage constructively with the Saudis, with the government of Yemen, but unfortunately the The people we have the most difficulty engaging with meaningfully are the Houthis, and I publicly call upon them to engage with us, to engage with the UN, to engage with this process and bring peace to these people who so desperately need it.
To the Minister Wayne David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where is the morality and sense for the government to trumpet at the G7 the importance of fighting famine, while at the same time withdrawing food aid for nearly 250,000 people in Yemen? As a member for Sheffield Central has said, Yemen is facing what the UN is calling the worst famine in decades. I'm told by the aid agencies that the government has said that it hopes to restart the life-saving programmes at some point next year. This is a year too late for those in need now. It is also totally impractical and wasteful to shut down delivery infrastructure that takes years to build, and wasteful to shut delivery structure only to restart it from scratch a year later. Would it not be better to maintain the current programmes, which are so badly needed and which enhances the UK's global reputation, rather than making the poorest pay for the global pandemic?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, despite the worst economic contraction in 300 years, the UK remains one of the largest bilateral donors to support the humanitarian efforts in Yemen. But it's not just about money, important though that is. It is also about bringing the diplomatic power of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office to bear. I spoke with the Yemen government about making sure that fuel ships outside the port of Hodeidah are able to land, so that fuel can be used for milling grain and transporting of food. And it's that work, alongside our work with the United Nations and the Saudis and the government of Yemen, to bring about peace, that is the best thing that we could do to help the medium and long-term situation for the people of Yemen.
Lynn Saxby.
Question 12, please.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'll answer question 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19 together. I think I have your permission. As set out in the integrated review, tackling climate change and biodiversity is this government's top international priority. As Minister for Africa, it's integral to my work, and so far this year the Foreign Secretary has raised climate in over 100 engagements. We're making progress, as can be seen by last month, the first ever net zero G7, where all countries committed to reaching net zero by 2050.
Lynn Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly welcome the commitment by G7 countries to the Build Back Better World Initiative, which will be vital in supporting developing countries with clean infrastructure and could unlock greater progress on climate finance at COP26. So whilst congratulating the UK government for its leadership, can I ask my right honourable friend how he plans to take this forward and secure firm commitments from our allies?
At the end of March, the COP President-designate and the Foreign Secretary hosted the Climate and Development Ministerial. Ministers from 35 climate-vulnerable and donor countries attended, plus representatives from institutions and civil society. And at that, Mr. Speaker, we saw consensus about the importance of practical action, and we will continue to build on this success.
Somewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, climate change remains a hot topic across my constituency, and I intend to engage with my schools in a COP26-style roundtables. Now, does my honourable friend agree with me that working with young people across the world will help promote international cooperation on climate change? And should he need a doughty champion to do that around the world, I have my passport at the ready.
Minister.
A stonkingly excellent idea, and I'm glad the Honourable Lady has got her passport at the ready. I'm sure the whips would have heard that. Young people are an important voice. The UK is committed to involving young people in the planning and hosting of COP26. COP26 will engage civil society and the Youth Advisory Council, which is co-chaired by the Kenyan 25-year-old climate change activist and Bella Black, an 18-year-old climate activist from the United Kingdom.
Steve Double.
Mr. Speaker, the UK should feel rightly proud of the progress we're making to cut our carbon footprint and our commitments to net zero. But at less than 1% of global emissions, it's quite clear the UK cannot fight climate change on its own. So can the Minister assure me that we will use both our diplomatic and commercial influence to put pressure on not just the G7 but other nations who are the most polluting to take urgent action to address this matter and reduce their emissions?
Minister.
And the honourable gentleman's absolutely right. Tackling climate change and biodiversity loss will require a global effort. We're asking all countries to agree ambitious nationally determined contributions that align with net zero, and to also invest in policies that will phase out coal, which will turn these targets into a reality. And we've already made great progress, as been seen by last month's first ever Net Zero G7, which the honourable gentleman, I think, part-hosted.
Mr Speaker, we've already heard this morning about emissions from China, and to follow my honourable friend, China generates 60% of its electricity from coal compared to just 2% in the UK. And that, as well as being a major contributor to global climate change, gives Chinese manufacturers a competitive advantage because it makes their energy costs lower. What discussions have been held with the Chinese authorities to encourage them to speed up their transition to carbon-free sources of energy?
So the Foreign Secretary raised this issue with Wang Yi, and at the US Climate Leaders Summit, President Xi made the commitment that China would reduce coal. This is a positive sign, but more information is needed. So we look forward to hearing more how China will strictly control and then reduce coal consumption to make sure that their commitments are Paris compatible.
Let's go to Ian Levy. Ian.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of visiting Bede Academy in Blyth when concerned students questioned me on the steps that we are collectively taking to tackle climate change. Would my right honourable friend assure me that the government is doing all that it can to pursue international cooperation on climate change so that we can best tackle the serious environmental issues and protect our planet for future generations to come? Thank you.
I can reassure my honourable friend he can return to Bede Academy and assure them that he's raised this in the House and that we will tackle climate change and biodiversity, and he can reassure them that this is the government's top international priority. We will look forward to delivering a successful COP26 this November. This will be a key focus for ministers and our diplomatic network over the coming months and indeed years.
Speaker, it's vitally important that climate action doesn't come at the cost of further crushing debt for developing world countries. Debt cancellation would be one fast way for those countries to free up resources, achieve the SDGs and tackle the climate crisis. Will the COP President and UK Government be pushing for international agreement on this, as the SNP have long called for?
Well, this is something we've worked on and delivered on both in Sudan and also Somalia recently, and had a focus on suspending debt initially during this crisis. However, we need to look at all options going forward as we build back better from this crisis, sorting the debt issue, but also doing it in a climate-sensitive way.
Let's go to Sarah Champion. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's clear that lower middle income countries are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. Wealthier countries, including the UK, have so far failed to commit to the agreed £100 billion climate finance promise made in Paris to address this. Evidence submitted to my International Development Select Committee inquiry suggests only 10 to 15% of the current climate finance available actually reaches the local communities who bear the brunt of this emergency. So can I ask, what steps is the government taking to secure the £100 billion before COP? And what is the Minister doing to ensure local communities in the areas worst affected by climate change are consulted, including in designing programmes, and can actually access the climate financing themselves?
On the numbers, the honourable lady's wrong. We've doubled our commitment to international climate finance to take it up to 11.6 billion. That's a big commitment to the global number, but we're asking other partners to step up, and we will use events like COP26 in Glasgow and G7 to encourage others to step up as we've done.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Chris Law. Chris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the newly unelected Baroness Davidson of London Links described her Tory colleagues as, and I quote, a bloody disgrace for condemning millions of the world's poorest people to this government's death sentence cuts last week. If that wasn't stupid enough, vital projects combating climate change across the world are now being immediately cancelled as a result. Does the Minister agree with the Director of the International Centre for Climate Change and Development in Bangladesh that, and I quote, the Chancellor has cut the COP26 President off at the legs and he will not have any credibility asking other countries to be more ambitious on climate change?
Minister.
Well, I think the COP26 President Delegate has done a very good job in engaging international partners, and we are already making traction, so I'm not predicting that he's wrong. The facts are already demonstrating he's wrong. And isn't it good we've got a thriving democracy and a variety of views in this House and in the other place?
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, number 20. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We remain concerned about reports of human rights violations in relation to recent protests in Colombia, and we regularly raise our concerns with the relevant state actors. I spoke with the then Colombian acting Foreign Minister Adriana Mejia on the 14th of May to express my concerns and to welcome Colombia's commitment to transparent investigations into allegations of excessive use of force by the police. And I also spoke with the Colombian ambassador to the UK on the 12th of July for an update on investigations. And I was pleased to learn that over 200 investigations into alleged misconduct by the police are now open.
Well, I'm grateful for that answer, but the truth is that the UK government is providing extensive training and support to Colombian police. This is despite evidence of extensive police brutality, up to 43 people allegedly murdered, a catalogue of sexual assaults, people being blinded by having tear gas canisters fired in their face. So can the Minister commit to publishing the full overseas security and justice assessments for activities under this programme so that the House can satisfy itself that the government is not contributing to further abuses of human rights in Colombia?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the police training, our CSSF-funded Colombia Peace and Stabilisation Programme launched the 2.1 million Police Innovations for Stabilisation in Colombia project in 2021. This is supporting the transformation of the Colombian National Police, but we are not aware of any police units in Colombia that have received UK training support being involved in human rights violations. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, though, is that Colombia is a Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office human rights priority country. We take the growing levels of violence against social leaders and human rights defenders extremely seriously, and we consistently raise our concerns with the Colombian government and in multilateral fora.
We now have a substantive question to Minister Clatterley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 21, 22, 23 together. FCDO ministers are in regular contact with Cabinet colleagues on a range of trade-related issues, and we are clear that more trade does not have to come at the expense of our commitment to human rights. The UK will continue to show global leadership in encouraging all states to uphold international human rights obligations and will hold to account those that violate human rights. Since its inception, we have used the powers provided by the global human rights sanction regulations to impose sanctions on 78 persons involved in human rights violations. The UK has a strong history of protecting human rights and promoting global values. By having a strong economic relationship with partners, we can have more open discussions on a range of issues, including human rights. We continue to take a balanced and proportionate approach with partners, delivering the best outcome for the UK, maximising the benefits of trade, but ensuring that we promote our core values.
Let's go to Ellie Reeves. Ellie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK has a free trade agreement with Colombia, which contains a human rights clause. But we've just heard that in recent months, protesters in Colombia have faced brutal violence at the hands of Colombian police, with human rights organisations documenting 43 protesters potentially killed by them. Given these abuses and the Colombian government's repeated attempts to deny and minimise the crisis, will the UK government signal its commitment to human rights and, rather than turn a blind eye, ensure that this human rights clause is actually upheld?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Colombia is an FCDO human rights priority country, and we take the growing reports of violence against social leaders and human rights defenders extremely seriously. And we consistently raise our concerns with the Colombian government and also in multilateral fora. The point that my honourable friend has just made is still very much the case, and that when we export our products and services, we also export our values, and we also buy the right to have serious conversations with partners around the world.
Let's go to Chiomwara. Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister confirm here and now that it is our foreign policy to defend human rights and the rule of law across the world? And does he agree that, as well as putting UK businesses with high human rights and labour rights at a disadvantage, signing trade agreements with some of the world's worst human rights abusers without any human rights clauses undermines that policy and our global reputation?
Mr. Speaker, the UK is proud to be incredibly vocal on the international stage about our commitment to human rights. As I have said, having an open and expansive trade policy is not any kind of contradiction to our passion for promoting human rights. And if she has particular concerns about forthcoming trade agreements and the human rights elements thereof, please feel free to write to the Department on that.
Let's go to Alex Cunningham. Alex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During an adjournment debate earlier this year, the Under-Secretary of State for International Trade justified the deal with Cameroon on the basis there had been a reduction in human rights abuses against their own people. Next day in the House, his colleague, the Honourable Member for North East Hampshire, refused to confirm if he was right or wrong. So can this Minister tell the House what level of abuse the Government is prepared to accept within oppressive regimes to grant them a trade deal with the UK?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to monitor the situation in Cameroon closely, and we raise our concerns directly with the Cameroonian government and within multilateral fora, calling for an inclusive dialogue and the end to violence. As I say, the government has always been clear that increased trade will not come at the expense of our values, and specifically will not come at the expense of our commitment to human rights. We want to have trade relationships with around the world, but ultimately the foundation stone upon which all government activity is built is our commitment to human rights.
SNP spokesperson Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spent 16 years in the European Parliament scrutinising and voting on trade policy. And trade policy is not just about trade. It's an opportunity to raise standards on environmental standards, human rights and others. So it's really concerning that in the Department for International Trade statement for 2021-22, in 179 pages, there's no mention of human rights, slave labour or workers' rights at all. Now, these are a missed opportunity, and SNP support for future trade deals cannot be taken for granted, as indeed it wasn't in the European Parliament, because often we found them not ambitious enough. In a constructive spirit, can I urge an FCDO statement to ensure the cooperation between the two policy areas so that future trade deals can actually raise standards in these vital areas?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving us due notice that the support of the SNP for future trade arrangements cannot be guaranteed. I had kind of worked that out by myself, because over the last 15 years the SNP had never backed a trade agreement anywhere. There's always a reason. There's always a reason to say no to trade agreements if you're a member of the SNP. I have no doubt. But the point is, and I return to the broader point we made. Our commitment to human rights is a foundation stone of our foreign policy and our force for good agenda in the world. We will ensure that we use our trade relationships not just to export products and services, but also to export our principles and values. He is right that that should be an inherent part of all trade agreements, and indeed it is. But ultimately, if, like the SNP, you are looking for an excuse to say no to a deal, he, I'm sure, will always find it.
Jacob Young.
Question 25.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 25, 26 and 27 together. Through our investment in the development of the AstraZeneca vaccine, our finance for COVAX and our 100 million dose commitment of vaccines from surplus domestic supply. The UK is a global leader in our support for vaccinating the poorest around the world.
Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lebanon has been hit by a succession of crises in recent months, not least a massive explosion in the port of Beirut last year, a deepening economic crisis and rising political instability. Can the Foreign Secretary assure me that his department is doing everything they can to support the people of Lebanon with their vaccine deployment so that Lebanese people do not have to endure shortages of COVID-19 vaccines on top of the hardship that they're already enduring?
I thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. He will recall last year, as that terrible disaster took place, we committed $2 million in extra support for medical equipment. And in relation to vaccines, I can tell him that Lebanon received their first doses of Covax from Covax of 33,600 AZ vaccines in March. The UK, of course, through our £90 million commitment, got the AstraZeneca vaccine at cost price to the world, and the vast majority of Covax doses, so some 98% that will have reached Lebanon, have been from the AZ vaccine. And I think that that demonstrates the value that the UK is providing, not just with the domestic rollout, but abroad as well.
John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK has amassed one of the largest vaccine portfolios in the world. This has been hugely successful and has allowed all of us to get a JAG. However, in which parts of the world does the Foreign Secretary envisage using our surplus to best effect?
And I thank my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. And at the G7, by making clear we donate 100 million doses from surplus domestic supply by the end of June, we also, by end of June 2022, we also leveraged 1 billion doses from other countries. We are committing 80% to Covax, which will be distributed according to their criteria, and a further 20% on a strategic basis, and allocations will be announced in due course.
Simon Page.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend join with me in praising the employees of Wockhardt in my constituency of Clwyd South for the indispensable role they've played in our vaccine manufacturing process, which has allowed us not only to roll out doses swiftly and effectively in the UK, but also to support countries across the rest of the world who have been badly hit by the COVID pandemic?
Can I thank my honourable friend? I think he can be rightly very proud of the role his constituents have played, and I think Wockhardt employees, but also the wider AstraZeneca collaboration with government, the £90 million of support that the government put in for R&D and for also getting capacity up, has meant not only do we have this world-beating domestic vaccine rollout, but we have also supplied 98% of the vaccines to the poorest and most vulnerable countries around the world, delivered by Covax.
Shadow Minister, Pleat Cork.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Less than 1% of sub-Saharan Africa has been fully vaccinated, leaving the Prime Minister's claim that he would vaccinate the entire world hanging by a thread and his credibility in tatters. Having sneaked out cuts to the aid budget, which his government have now made permanent, he has made the UK the third lowest donor in the G7 and in the middle of a pandemic. This Foreign Secretary has presided over the largest drop in humanitarian aid of any major donor country apart from Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and it's clear that the Foreign Secretary's claim that the UK's reputation has not been diminished under his watch are unfounded in reality. What does he say to the former President of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's damning comments last week that his government's cuts will have a negative impact on millions of people in less wealthy nations? And if this government has a conscience, it would want to know how many lives have and will be lost as a result of these cuts. And I urge him to publish the impact assessments immediately so more lives can be saved. But will he do it?
What I would say to the Honourable Lady is that Labour had promised that they would hit 0.7% in 1974. That was the date at which I was born. They have never once hit 0.7. They only twice hit 0.5. We'll take no lectures from the Labour Party when we're the third biggest G7 donor when it comes to aid.
Alex Schobel, 29, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 29 and 30 together. The UK Government shares the objectives of increasing understanding and dialogue between Israelis and Palestinians. UK officials remain in close contact with the US government regarding the International Fund. The US is at early stages in their planning, and once more information is available, we will consider options for collaboration. On the UK's overseas business risk guidance, this is intended to provide guidance for UK businesses to identify and mitigate security and political risks when trading overseas. The guidance is not aimed at public bodies or Her Majesty's government. The UK's position on settlements is clear, and we have articulated it regularly. We regard them as illegal under international law, and they are therefore a risk to the economic financial activities in settlements, and we do not encourage or offer support for such activity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK Consulate in Jerusalem has given vocal support to oppose the illegal evictions in Silwan and Sheikh Jarrah. What practical action can the UK government give to ensure that those evictions end? Because they run contrary to the intentions of the International Fund for Peace, and as the Minister has just stated, we're opposed to illegal occupations.
Mr. Speaker, the UK enjoys a close and important relationship with Israel, and because we have that close relationship, we are able to bring up directly sensitive issues. And I and my ministerial colleagues have brought up with the Israeli government our opposition to those demolitions.
Let's go to Andy Slaughter. Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the Minister has just said that it's his department's policy not to encourage or offer support to economic and financial activity in settlements, will he at least say that where public bodies decide that they do not wish to invest in settlements, following his government's advice, he will not stand in their way in doing so?
Mr. Speaker, procurement by public bodies is governed by various public procurement regulations. The Public Contracts Regulation 2015 requires contracting authorities to treat all economic operators equally and without discrimination. In addition, the Local Government Act 1988 requires local authorities to exercise their functions in relation to public supply or works contracts without regard to non-commercial matters, which includes the location in any country or territory.
A substantive question to Minister Etheridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under UK leadership, the G7 has committed to work collectively to strengthen the foundations of open societies, to promote human rights, including agreeing new measures to support media freedoms, tackle disinformation and enhance coordination of freedom of religion, sanctions and indeed arbitrary detention.
Robbie Moore. Robbie.
Facing harassment and imprisonment without due course since the special status of Jammu and Kashmir was revoked by India. The United Kingdom proudly stands for freedom and democracy. So can my honourable friend ensure he will use the full weight of his department via discussions with the G7 and others to ensure that these terrible abuses of human rights in Kashmir are put to an end?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I got the gist of the question that I missed at the beginning. We recognise that there are human rights concerns both in India-administered Kashmir and Pakistan-administered Kashmir. We encourage all states to ensure domestic laws are in line with international standards, and any allegation of human rights violations or abuse is deeply concerning and must be investigated thoroughly, promptly and transparently.
Sarah Jones.
The UK has led international efforts to press China to grant urgent and unfettered access to the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Foreign Secretary concerned about the deliberate erosion of trust in America's electoral system, in particular what's playing out in Arizona? And what lessons should be learnt here, where, as in America, there is no evidence of electoral fraud on anything other than a minuscule scale? And does he really think the elections bill is going to help or hinder our democracy?
We obviously follow attacks on any democracy, particularly we've talked about through misinformation or cybercrime, very carefully. Ultimately, we work in collaboration with partners like the US, and we would take our lead from them.
Let's go to Chair of the Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat. Tom.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for calling me. The line is pretty terrible from Kent, I'm afraid, but that's a complaint for the DCMS. Today on Eid al-Adha, will the Foreign Secretary be joining me in welcoming the number of Muslim communities in the UK who've come to make their lives here from abroad? But will he also be reaching out to the Muslim communities around the world and asking them to stand with the people of Xinjiang, who this year won't be celebrating, as indeed they have not been celebrating for many years under the rule of the Chinese Communist Party and the authoritarian dictatorship that has caused?
Yes, can I thank my honourable friend? He's absolutely right. We celebrate the role of all communities, all religions in this country. They make Britain what it is, and he's absolutely right to say, and I regularly raise it with my colleagues in opposite numbers overseas, that particularly in Muslim majority countries, it seems that there isn't quite as much concern as in the UK and other Western non-Muslim majority countries around the human rights abuses. And that's why this is an actor-agnostic issue. It is merely about treatment, persecution, based on either religion or creed or ethnicity. And we call for all countries to uphold those basic values, but particularly those most directly affected with the victims in Xinjiang.
Let's go to Shadow Minister Catherine West. Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government finally gave the EU ambassador the legal recognition they so arrogantly denied him earlier this year. And last month, we saw the government's needlessly antagonistic approach towards our European partners overshadow the G7 summit and consequently hamper international efforts to tackle pressing global challenges. So does the Foreign Secretary today now accept that this was a mistake which has undermined our relationship with Europe? And will he commit to treating our European partners as equals to ensure that we can work together on common concerns such as security, freedom of speech, COVID and climate change?
Rob.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just say to the Honourable Lady, particularly after the Harry Dunn case and what we learned about the risk of finding gaps in immunities, long-standing gaps that dated back to the last Labour government, I will make no apologies for being very careful with the EU representation here, which falls somewhere between a normal international organisation and a sovereign government's mission, to make sure that the privileges and immunities are tailored to their functional need, and we do not find ourselves with a gap which means that we can hold to account people for ordinary crimes. That is what the public would expect. Frankly, from the various voices from the Labour front bench who have raised the case of Harry Dunn, I'm utterly surprised you wouldn't expect us to take such a rigorous approach.
Fletcher.
Mr. Speaker, I have been in correspondence with the Minister for the European Neighbourhood in respect of a very complex constituency case. In that regard, can I ask what help FCDO officials can give to constituents who have favourable court orders, both in this country and another jurisdiction, to repatriate a child to the UK, but who face constant battles and hurdles in order to do so?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend raises a very important point and a very sensitive issue here. Mr. Speaker, international child parental abduction is a hugely distressing matter for the parents and the families affected, and they have my deepest sympathy. Consular officials can provide support to British people affected by this overseas and here in the UK. Officials can advise left-behind parents on the most effective way to make local authorities aware of the court orders that they hold. And where appropriate, the FCDO can express an interest in the case with the relevant court and other local authorities. We can also put families in touch with partner organisations like the Reunite International, which offers specialised support and mediation services. And while we can liaise with local authorities and with the permission of UK courts, and present with court orders served in the UK, it's important to note that the FCDO is not a law enforcement body and is unable to enforce court orders in the UK overseas, and we're unable to compel foreign jurisdictions to enforce UK court orders.
Just say they've got to be shorter answers because they are topical questions. Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, the FCDO published its Human Rights and Democracy Report, which lists in total 31 human rights priority countries. The UK government currently grants licences to sell arms to 23 out of those 31 countries. How can the granting of these licences be reconciled with any meaningful commitment on the part of the UK government to improving the human rights of those who live in those countries?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We take our responsibilities on both very seriously. We have one of the most stringent export control regimes in the world. We regularly review it at the same time with human rights. We've shown with our introduction, the first time ever in this country, of an autonomous human rights sanction regime, the so-called Sergei-Magnitsky sanctions regime, that from Xinjiang to the murder of Khashoggi, to the persecution of the Rohingya in Myanmar, that we will not hesitate to hold those that violate serious fundamental rights to account.
6 is withdrawn, so we go to Catherine McKinnell. Catherine.
The Minister for the Middle East indicated earlier that the government has yet to consider joining the International Fund for Israeli-Palestinian Peace because they're awaiting further information. So can I ask why the government isn't showing more initiative in working with the US to drive this? Our chief negotiator in Northern Ireland held a similar initiative, the International Fund for Ireland, as the great unsung hero of the peace process. Does the Minister agree the Middle East need be no different?
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the UK does value and welcome means of Israelis and Palestinians working more closely together, and we call upon the leaderships of both to do so at the government to Palestinian Authority level. We work closely with our US counterparts, and we will continue working with them as they put more details onto this particular fund. And once they are in a position to engage with us in more detail, we will consider that in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've received more than 2,000 emails from constituents raising their concerns in relation to violence towards worshippers at Al-Aqsa Mosque and the threatened evictions of Palestinian families in Sheikh Jarrah. In response to these concerns, could my right honourable friend outline what steps he has taken to raise these issues directly with the Israeli government?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, raised this very issue with his Israeli counterpart. I have raised this issue with the Israeli ambassador, and we have consistently called for sensitivity in the security arrangements around the most holy sites in Jerusalem. We continue to call for a permanent ceasefire, and we will continue to work with all parties, both in the West Bank and in Israel, to pursue that aim.
Let's go to Bill Esterson. Bill.
The Foreign Office is funding projects exploring why modern slavery is taking place in Malaysian factories. The Foreign Secretary need not look far. He can just ask the Health Secretary, because the Department for Health have purchased over 760 million rubber gloves for the NHS from Malaysian factories accused of using slave labour during the pandemic. Perhaps this time I'll get an answer, unlike when I've asked a number of his colleagues this question. So can the Foreign Secretary tell me why, if the Foreign Office view this as a serious problem, his colleagues in the Department of Health do not?
We scrutinise very carefully any allegations, and he's called them allegations of human rights abuses. What I can tell him about the supply of rubber gloves from Malaysia. At the peak of the pandemic, when we were seeking public protective equipment for our NHS staff on the front line in care homes, we of course looked at all possible suppliers, including Malaysia, which is one of the biggest global suppliers of rubber gloves.
Speaker, following the G7 summit with its focus on vaccinations and their global rollout, does my right honourable friend agree with me that the challenges of antimicrobial resistance are at least as great and therefore need a similar focus in terms of research, manufacturing and distribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AMR is one of the most pressing global challenges we face this century, and the UK is a global leader in taking action on AMR. We champion it as a priority on the international stage, including through our G7 presidency and the work of Professor Dame Sally Davis, the UK Special Envoy on AMR. And since 2014, we've invested more than £360 million in research and development on AMR.
Let's go to Wendy Chain, please. Wendy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I and many of my constituents are horrified by the increasing hostility and outright homophobia and transphobia shown by the Hungarian government towards its LGBT+ citizens. And it's shameful that the UK government is treating Viktor Orbán like a close friend when we should be making clear that such discrimination is an anathema to British values. So does the Secretary of State regret the decision to roll out the red carpet to Viktor Orbán and welcome him into number 10 just a few weeks ago?
Thank you. Oops. Sorry. In terms of our relationship with Hungary, the Prime Minister did indeed meet Hungarian Prime Minister Orbán on the 28th of May. And as incoming President of the Visegrad Group from the 1st of July, cooperation with Hungary is important for the UK's prosperity and security. As you would expect, the Prime Minister raised various values in his meeting, such as media freedom and issues of discrimination. And I can assure you, Mr Speaker, where we have issues of concern, we do not shy away from raising them.
Speaker, this month marks 6 years since the JCPOA nuclear deal was signed, and yet Iran has faced no consequences for its flagrant violations of this deal. Does my right honourable friend share my concern that Iran has failed to live up to its nuclear commitments, and will he confirm that nothing is off the table, including the re-imposition of sanctions?
Can I thank my honourable friend? He's absolutely right to point to the continued systemic non-compliance by Iran with its JCPOA commitments. Of course, Iran is still subject to wide-ranging sanctions. We strongly urge Iran to halt all of its activities in violation of the JCPOA and, in line with the new US position, come back to the table and make sure that we can conclude a return to the JCPOA. And I would just say that we don't believe that those negotiations can remain open-ended forever.
We go to Rachel Hopkins. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Eid Mubarak to Muslims celebrating both in Luton South and around the world. But for those living in Palestine, their Eid al-Adha celebrations will not be peaceful or safe. Does the Minister agree that attempts to get a meaningful peace process back up and running are made harder by the building of settlements and eviction of Palestinians, which entrench division and are illegal under international law?
I totally agree with the Honourable Lady. I've been out to both Israel and the West Bank twice. We are a stalwart supporter of Israel, but we also, not least because of our principled approach to international law, make clear whether it's the evictions or the demolitions in Jerusalem or the broader question of settlement building, that it is not just contrary to international law, entirely counterproductive to the peace effort we need to see for a durable two-state solution for both Israelis and Palestinians.
Mr Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree with me that one of the best possible investments the UK can make with its aid budget is the education of girls globally? And will he outline the steps which he is taking to further that aim at the Global Partnership for Education next week?
Well, they're talking about cuts. We've just made the biggest ever donation to the Global Partnership for Education. 15% increase on last time. And as a result of that, at the G7, we corralled one of the biggest G7 sets of donations, close to $3 billion. We are hosting with our Kenyan friends the Global Education Summit shortly in the next few days. And the point is that through our leadership, in our ODA contribution and our diplomatic leadership, we are bringing the world together in pursuit of two targets: 40 million more girls receiving 12 years quality education, 20 million more girls literate by the age of 10.
Let's go to Dr. Rupa Huck. Rupa.
It's cheering to see the new US administration repairing relations that the previous president damaged. So will we take a leaf out of our oldest, closest allies' book and recognise the 2 million dead under the Ottoman Empire from 1915 to 1923 as Armenian genocide, as Biden has done, dozens of other states worldwide? And can we also commit to playing our part to resolving current disputes with Azerbaijan?
Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Lady. Our position on the Armenian genocide is unchanged, but certainly in relation to the other disputes you mentioned, of course, with the international community, we work to try and alleviate the plight of those on all sides who are suffering.
Let's go to Alicia Kearns. Alicia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The situation in Tigray is truly horrifying, and the Prime Minister of Ethiopia has sparked fears of further mass atrocities by saying that the weeds of Tigray will be crushed. What steps is the UK taking to urgently de-escalate the conflict, map out those Ethiopian and Eritrean forces perpetrating atrocities, that they can be held accountable? And will the new conflict centre look at what further steps, such as Magnitsky sanctions, can be taken to alleviate the crisis?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The UK is supporting the joint investigation into abuses and violations in Tigray, which will inform actions against those identified as having committed abuses or violation. And I want to be very clear, we will consider all policy options in response. We'll also co-sponsor a resolution at the July Human Rights Council, and conflict experts are providing technical advice to guide our response during this crisis.
I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. Order. I call Sir Ian Duncan-Smith to ask the urgent question.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Minister whether or not he'll make a statement on the Chinese state-sponsored cyber attacks on Microsoft Exchange servers.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for asking this important and timely question. Yesterday, on the 19th of July, the UK government joined like-minded partners to confirm that Chinese state-backed actors were responsible for gaining access to computer networks around the world via Microsoft Exchange servers. As the Foreign Secretary made clear in a statement yesterday, this cyber attack by Chinese state-backed groups was reckless, but sadly a familiar pattern of behaviour. The Chinese government must end this systematic cyber sabotage and can expect to be held to account if it does not. The attack was highly likely intended to enable large-scale espionage, including acquiring personally identifiable information and intellectual property. At the time of the attack, the UK quickly provided advice and recommended actions to those affected. Microsoft have reported that at the end of March of this year, 92% of customers had installed the updates which protected against the vulnerability. As part of this announcement, the UK also attributed Chinese Ministry of State Security as being behind activity known by cybersecurity experts as APT-40 and APT-31. Widespread, credible evidence demonstrates that sustained irresponsible cyber activity emanating from China continues. The Chinese government has ignored repeated calls to end its reckless campaign, instead allowing its state-backed actors to increase the scale of their attacks and act recklessly when caught. Statements formally attributing Chinese responsibility for the Microsoft Exchange attack and actions of APT 40 and APT 31 were issued by the EU, NATO, the UK, Canada, the US, Australia, New Zealand, Norway and Japan. This coordinated action by 39 countries sees the international community once again calling on the Chinese government to take responsibility for its actions and respect the democratic institutions, personal commercial interests of those it seeks to partner with. The UK is calling on China to reaffirm the commitment made to the UK in 2015 as part of the G20 not to conduct or support cyber-enabled theft of intellectual property or trade secrets.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I simply make the point it's a surprise that it's taken you to bring the government to the dispatch box when they could have made a statement yesterday. Can I just say that this is the latest form of Chinese attacks, not a one-off, on the West, which has included espionage, economic sanctions against Australia, wolf warrior diplomacy, and its naval aggression in the South China Seas, but to name a few. So some questions for my right honourable friend. Could he explain why the government didn't come yesterday to make this statement? And given this is an aggressive attack, why is the government allowing the UK's largest silicon chip manufacturer, Newport Wafer Fab, to be bought by a Chinese firm when they know very well what they're up to? Why is it that the US Justice Department also, with this, brought federal criminal charges against 4 named MSS officers over their role in the hacking of the American targets, yet no such charges have been brought against operatives here? And the integrated review said clearly that Russia was a threat to the UK, but China was merely a competitor. I just wonder why, if China goes on attacking us and trashing us, why do we continue with this deceit when it's quite clear they are a clear and present threat? And beyond tearing up the treaty, conducting a genocide, upsetting the international order, China has now been found to be conducting systematic attacks on targets in the UK. Will the government now finally agree to a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Winter Olympics to make their statement clear? And finally, Mr. Speaker, actually, even on a personal note, as you will know, I set up with some others the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, politicians left and right in 20 countries now concerned about China's activities. There's over 200 members. But I understand now that there is intelligence from the Five Eyes sources which shows that there is now a very active and direct threat from the Chinese government aimed directly at the co-chairs of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. Some of these co-chairs, of which I am one, have now been warned by their intelligence services in receipt of this that they should be very careful and that they will be supported. Can I ask my right honourable friend to confirm whether his government is in receipt of this same intelligence? And if so, why have they not informed the co-chairs and others here in the UK like other allies have done? And finally, Mr. Speaker, China is not just a competitor. These attacks tell us that it is clear that they are a clear and present threat to the United Kingdom, to our beliefs in freedom, justice, democracy and the rule of law and human rights. And it's time this government stood up, made it clear and boycotted these Olympic Games.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for the points that he has made. The importance of the unanimity of voice amongst the international partners, the 39 countries that I listed, is incredibly important to us, and we will continue to seek to work collaboratively with our international partners in our response to this. He makes the point about Chinese investment or Chinese purchasing, specifically Newport Wafer Fab. And that is a decision that the government is looking to review. He asks about the differential language between China and Russia. Our response is based on the actions, and we will continue to act robustly to any and all cyber attacks that occur, and we will. And he will understand, I'm sure, that I am not necessarily going to go into details here and now about what further measures we might take, because to do so might undermine their effectiveness. But we will continue to work with international partners. And as I said in my answer to his question, the Chinese government should expect to be held accountable if it does not come back into the compliance of norms of behaviour. With regard to the Olympics, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, said we have not as yet made a decision on the formal attendance at the Olympics. The attendance of athletes is ultimately a decision for the British Olympic authorities. And on intelligence matters, again, he will understand that we don't discuss on the floor of the Chamber intelligence-related issues, but I take the point that he makes about making sure that people who are potentially the target of overseas intelligence actions are given the opportunity to defend themselves against those.
Let's go to Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy. Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an unacceptable attack costing businesses millions and raising the alarm for people across the country who'll be concerned that their personal information could be compromised. The government confirmed yesterday 250,000 servers were affected worldwide. But how many British businesses and organisations were victims of this attack, and how many may still be vulnerable? What is the cost to British businesses of compromised data, and were public bodies amongst those targeted? Can he guarantee that hospitals, local authorities, universities and this Parliament have not and will not be compromised? Mr. Speaker, the government has been repeatedly warned about this. A year after the Russia report was published, still no meaningful action has been taken. The Computer Misuse Act is now 3 decades old. It was written before smartphones, before Google, before the public could even use the web. When will the government finally update it? Now, he says it's a pattern of behaviour, and he is right. But ministers have tried naming and shaming before. It didn't work then, so why would it work now? Only weeks ago, President Xi said that those who express dissent about China's actions will have their heads bashed bloody against the Great Wall of Steel forged by over 1.4 billion Chinese people. Last year, the government was willing to act. It announced targeted sanctions against individuals involved in the Russian state-backed cyber attack on the German parliament. So why are there no sanctions in response to the Chinese state-backed cyber attack on, amongst others, the Finnish parliament? The truth is the government is unable to send a clear, coherent message to Beijing because it's still arguing amongst itself. Just 2 weeks ago, the Chancellor was telling Mansion House it was time to realise the potential of our relationship with China. While the Foreign Secretary imposes sanctions, the Chancellor is cashing cheques. It's extraordinary that he can stand at the dispatch box today and refuse to tell us how he'll safeguard critical infrastructure, or whether he and his colleagues will be boarding a plane to Beijing early next year to participate in a PR exercise. The seriousness of this attack must concentrate minds. We need a coherent strategy. When are we likely to get one?
Mr. Speaker, in response to the specific questions that the Right Honourable Lady raised, we estimate, and we can only estimate, 3,000 UK-based organisations were put at risk by this attack. It was an untargeted action, and therefore it wasn't targeted at specific sectors. We do not believe that the government organisations were victim to this. And because it was an untargeted action, it is not possible for me to give a credible assessment of the economic damage of this particular attack. The National Cybersecurity Centre and Microsoft itself gave advice at the time, and as I say, by the end of March, it was estimated that 92% of organisations had installed a patch to protect themselves, and there is advice available to any organisation that still thinks it may be at risk in some way, both from the National Cybersecurity Centre and Microsoft itself. With regard to our attendance at the Winter Olympics, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, answered this point in departmental questions, and there's nothing more that I can add to that. And she asks about naming and shaming. The fact that 39 countries collectively put their name to the statement is unprecedented, and it sends a significant signal that the countries are working together to steer China's action. China is a significant economic and political player. We cannot pretend China does not exist. We want China to change their behaviour, and we will work with international partners to urge them to do so. And as I say, we do reserve the right to take further actions if necessary.
Let's go to the Chair Select Committee, Dr. Julian Lewis.
As the ISC's inquiry on China is still current, I shall limit myself to asking why the government generally describes the communist Chinese system as authoritarian rather than totalitarian, what his understanding is of the difference between the two, and whether the Chinese regime took any steps to close down the hacking group APT-10, which was denounced in a similarly forceful statement by the then Foreign Secretary and our allies in December 2018.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand the point he makes about the use of language, and I'm not in a position to have a debate on that specific point. But I do make the broader point that the UK government's actions, and indeed the actions of our friends and allies around the world, are based on the actions, whether it be from Russia, from China, or from wherever else, rather than on the narrow definition that may be found in international documents. The reason that we have put out this joint statement and attributed responsibility to state-backed Chinese actors is to let the Chinese government know, to an extent, that we can tell what they're up to and that we will not accept it. And that is why taking actions in concert with our international partners is so important, and will always be the foundation stone of whatever else we choose to do in response to behaviour if it does not change.
SNP spokesperson Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd warmly congratulate the Right Honourable Member on bringing this vital issue forward and echo his concerns that this is an urgent question rather than a statement proactively from the Government. I'm glad to hear our Minister say that China can expect to be held to account for this really breathtaking attack. It facilitated other actors to make a wide-scale range of attacks on private and public organisations. But I would applaud the fact there will be sanctions, there will be measures, but I really would like to hear what they are, because the somewhat homeopathic approach to date really doesn't seem to have had much of an impact on stopping anything. Could I suggest that it's the breathtaking lack of policy coherence from the UK government that is giving mixed signals to Beijing? A very concrete example, CGN remains a significant stakeholder in the Hinkley Point C nuclear power plant, but the UK is pushing for another deal at Sizewell, which will have an even bigger Chinese state holding. Could I suggest that ending policy incoherence starts at home, and we should really see about that?
Mr. Speaker, countries around the world trade with and have investments from China, and as I say, pretending that they do not exist or that they are not a significant economic player in the world is just a completely unrealistic way forward. What we are seeking to do is to change China's behaviour, and we're doing it collaboratively with our international partners. He asks what specific actions we will take, and I won't answer at the dispatch box in detail because for the same reason that we do not discuss intelligence matters, we do not speculate on future sanctions, because to do so would undermine the effectiveness on those actions. But as I say, our international partners have made it clear that these actions will not go unresponded to.
Mr. Speaker, and if you'd allow me, I would like to wish you and especially the people on the estate who are celebrating Eid a very, very happy Eid Mubarak. I'm not going to ask the Minister to explain China's actions, but I want the Minister to try and explain why we don't align ourselves with our allies, the states in particular, who have moved much further on this issue, in particular protecting their individuals who've been sanctioned or targeted by China. As it's already been mentioned, IPAC, the website, has been hacked twice. Colleagues on IPAC are also being hacked, as it were. I can't think of a more appropriate term to take. And there are 4 sanctioned MPs on the order paper today, and we need far more support that is being provided at the moment. Can I ask the Minister, has the Foreign Office reached out to Alan Estevez, who was appointed by the Biden administration to take over security, especially focused on China tech concerns? It feels as though that we're moving at such a snail's pace when America's moving far faster, and of course China is light years ahead, because it's here, Mr. Speaker. It could be hacking the estate, it could be hacking sanctioned MPs' websites or email addresses, it could be hacking the front benches, the ministers' servers as well, but we are none the wiser, and we don't feel any more protected after this statement.
Mr. Speaker, I completely understand the concerns that my honourable friend has raised. I can assure her we work with international partners, including the United States of America, incredibly closely. This unprecedented number of countries and multilateral organisations that co-authored the statement yesterday is testament to how closely we are working as an international community on this very issue. I will absolutely take back the point she's raised about ensuring that individuals who may be the target of cyber attacks are given all the support, both in terms of defending themselves and responding to those.
Let's go to Leila Moran. Leila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely right that we are working in lockstep with our international allies to combat these attacks on our cybersecurity. The Minister will also be aware of hugely concerning reports that activists, civil society leaders, government officials and politicians around the world have been targeted by NSO Group's Pegasus software. Can the Minister tell the House whether he is aware of any individuals in the government who have been targeted by the software, or indeed any UK citizen? And is there any indication that this Pegasus software may have been used by the Chinese government?
Mr. Speaker, the House will understand that I will not discuss security and intelligence operations at the dispatch box, and therefore I will not be responding to that part of the Honourable Lady's question. We do, of course, know about the capabilities of the Pegasus software, and the licensing of which ultimately, of course, is a decision for the Israeli government, but we do work closely with our friends and allies around the world in response to any emerging technical threat of this type.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cyber capabilities are the new arms race, but skills are in short supply. How can we best work with our allies to build the skilled workforce we need to defend ourselves in cyberspace?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that skills are an important part of our arsenal to defend ourselves. The government is working with industry, academics and many other partners to ensure that we develop the essential cyber skills that we need to be a credible force in the modern world. In April, we launched the UK Cyber Security Council as a new professional body for cyber to raise standards and guide people through their careers. In addition, the UK is committed to promoting an international stability framework for cyberspace based on the application of existing international laws, voluntary norms of responsible behaviour and confidence-building measures.
Let's go to Barry Sherman. Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we can see no member of the Cabinet here. I take they're all somewhere else, taking precautions, I hope, perhaps at Chequers. But today, can I say to the Minister, please wake up. A young John Kennedy came to the London School of Economics after the war and wrote a book, Why England Slept. And of course, it was about appeasement. Aren't we talking today, Minister, about appeasement? This is a ruthless government. It is systematic in the way that it targets intellectual property through universities, through companies. There is no respect for democratic institutions from China. We have allowed them to buy significant strategic assets in our country, and this government has got no courage in facing it down. Please don't let England sleep this time. Wake up, Minister. Please deliver that to your boss in Chequers.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman may not have been at his screen earlier on during departmental questions, but the Foreign Secretary was in the House earlier on, speaking very much about the UK's posture with regard to China. The simple fact is, as I said earlier, we are acutely aware of the challenges, the threats, but also the significant position that China takes in the world. We have to be realistic in our response, and we have to work internationally in our response. That is why I'm very pleased that 39 countries represented on the statement we made yesterday spoke with one voice, and we will continue to work with our international partners to try and drive an improvement in the behaviour of China and make it clear to China that the countries with which they seek to work expect a change in behaviour, and we will, as I say, take actions to support that.
Mr. Speaker, the SNP spokesman is right. Homeopathic remedies, when you're dealing with a psychopathic regime, does not work. We've had industrial-scale human rights abuses, industrial-scale buying of influence in our boardrooms, universities and schools, and now industrial-scale cyber hacking of our computer systems. The Minister quite rightly has said there is widespread and credible evidence that this is a state-backed actor and state-backed sabotage. So where's the beef? Where are the practical consequences for the Chinese Communist government? What officials will be prosecuted or sanctioned? And if he won't tell us if, will he tell us when we're going to get a decision on the Olympics, on which this House voted unanimously just last Thursday?
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that the honourable gentleman echoes the rather flat joke from the SNP benches. And I might remind him that the sanctions that we opposed, I'm glad you're laughing, but I regard this as quite an important issue. The sanctions that we imposed upon the human rights abusers in Xinjiang is not homeopathic. The fact that we have granted visas to British national Hong Kong Chinese is not homeopathic. We are taking action, not all of which I can discuss at this dispatch box, but as I say, we will continue to work with our international partners to make sure that collectively, collaboratively, we send a very clear message that there are patterns of behaviours which are unacceptable, and we strongly urge China to get to change their position to come in line with the international norms, values and standards that is the norm in the international community.
Let's go to John Morrow. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in Thursday's urgent question on Newport wafer fab, the government emphasised their desire for, and I quote, a positive relationship with China based on mutual respect and trust. I hope the Minister recognises how naive that sounds and that it reflects the chilling effect of China's power and influence on criticism. Fortunately, politicians on all sides of this House, academics and businesses do continue to speak out. What assessment has he made of the likelihood of those who oppose the Chinese state being the target of cyber attacks, and what is he doing to better protect them and us all?
The honourable lady raises a point that my right honourable friend has already raised, and I've touched upon that already. As I have said, we will continue to work with our international partners to persuade China to come into accordance with the international standards and norms that we see other countries around the world subscribing to. We want China to be a better behaved international player. We cannot pretend China away. We cannot prevent China trading and investing around the world, neither should we. But what we should do is ensure that their behaviour comes into line with the international values, norms and standards that the rest of us subscribe to.
Let's go to Neil O'Brien. Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The exchange attacks mark a further dramatic escalation in China's state-backed espionage, which is stripping our intellectual property and undermining our democracies. My right honourable friend is surely right that we have to all work together with our international partners to defeat this escalatingly aggressive pattern of behaviour. But can my honourable friend say a little bit more about what the key themes are within that international cooperation to try and stop this increasingly aggressive behaviour?
My honourable friend makes an important point, that actually working with our international partners is an incredibly important part of this. The joint statement that we made attributing responsibility to Chinese state-backed actors is important because it is the precursor that legitimates further actions that we might take. It is to make clear to the Chinese government that we can see what is happening. We are not blind to what is happening, and there is no veil of anonymity behind which they can hide. That then gives us, as part of the international community, the opportunity to go further if required. And as I said in my statement, we have made it clear, and we are making it clear to China, that such future actions will not go unresponded to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, every time a minister comes to talk about China to the House, it feels as if the minister refuses to listen to what the House is actually saying. We're looking for a sense of urgency and determination, of backbone, of steel. Because half the time, I'm sorry, but it sounds as if the minister is bored by what he's saying himself. We have courageous members of parliament from different political parties who are sanctioned by the Chinese government and are being targeted by the Chinese government, and all we can say is we're thinking of having a review of a policy decision, and we might think about whether we're going to go to the Olympics or not. We need some urgency and some determination. We need to stand by those colleagues who've been sanctioned, because if it's not just about China, it's about all the totalitarian regimes in the world. If we don't get this right, the rule of law, the rule of democracy will pass us by.
Mr. Speaker, I understand and respect the passion that he and others speak with, and no one takes the targeting of parliamentarians lightly. We do not take the cyber attacks on organisations around the world lightly. As I've said, he's no longer in his place, but as I said to my honourable friend a few moments ago, we have imposed sanctions. We have offered the hand of friendship to British national Hong Kong Chinese in response to the security laws that have been passed in Hong Kong. We are and we will continue to take actions. We seek to do so internationally because that is how we are strongest. We endeavour to speak with one voice on these issues and make it clear to China that all the countries with which they may want to work with in the future speak with one voice on this issue. That's what we're seeking to do. We've been successful in doing so. Unprecedented number of countries speaking with one voice yesterday, and we will continue to work with partners to push China into a better course of action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Redcar and Cleveland Council was a victim of a ransomware cyber attack which originated from Russia. As with others, I'm increasingly concerned by the rise of these foreign attacks online and in some cases state-backed like the ones we're discussing today. So can he assure me that he is working across government to build our resilience to this worrying trend?
I can assure my honourable friend that we are working cross-government on this issue. We recognise that this is an incredibly important area of activity, that as we are now all reliant on information technology, on cyberspace, that these cyber attacks go to the very heart of our ability not just to conduct commercial activity, but the very heart of public service and government. We are building up our domestic defences, and we have already delivered a sustained programme of investment through GCHQ and the National Cybersecurity Centre to establish the UK as a global leader in cyber. But we're not just reinforcing resilience around government, we're helping everyone, from businesses and families, to take basic necessary steps to stay safe online.
Margaret Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that in the past the NHS in England has been paralysed by cyber attacks due to outdated systems, and Microsoft Windows vulnerabilities. What steps is the UK government taking to ensure faster rollout of computer system upgrades with an aim to prevent vulnerability to such cyber attacks in the future?
I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this point. As I said in my response to my right honourable friend, the immediate response to this attack was the release of a patch. By the end of March, as I said, 92% of organisations had installed that and closed that vulnerability. There is advice provided both by the National Cyber Security Centre and from Microsoft itself to deal with any residual impacts of that. And obviously, government computer rollout programmes will always take cybersecurity to the very, very heart of the thinking, the planning and the deployment.
We now come to Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chinese state harbours and collaborates with cyber criminals as well as being guilty of genocide, and a sound telling off, no matter how stern it might sound, is going to have no impact on this brutal and ruthless regime. Can the Minister understand the impatience of the House with what seems today like more hand-wringing and platitudes?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday 39 countries spoke with one voice, attributing responsibility to Chinese state-backed cyber criminals. That is a necessary precursor to other actions that we collectively or individually may choose to take.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. China has a total disregard and disrespect for anybody, any country which stands opposed to their warped and perverted ideology. The reported cyber attacks by Chinese state have undermined the security and integrity of thousands of networks worldwide. What discussions has the Minister had with NATO in relation to the cyber attacks on Microsoft servers earlier this year? And what further steps will the Minister take to expose these Chinese state-sponsored attacks to ensure it does not become a recurring pattern of events, which quite clearly it seems to at the moment?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman does make an important point, and I'm very pleased that NATO was one of the signatory organisations to yesterday's statement, along with the European Union as an important multilateral partner. As I said in response to a number of questions, this joint statement is an important and necessary foundation stone upon which other actions are built. Making it clear to the Chinese government that we can see what is happening, that we are not blind to what is happening, and that we are able, with a very high degree of certainty, to allocate specific responsibility for actions is a really important step and mustn't be underestimated in terms of what else we, either the UK or more likely us working in conjunction with international partners, might choose to do next in response to further such attacks.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. China has a widening sphere of influence. Was this discussed at the G7 summit? I'm pleased to hear 39 countries have signed up. Is the UK leading that group or simply part of that group in mitigating threats? And what can he say most importantly to those in Bosworth and up and down the UK about protections for the UK businesses, interests and citizens when it comes to dealing with China?
I thank my honourable friend for that, and I can assure him that the UK is very much taking a leadership role with regard to the development of cyber security and cyber response. We are always most effective on issues like this when we work in close conjunction with our international partners, and therefore I can assure him that at multilateral gatherings this will always be one of the issues which is important to us. In terms of the practical steps that people can take, I would urge people to heed the advice from the National Cyber Security Centre and take a range of relatively simple and practical steps which will help to protect them and their organisations from cyber attacks.
Neil Hanley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chinese cyber attack is of real concern, but it's most certainly not the only game in town. And The Guardian reported on something equally concerning this weekend, which is Project Pegasus from the NSO Group. It's been used in the surveillance of humanitarian, the late Father Sam Swami in India, and with our own concerns in this House around the surveillance of the former Secretary of State for Health, which led ultimately to his resignation. I would like to know what our involvement is with Project Pegasus, if we actually do have any involvement, and what we're doing to monitor this undetectable phone app, which provides full access in a way that is untraceable to phones that become infected.
Mr. Speaker, he will understand that I'm not going to speculate or comment on individual cases. Ultimately, the licensing of this software is the responsibility of the Israeli government. I can assure him, of course, that we speak regularly with our partners globally about the importance of maintaining cybersecurity, about how important it is for us all that cyber technologies are used responsibly, and we work closely with our allies around the world to tackle cyber threats and to improve the overall global resilience to such attacks.
David Johnson.
Speaker, it's not just that China steals so relentlessly, but also the reason that lies behind the theft, which is that their communist regime just doesn't support innovation in the way that countries like the US and UK do. So does my honourable friend agree with me that countries or companies thinking about getting closer to China should look at this latest example in a very long list of breaking international norms and steer clear instead?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an important point about going into relationships with China with eyes wide open. That's why this message of attribution yesterday is so very important. It sets out clearly that the international community can see clearly what is happening and will highlight it publicly so that people can see, wherever in the world they are, people can see what is really going on. Ultimately, it's not the job of the UK government to dictate to other countries how they interact with China, but we are and will always be a powerful advocate for human rights, for the protection of intellectual property, for those norms of behaviour which the international community, including ourselves, very much hold dear. Ultimately, we want China to amend their behaviour. That is ultimately what we seek to do, and we will work with our international partners to pursue that.
Let us go to Ruth Jones. Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Wood Green for bringing this urgent question today. He's already highlighted the recent indirect acquisition by a Chinese firm of Newport Wafer Fab in my constituency. This appears to have slipped through the UK government screening system. My focus and my commitment to the people of Newport West is on protecting jobs for people in my community. But does the Minister think that this shows that the government's security policies simply aren't working?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do value jobs. Jobs matter, and incredibly important where those jobs are in emerging technologies, and those high-skilled manufacturing jobs are incredibly important to us. That is why we do value overseas investment, but we also take our responsibility to secure intellectual property incredibly seriously. And as I say, that's why the government is looking at the situation with regard to Newport Wafer Fab, and that is why we will always ensure that that we look at the security implications of our relationship, commercial relationship, whether it be with China or indeed anyone else.
Let us go to Peter Bond. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the Minister, it appears the government policy is China has done something that is unacceptable. The government has found them out, that if the Chinese do it again, the government will take action against China, though not specifying at this time what those actions will be. If that is the case, I do not understand why a statement to the House wasn't made by the Foreign Secretary after departmental questions when he could have laid this out rather than being asked, a minister being, if you like, dragged to the dispatch box. So could the minister explain why the government didn't volunteer a statement on this very important matter?
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't privy to the discussion about the statement or UQ or otherwise. The statement made yesterday was made by international partners and was done in conjunction with them, and I can assure my honourable friend that I don't need to be dragged to the dispatch box to be questioned by colleagues and the opposition benches on this incredibly important issue.
Just to say, when statements aren't forthcoming, I will continue to give you cues. Kamranjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in March, the former head of the National Cyber Security Centre said that the government has been, and I quote, confused in its approach to China. So, Minister, after the failed policies of the so-called Golden Era, the subsequent persecution of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, the persecution of Buddhists and other minorities, the suppression of democracy and free speech in Hong Kong, the military aggression against its neighbours, and now this state-sponsored cyber attack on Microsoft Exchange servers, when will the government finally lay out a consistent approach to dealing with China?
Mr. Speaker, I've made the point that the UK government recognises the significance of China on the world stage, that we want China to be a responsible actor. We recognise that China will engage in trade and investment with countries around the world, and that we seek to influence China to be a better player on the world stage. This is best done in conjunction with international partners. This is why the attribution statement yesterday was so important. Unprecedented number, 39 countries working together to attribute responsibility. And as I say, that is the foundation stone upon which other actions may well be taken in the future.
Let's go to Sir John Redwood. John.
Success or failure of the COP26 climate change conference rests heavily on whether the UK as chairman can persuade China as the world's largest emitter of carbon dioxide to set tough targets to cut its output. Is this affecting the government's response to this issue? What is the UK strategy to influence China across the piece, as there are many areas where it needs to do so?
I can assure my right honourable friend that the actions of the UK government with response to this cyber attack are driven by this cyber attack and our complete unwillingness to accept that as a pattern of behaviour. He does make an incredibly important point, though, and it reflects the point that I'm making, that we cannot simply ignore China. In a previous question this morning, it was highlighted that China is still heavily reliant on coal as an energy production source, and we know the climate change implications of that. We want China to be to behave better on the international stage, both when it comes to things like cybersecurity, intellectual property, human rights, but also on the incredibly important agenda which will affect our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, which is the protection of the environment and a move towards a greener energy generation.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is right in one sense that attribution is important, but actions matter also. So whilst we congratulate him on the statement of 39 signatories, that's a positive step. Isn't it the case that when he looks at sanctions, he should be looking at the very least for an audit of the role of Confucius institutes in institutions up and down the United Kingdom? And when it comes to international norms, the current patchwork on norms benefits authoritarian states over democratic ones. Isn't it time for us to heed the advice of the Microsoft president, Brad Smith, in calling for a digital Geneva Convention?
I thank the honourable gentleman for thoughtful contribution that he has made. We are internationally going to have to look at how we deal with this new sphere of human activity, one that is moving quickly and one where there is not an established framework to which the international community subscribes in the way there is in, for example, armed conflict. I think that's an incredibly important point. And I also thank him for recognising the significance of having a range of international partners and multilateral institutions on the statement that we made yesterday. It is, and I've said this a number of times, it is an important but necessary precursor to other actions that we might take. It highlights to China that we can see what actions they are taking, and also that their actions contradict commitments they have made. We are not trying to hold them to our standards, we are trying to hold them to the standards that they have put forward themselves, and that is an important part of trying to establish a global acceptable framework of behaviour in cyberspace.
Let's go to Sammy Wilson. Sammy.
Speaker, the Chinese military and government have been targeting key industries in the West, defence industries, government, intellectual property, and this has been known for so long now. And yet, what has the government done so far? Protested, handed dossiers of evidence that what the Chinese authorities are up to, but it seems that they're almost now no longer scared of being caught because the sanctions are so weak. If we could impose sanctions on Russia for cyber attacks, why can we not impose sanctions, hard sanctions, hurting sanctions on China?
Mr. Speaker, I completely understand the point the honourable gentleman is making. He will understand that we never speculate about the future use of sanctions, because to do so could be counterproductive in terms of the effect that we are trying to have with them. As I say, this statement is an important foundation stone statement. It sets a very clear line in the sand, both from the UK, the US, Japan, NATO, the EU, and others, that we recognise what is happening here and that China can no longer plead ignorance, and that we demand that they take action against organisations and individuals conducting these cyber actions, and that they sever any links that they may have with such organisations.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues across the House have spoken about appeasement, and the truth is that the Ministry of State Security will only curb its malign perversion of the digital Silk Road if the West shows its willingness to respond in kind. Among the 39 that he has cited today, what appetite does he discern for the willingness to develop doctrine around the use of cyber interdiction for use in a measured and proportionate way against those who threaten and attack us?
I thank my honourable friend and predecessor for the point that he has made. I hope he will understand that I won't speculate at the dispatch box about the nature and scope of our cyber capabilities. Safe to say that we are a global leader, particularly in cyber defence, but that is not the only thing, of course, that he has mentioned. With regard to our international partners, this is, of course, something that we do discuss. And at the recent G7 Foreign and Development Ministers' communiqué, the G7 expressed serious concern about human rights violations in Xinjiang and reiterated the call for independent experts to give unfettered access to Xinjiang. So the international community is aware of, thinking about, talking about and taking action about some of the activities of the Chinese state that we find unacceptable.
Let's go to Dame Diana Johnson. Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This hack shows the need for a comprehensive approach to cybersecurity is greater than probably ever before. So in light of this latest attack, can the Minister now give a date for the publication of the government's new cybersecurity strategy?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is absolutely right that a comprehensive approach to cybersecurity is incredibly important. As I say, the UK is proud of the fact that we are a global leader in cybersecurity, and the publication of the documents you mentioned and others will come in due course. I'm not able to give a precise date at the dispatch box at the moment.
Can I just say to all members who have participated, My list says some are virtual, some are physical. Nobody seems to be what I'm being told on this list. A lot of effort goes into creating lists, a lot of staff time, and staff need to know where they are. Please, if you intend to be physical, let us know very early. If you're going to go virtual, please let them know. Don't let me start spotting round the chamber who's here, who's not.
Of order, Mr. Speaker, on which I have given you notice, and I've also notified the Leader of the House of Commons. You'll be aware yesterday a statement was made at the dispatch box by the Parliamentary Under-Secretary at the Department for Health and Social Care about vaccine passports, and there's a relevant piece, Mr. Speaker, which potentially pertains to the House of Commons. He said, by the end of September, everyone aged 18 and over will have had the chance to receive full vaccination and the additional 2 weeks for that protection to take hold. So at that point, we plan to make full vaccination a condition of entry to nightclubs and other venues where large crowds gather. Proof of a negative test will no longer be sufficient. Now, it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, particularly on a Wednesday, when we get back to normal, that definition could equally apply to this House of Commons. It would be outrageous if the Executive were to attempt to prevent any Member of Parliament attending this House to represent our constituents without first undergoing a medical procedure. Now, Mr. Speaker, I raised it with you because I hope you'll be able to make a ruling on this matter. And in closing, I would just note that your 17th century predecessor, Speaker Lenthal, stood up very effectively against an overmighty executive. And it didn't end well for the overmighty executive.
It did lead to the end of the monarchy as well, I might have, for a short period. So let's hope we're not quite going back that far. What I would say is I'm very grateful for the honourable member giving me notice, and I've had no indication that government considers the policy he has mentioned should apply to this House. What I would say, Speaker of this House, there is nothing to stop a member coming into here. You have the right to come to this House unless this House otherwise says so. And I've got to say, the government's not been in touch. I don't expect them to be in touch because, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't apply to members. Right, let us move on a little bit. I'm now going to suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order.
Order. Presentation of Bill. We go by video link to Sir David Amos.
Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 22nd of October, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 22nd of October. And Sir David, oh, it's gone, gets the prize for the best colour coordinated background and tie. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Virginia Crosby.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to amend the Dogs Protection of Livestock Act 1953 and for connected purposes. Earlier this year, one of the farmers in my constituency of Unismorn suffered a horrific attack on his sheep. Tequin Jones found 7 pregnant ewes and 3 rams dead in his fields in Bededden. They'd been killed by an unknown dog or dogs in what police described as a brutal and horrendous attack. When I visited Tequin's farm, he told me about the impact the attack had on his business and his well-being. His account of the event was harrowing. Tequin shared the awful moment when he found his sheep coming across one dead sheep, then another dead sheep, sheep that he had lovingly reared, their faces torn, their bodies twisted. His sheep had been brutally killed and had clearly suffered horrendously. The dogs that carried out the attack have never been identified, and even if a dog was suspected, the law has no teeth to identify and seize it unless it's found unsupervised at the scene of the assault. For Tequin, it was not just the financial loss that hit him, although that went into thousands of pounds. It was the emotional loss of these prized animals which he'd put his time and devotion into rearing. But Tequin is not alone. This is a huge issue for farmers across the UK. Livestock worrying takes place when dogs which are not being kept under proper control attack or chase livestock, in particular sheep. And whilst attacks are not officially recorded, and it's widely accepted that many incidents go unreported, it's estimated that around 15,000 sheep are killed by dogs each year. With the increase in visitors to the countryside during lockdowns, incidents of livestock worrying have grown over the past 18 months, and the financial impact has increased. Data from the National Farmers Union, the NFU, indicates that the average insurance claim for attacks is over £1,300, and some claims rise to tens of thousands of pounds. In 2020, the cost to the farming community of livestock worrying was estimated to be around £1.3 million. I first became involved with this matter when local farmers like Brian Bowen and Peter Williams raised it as a significant concern. I met with Rob Taylor and Dave Allen and their colleagues from the North Wales Police Rural Crime Team, who've been working with farmers like the NFU County Advisor, Iestyn Pritchard, to gather data and work through proposed solutions. It soon became apparent to me that the legislation currently covering livestock worrying, the Dogs Protection of Livestock Act 1953, is outdated and no longer fit for purpose. This is hardly surprising given that it has barely been touched in 68 years. It's not kept pace with dog ownership, leisure trends, DNA technology or modern farming practice. Earlier this year, as part of the government's Animal Welfare Action Plan and as set out in the Queen's speech, DEFRA introduced the Animal Welfare Kept Animals Bill. Part 2 of the bill addresses dogs attacking or worrying livestock, and whilst I welcome its content, I share the concerns of farmers right across the UK that it still does not go far enough. Yes, it gives the police greater powers to tackle livestock worrying incidents, and it expands the scope of species to include llamas, ostriches and game birds that are afforded protection. But it still fails to give farmers the security that they so desperately need. And that is why I pursued this 10-minute rule bill for amendments to the 1953 Act. Specifically, my bill proposes that the police be given the power to seize a dog or other items and to take DNA samples where they have reasonable grounds for suspicion that the dog has worried livestock. It further seeks a clearer and tighter definition of the phrase close control, which is used in both the Kept Animals Bill and the 1953 Act. The definition of close control in the Kept Animals Bill requires that a dog is within sight of a person and the person remains aware of the dog's actions and has reason to be confident that the dog will return to the person reliably and promptly on the person's command. Experience shows us that the natural instincts of even the best behaved domestic dog can take over when other animals are in close proximity. It has to be a legal requirement that dogs be kept on a lead when they're near livestock of any kind. And finally, the upper limit of the fine, currently set at a maximum of £1,000, must be removed. Where farmers are facing costs of up to £20,000, irresponsible dog owners must be made to realise the full financial impact of their actions. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me assure my honourable friends that these proposals are not intended to persecute dogs or dog owners. I'm a dog owner myself, as are most farmers, and none of us want to see dogs destroyed or owners made to suffer. We know that in many cases, the dogs that carry out livestock worrying will be otherwise lovable and good-natured family pets, which abscond from their premises in the absence of their owner, or are left off the lead on countryside walks. By raising the penalties for livestock worrying and by making the regulations clearer, we want this bill to highlight the problem and be used as a way to educate dog owners. A recent survey found only 40% of dog owners accept that their dog could injure or kill a farm animal. And the same survey found that 64% of dog owners allow their pets to roam free in the countryside, despite half of them admitting that their dog doesn't always come back when called. And by their very nature, pet owners and farmers almost universally care deeply about animals. And much of the solution to this problem is about raising awareness of the Countryside Code through legislation. It's vital that dog owners who live near or visit land on which livestock is being raised understand that even without physical contact, sheep can die or miscarry as a result of the distress and exhaustion caused by a dog chase. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, this May, 19,000 people supported the NFU's campaign for changes to legislate to prevent dog attacks on farm animals. In presenting this bill, I represent them. I represent those who've worked hard, like the North Wales Police Rural Crime Team, to raise awareness of this important issue. I represent Tequin Jones and the hundreds of other farmers who've suffered financial and emotional loss through dog attacks. I represent decent, law-abiding dog owners everywhere. Madam Deputy Speaker, I represent the animals that should not have to bear this unbearable suffering.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. This is a really good bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Sarah Atherton, Simon Baines, Robin Miller, Craig Williams, Alan Cairns, David Jones, James Davis, Andrew Rosendale, Neil Parish, Bill Wiggin, Damien Hines, and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Virginia Crosby.
Dogs Protection of Livestock Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of September 2021.
Friday the 10th of September. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Nationality and Borders Bill, adjourned debate on reasoned amendment to question for second reading.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. We start with, by video link, Alberto Costa.
Good afternoon and thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to warmly welcome many of the measures outlined in this bill, specifically those proposed to make some well-reasoned amendments to nationality law and consequently our policy towards those wishing to become British citizens. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the House will no doubt be aware, citizenship is often the smaller, quieter sibling of immigration policy. Successive governments often, and quite understandably, prioritise their focus and thoughts on immigration, on how to control it, who to let in, why and when. The government have done very well in reforming our country's immigration policy in the midst of our exit from the European Union. We have reshaped our immigration system toward our country's needs, the correct approach for a country navigating different waters in a brave new world as we move toward a global Britain on the world stage. Previous governments, however, have seldom thought about the part after immigration, and it is to this government's credit that they are now doing just that. Last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the pleasure of chairing an independent inquiry into UK citizenship policy with the highly regarded think tank British Future, as well as a number of colleagues from this House and experts from relevant stakeholders, such as the Law Society of Scotland. This inquiry's report, entitled Barriers to Britishness, sought to explore the means and capacity for possible reform in this often forgotten area of policy, to see how the UK government could take a more welcoming and positive approach to those who have come here, built their lives here, and made a significant contribution here. It is often said that the journey to become a British citizen is too expensive or too complicated. However, I am pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government have taken on board a number of my inquiry's recommendations, and as a result, this bill goes some way towards simplifying the process toward becoming a British citizen. For those applying for citizenship, the introduction of the requirement for applications to show a sustained connection to the UK was one of my inquiry's key recommendations, and this is recommended or reflected in Clause 8 of this bill. This comes at the expense of the previous requirement for applicants to prove that they were physically present in the UK 5 years before their application, helping to remove a barrier towards Britishness while also reducing the need for applicants to rely on costly legal advice for their application. Clause 8 may also benefit non-British members of the armed forces who might be serving abroad for protracted periods of time. Clauses 1 to 4 of this bill remove some of the remaining anomalies associated with British Overseas Territories citizenship, allowing mothers and unmarried fathers to pass on BOTC status, which could previously only be passed by a married father. This also introduces a most welcome route to full citizenship for those who hold BOTC passports in 14 qualifying territories, including the Falkland Islands, whose residents, as we all know, have as much a sense of being British as those living here in the UK. Another welcome change is outlined in the bill is Clause 7. This creates a new process for the discretionary registration of adults as British citizens in circumstances where they would otherwise have become British had it not been for historical unfairness in the law, an act or omission of a public authority, or other exceptional circumstance. As the House will be aware, the Home Secretary already possesses the power to grant citizenship on a discretionary basis to children. However, by extending this right to adults, the bill will benefit those such as the victims of Windrush who have been stranded abroad, or young adults who have grown up in care and for whom the local authority has neglected to register them as British as a child, or register them under the EU settlement scheme. This bill, in making the amendments mentioned to existing nationality law, goes a long way towards simplifying the citizenship process for those who wish to be British. There are, however, further areas of citizenship policy that I in the inquiry have recommended changes to, not least the cost of a citizenship application. For the cost, Madam Deputy Speaker, to become a British citizen, is £1,330. Now let's compare that to Australia, £155, Canada, £373, New Zealand, £243, and the United States, £590. I'd be most grateful if the Minister could explain, when summing up this evening, why the cost of the application process is extremely high compared to those countries that I've mentioned. And I would urge the Government to consider a much more reasonable application fee and reduce this further barrier towards becoming a British citizen. But overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Government's proposals in making the offer of citizenship more open and accessible. And I do hope we can go further in ensuring that those who have chosen the UK to work and build their lives here and have made enormous contributions get that matched with the offer of citizenship. I will be supporting this Government bill this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We begin with a time limit for backbench speeches of 6 minutes. Chris Stevens.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I firstly want to thank the hundreds of constituents who have written to me asking me to oppose this bill, which I will be doing this evening. And I'm also proud to be here, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for Glasgow, and to praise Glasgow's role as a dispersal city and for the great work of organisations like, for example, the Govan Community Project and Govan Help, who help asylum seekers on a daily basis. Glasgow is well aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the reality of asylum seekers' experiences. Experiences, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we really cannot contemplate. Victims of torture, of sexual violence, of persecution, because that is the reality of asylum seekers' experience. But what I find surprising, Madam Deputy Speaker, is restrictions are easing with COVID, that the Government had an opportunity to bring some substantial legislation to address the inequalities that the COVID pandemic has exposed, like, for example, an employment bill to deal with precarious work, or indeed to reform the broken social security system. But I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill exposes the Conservative Party in all its guises, because this bill is the politics of the dog whistle. The politics where every person seeking sanctuary is viewed with suspicion, where that people are economic migrants. I read Hansard today, and that word was used liberally by Conservative backbenchers yesterday. Perhaps they could benefit, Madam Deputy Speaker, from show racers in the red card coming in here, as they do in classrooms in Glasgow, and explaining the difference between an asylum seeker, a refugee and an economic migrant, because I suspect that some backbenchers and the opposite benches would fail that simple test. The politics, Madam Deputy Speaker, where the legal profession is collectively dismissed as Marxist, despite court rulings, some quite incredible court rulings, like, for example, Serco, who obtained a court ruling that said that they don't have to comply with basic human rights legislation when providing accommodation to asylum seekers. A quite extraordinary court ruling that private sector companies, which the Government use across the public services, that they don't have to comply with that legislation. And it seems quite surprising, again, to hear honourable members opposite say that the legal routes issue is a different issue to what's in this bill. Well, no, it's not. It can't be any surprise to anyone that if the Government close legal routes to seek sanctuary in this country, it can't be a surprise to them that people would be that desperate that they would choose other routes to try and come in to the UK. There is also the lack of real engagement with the consultation process in regards to this bill. The bill, of course, was published before any formal response to the consultation. And that consultation has raised real concerns that haven't been addressed. And many organisations, the organisations who deal and work with asylum seekers on a daily basis, those concerns don't seem to be addressed. Depriving asylum seekers of the chance to obtain competent legal representation and challenge poor decisions increases the risk of returning people to extreme serious danger. It's this approach also ignores the numerous reasons why refugees may be unable to provide all the evidence and information regarding their case at one early stage in the procedure, and these include a lack of knowledge of the system. Asylum seekers don't have expertise in the UK's immigration system when they get here fleeing oppression. They don't know what evidence they have. So it shouldn't be a surprise that people don't immediately disclose information who are survivors of trauma, especially for women and survivors of sexual violence. And there are a number of concerns, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've mentioned the accommodation issue. Now, it's astonishing that Home Office providers of asylum accommodation do not need to use registered social landlords to provide that accommodation. That is absolutely astonishing. And it's even worse that they now want to legislate to increase the use of military barracks. That is completely and utterly unacceptable and will do serious harm, I fear, to the mental health of many of those seeking sanctuary in the United Kingdom, and ignores the views of public health experts that the government vow to continue this practice. It really is astonishing. As the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration has described the Home Office use of that sort of accommodation as a serious error of judgment, while the Immigration Court ruled earlier that the Home Secretary had failed to ensure that failures ensuring that deaths in immigration detention centres were properly investigated. A Home Affairs Select Committee report published in December last year described the conditions in which vulnerable people are being housed as degrading and called on the Home Office to show greater urgency. And I think my last concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we want to follow the Australian model. The centres in Australia saw cases of sexual abuse and rape of refugees, leading to some falling pregnant, and there were instances of staff using unreasonable force, and the remoteness of offshore facilities also caused deaths due to the lack of healthcare facilities. Madam Deputy Speaker, Glasgow has risen up to the Home Office time and again, as we did in Kenmure Street, and I was very proud to be there, exercising my right to freedom of peaceful assembly. And the people of Glasgow, in opposing this bill, say this, Madam Deputy Speaker: we say it loud and clear, refugees are welcome here.
We now go by video link to Damien Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Nationality and Borders Bill is important and necessary legislation to address the growing problem of illegal entry into the UK by migrants crossing the Dover Straits. Last year in 2020, more than 8,500 people made such a journey in small vessels. 87% of them were men, 74% were aged 18 to 39. This year, over 8,000 have already completed the trip, including a record number in a single day of 430, and that was yesterday. For residents on the Kent coast, including in my constituency, it has become a fact of life that when the weather is good and the sea is calm, hundreds of undocumented asylum seekers will attempt to cross the channel in small boats. We need to be clear that illegal crossings of the channel are dangerous and cost lives. In recent years, migrants have died whilst being smuggled in lorries. There have been deaths from people trying to walk through the Channel Tunnel, and there have been drownings at sea from people trying to make it across the channel in small boats. We cannot allow this to continue. No country would allow this to continue, or should. The government has made substantial investments, along with the French authorities, to improve security at the port of Calais and the Channel Tunnel, making it much harder for people to gain illegal entry there. Improved patrolling along the French coast has led to the successful detection of many people as they attempt to make their crossing, but before their vessel enters the water. Now, some people have called for vessels to be intercepted at sea, and I think wrongly suggested that vessels are just being escorted across the channel by the French authorities or by our own. I think that is not the case. Vessels need to be intercepted before they get into the water, as interception at sea is dangerous if the migrants on the vessels are not cooperating with the authorities. We, of course, cannot patrol in French waters and are reliant on the French authorities to do that. Of course, it would be much better if they could do that just as those vessels leave French waters. When returning to France would be easier, but we have no means to patrol in their waters. I would like to say, though, that excellent work has been done at sea when it has been needed by the Border Force, and most importantly, I think, a group of people I would like to thank, who are the volunteer lifeboatmen working for the RNLI at the lifeboat stations from Dungeness in my constituency round to Dover, who are now regularly called out to assess people in distress at sea. Pasquale Moreau, the European Director of the UNHCR, said a couple of years ago that our collective response to this problem should be comprehensive and complementary, from saving lives to combating smuggling rings, expanding legal options, and ensuring that those who are in need of protection can effectively access it. And that is why the approach set out in this bill is so important. We need to make it clear that illegal entry to the UK is not a shortcut to residency in this country. We need to make it clear to the people traffickers who prey on vulnerable people for profit that they will face tough sentences for bringing people illegally into this country. We need to make people think again before attempting these life-threatening crossings. That's why it's right that this bill addresses that, to make it illegal for people to arrive in UK waters without permission, which it already is, to increase the maximum sentences for people who are arriving in the country illegally from 6 months to 4 years, to make it a criminal offence to not only arrive in the UK without permission, and to introduce tough new sentences for people traffickers as well, so they know they will face lengthy prison sentences, up to life prison sentences, if they are involved in operating people trafficking rings. These are the reforms that we need. But alongside that must also go the work for safe routes, to make sure that migrants are aware and asylum seekers are aware of safe legal routes to enter this country. The Safe Route scheme that this country invested in saw more than 25,000 refugees settled in this country from 2015 to 2020. In addition to that, more than 29,000 close relatives also joined people in this country. Under the Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, working with the UNHCR, we were able to identify the most vulnerable people in the most dangerous places and give them a safe route to enter this country. That's the route we want people to take, not to put their lives in the hands of people trafficking gangs, to make a journey across Europe and a life-threatening journey across the Channel, but instead to work with the authorities, working in war zones, in danger zones, where we know people are displaced and need help, and to give them a safe legal route to this country, and to know that at the end of that safe legal route will be a successful asylum claim, and with it, indefinite leave to remain in the UK. That is the route we need to establish. We need to close down these illegal crossing points, which are incredibly dangerous, are profiting criminal gangs, and rightly concerning to people who live on the Kent coast as well. We need to close this route down and give people safe routes to this country and safe ways to claim asylum.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 1933, Einstein lived in Norfolk, guarded by local residents and a Conservative MP to prevent his assassination attempts by the Nazis. At the time, he said, "I shall become a naturalised Englishman as soon as it's possible for my papers to go through." He never did get those papers, though. Throughout this debate, I've heard members laud our history of accepting refugees as if it somehow explains and justifies the bill before us, that somehow our capacity as a nation to retrospectively see that we did the right thing means we are doing so now. Yet even when it came to geniuses like Einstein, the term asylum seeker has always been mean second-class citizen. There are no photographs of the parents of the Kinder Transport children, the ones we denied entry by Whitehall only to be murdered by the Nazis. When it came to the East African Asians, we introduced the Commonwealth Immigration Act to make it harder for them to seek sanctuary. Now we have orphaned children sleeping rough on our border with Greece and in France and in Greece in overcrowded, COVID-ridden camps. And we say they must be safe, so they're not our problem. Let's stop rewriting the UK's history to provide cover for legislation like this, which makes plain the government's disdain for those who found themselves with little alternative but to run for their lives. They want to penalise people for how they run, creating a third class of citizens who are at perpetual risk of being deported because they didn't queue properly and fill in the right appropriate form. They didn't travel directly to an island nation or present themselves immediately for a claim they must be suspect, regardless of their story or why they fled, and breaching the Refugee Convention. And I hear this a lot. Well, they came through France, Germany, Belgium. Why should we help them? Even when the convention is clear, there's no requirement to claim asylum in the first safe country, and it was intended to get nations to work together to help make managing those at risk possible. It's true it was easier to quietly ignore those in danger when there weren't that many, before the mass refugee camps we see in Sudan or as a result of the Syrian civil war. But just because the challenge is harder doesn't mean our response should be so too. That we should be a nation that doesn't keep our promises. To the 3,000 children we said we'd take under the Dub scheme, and we've only taken 480. Turkey is taking 4 million refugees, and we're quibbling about 26,000 applications. The vast majority of refugees end up staying in the areas where they've run from, displaced and living in developing countries when wealthy ones like us want to look the other way. Persecution doesn't happen in an orderly fashion. Wars are not run to a timetable to be able to make people make applications. You run, you grab your children, you flee with what you can, you try to save their lives, yes, many of them boys and young men, from certain death. What parent cannot understand that ambition? We all want to stop the traffickers, but the gangs will use changes like this as a selling point to those desperate people. You want to stop the gangs, take away the market, but there is no safe and legal route being proposed here, no new commitments made. The vulnerable persons resettlement scheme has stopped. And if we think the only place people are running from is Syria, we don't understand what's going on in Ethiopia, Iran, Afghanistan, to the Uyghurs, to LGBTQ people in Myanmar, or to Christians and religious minorities around the world. And ministers claim this legislation will protect women from trafficking, when it will do the reverse because it's not based on any evidence. Their own statistics show the majority in detention referred to the national referral mechanism are then recognised as potential victims of trafficking, that 81% of reasonable grounds rejections that are challenged are granted a positive ruling. Yet many of these women would fall into that group too. Women repeatedly abused on their journeys here, who cannot find the words to speak about the hell they have been through, but will be criminalised because they didn't have all their paperwork neatly folded about their person for presentation during this time. Locking them up in detention centres reinforces, not removes, the abuse they face. Yarlswood is a stain on our national identity, a place where victims of sexual abuse and rape in war are jailed. Not only does it cost more than community schemes to run, it re-traumatises those women over and over again. Home Office costs spiralling. 40% of appeals are successful, and more people are forced to live in misery and destitution as a result of the scheme we have. And the government's solution? To try and house them offshore in a move that makes Yarlswood look compassionate. Those who have lauded the Australians and their offshoring facility at Nauru would do well to read the horrifying accounts of sexual abuse of women and children over the years, in addition to the hundreds of incidents of threatened and actual self-harm, and ask, is this really the path we want to go down? Einstein said, a bundle of belongings isn't the only thing a refugee brings to his new country. And out there, the British public know this. They know we need a system that can process people fairly and quickly because they know that there for the grace of God they go. But if the worst will happen to them and they had to flee their homes, what they would want is a new home that saw them not as a burden, but as a benefit. Our past doesn't mean that we can't build a future in which we make that ambition a reality. This bill won't stop the boats, it will encourage them. So let's not give the criminal gangs their latest recruiting tactic. I urge colleagues to vote this bill down. Stand up to those who want to demonise refugees, and let us come together to come back with something that can make Britain proud of how we treat the persecuted, not an international pariah.
Thank you. Jacob Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is incredibly wide-ranging, and I want to associate myself with the remarks made by the member for South Leicestershire with regard to the nationality changes. However, I will confine my remarks to illegal immigration and allow others to get in. It's particularly poignant today, on a day when we hit a new record high for small boat crossings, with 430 people crossing in a single day. And while Redcar and Cleveland is more than 300 miles from Dover, I'm contacted about illegal immigration almost daily. It's an issue the Labour Party like to pretend isn't happening, as we've heard from some of the contributions so far today and yesterday. But it's happening, and the refusal of some to acknowledge it is part of the reason why they no longer represent seats like mine. I'm here to share the views of those I represent, and I believe that we owe it to the public to finally address this problem. There are a few in my constituency who want Britain to completely close its borders to asylum seekers and refugees. I believe they are wrong. And equally, there are some who want us to be borderless and do nothing to prevent illegal immigration into this country. They are wrong too. The vast majority of people in Redcar and Cleveland, including myself, want us to help those most in need, offer protection to those facing persecution, while preventing legal entry into this country. And this is why this bill is so important, because we can have a firm but fair approach to illegal immigration. Firm means stopping people from jumping the queue by crossing the channel. Fair means new safe legal routes to asylum in the UK. Firm means a new one-stop process for claims and an end to repeated meritless appeals. Fair means improving support for genuine refugees to help them build their life here. We have to be honest with our constituents about what is happening in the small boats on the channel and in lorries through the tunnel. People are being smuggled into this country, and those who avert detection are vulnerable to modern-day slavery and further trafficking within the UK. This is simply not a case of people fleeing war-torn areas or escaping persecution. They are travelling from France. The vast majority of those who arrive are male, almost exclusively over the age of 18, and many who lie about their age. And as the Home Secretary said yesterday, in 2020, 8,500 people arrived by boat. 87% of them were men, and of that 87%, 74% of those were aged between 18 and 39. They're loaded into floats that you could barely call dinghies, overfilled, which leaves them at risk of capsize. Or they're pushed into the back of lorries, where the driver is often unaware of the live cargo being carried. Many have paid hundreds of pounds for the journey, in some cases thousands, although this has dropped in recent months, to jump the asylum queue and deny a legitimate asylum seeker a space. And I use that word legitimate because, of course, they are crossing the channel. They could have claimed asylum in France, or Italy, or Spain, or Germany, or any other safe country they have travelled through. This makes their reason for attempting to settle in the UK solely economic. Without intervention, they risk death in the back of a lorry, like the tragic case of October 2019, where 39 people were found deceased in the back of a trailer in Essex. Or many would drown in the Channel, like the estimated 300 people over the last 20 years, which is why our emergency workers and Navy must intervene, putting their own lives at risk too. Who could argue for this to continue? Who could say we should not do all we can to make this route unviable? What is the compassionate response? We should be proud of our record in overseas aid contributions and to have resettled more refugees than any other European nation. This is not a matter of us turning our back on the world, but instead about making sure our immigration system is firm but fair in the way that the British people would demand. And I come back to the point that I've made over and over again in this place. The most compassionate thing we can do to help these people is to make the route unviable and prevent the crossings altogether. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Stephen Bonner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Disturbing, dysfunctional and destructive. Three of the most commonly used words by my constituents in their correspondence to me when discussing this anti-refugee bill presented before this House. A bill that, to my mind, is nothing more than a ploy by this ever consistently callous Tory government to take a sledgehammer to a 60-year-old treaty, the only global legal instrument that there is in dealing with the protection and rights of refugees. This UK government is torching its international human rights obligations under the 1951 Human Refugee Convention. We as representatives in this place are in very real danger of assisting in the committing of crimes against humanity by turning our backs upon those in need of safety, and in how this bill will now criminalise these people. History will shame us all in every essence. That is why I oppose this bill in the name of the people of Coatbridge, Christon and Bellsill. This legislation will be nothing short of a punishment to those fleeing war, persecution and human rights atrocities. It will create an asylum system, Madam Deputy Speaker, that undermines international law and will cost the already failing Home Office vast amounts of time and money. This legislation, despite the Government's promises to increase safe and legal routes for people urgently requiring refuge around the world, will contain no such commitments whatsoever. The Tories have actually boasted that this bill will create a global Britain able to act as a force for good. Instead, this is a cruel, callous piece of legislation that fails in both practical and moral terms and reneges on our international responsibilities. This bill will cause misery to thousands of people, leaving behind what is already a toxic legacy for this Home Secretary, and will further embedding of a racist, hostile, xenophobic environment for us all to contend with in our daily lives as it leaks from this place into our society. This anti-refugee bill will not solve any of its real problems, which have been caused not by the comparatively small number of people who do seek asylum, but by decades of governments in this place and their complete mismanagement. Successive UK governments of any hue have failed time and time again to operate an effective and an efficient asylum system, fundamentally failing to deliver timely and high-quality decision-making. Nothing in the Nationality and Borders Bill will make the necessary improvements. Instead, taken together, the Bill's provisions will slow the process down, increase delays, increase destitution and mental illness, and will cost the purse and, more importantly, the people of these countries much, much more, while it destroys the lives and their relationships with our global partners. Many asylum seekers have lived through dreadful experiences and faced devastating loss. This Home Office plans will only add to their trauma. Asylum claims in the UK are falling and are at historically low levels, with a 24% drop in the last year alone. And yet the Home Office is pandering to scare stories and myths from a far right with the introduction of this bill. As a result, with this legislation, it will not only seek to criminalise asylum seekers, but creates more bureaucracy and workload for officials, lengthening an already delayed process and trapping people further in limbo for years to come. There has been no real attempt to engage with experts on this approach. Almost 200 organisations have criticised the consultation associated with this bill, framing it as a sham with a premeditated outcome. Madam Deputy Speaker, I could not agree in any stronger terms. A message from His Eminency Pope Francis that we all received for the forthcoming World Day of Migrants and Refugee States. We are all in the same boat and called to work together. That there will be no more walls that separate us, no longer others, but only a single we, encompassing all of humanity. A vision, Madam Deputy Speaker, that could not be further from this Tory government's agenda. The UK once had a long history, they say, of welcoming people escaping conflict, poverty, oppression and natural disaster. This tradition should have been protected under any new legislation, recognising the interconnectedness of our global family and cognizant of the colonial past of this place's empires. The Home Secretary planned to send asylum seekers thousands of miles away to be processed in third world countries for processing are both insane and inhumane. The idea that asylum seekers can simply be shipped off somewhere else while these claims are assessed is frankly fantasy. Asylum seekers are people, they are human beings, not packages to be disposed of. The UK needs only to look at Australia's experience to learn that overseas processing centres for asylum seekers cause incredible psychological damage, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are eye-wateringly expensive and they do nothing to deter asylum seekers. It could not be clearer. The Home Secretary is deliberately misinterpreting international law to pander to her own political base. It cannot be denied. The idea that the system is broken for some unknown structural reason is complete and utter nonsense. After 11 years in power, the responsibility for that lies firmly here with this Conservative government. This new bill will do nothing to fix it. It will only make a rotten system worse. Thank you.
Joe Gideon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to take part in this important debate today. There have been many contributions during the debate yesterday and this afternoon about specific legal and technical aspects of the bill. In the short time available, I want to restrict my comments to the impact of the current system on areas such as Stoke-on-Trent and why I support the principles laid out in this bill. I will outline why doing nothing is not an option. Stoke-on-Trent has stepped up to take more than its fair share of asylum seekers under the asylum dispersal system because we are a compassionate city. We care about the most vulnerable, and we do so by deeds, not empty words. Many who have taken part in this debate represent areas who do not currently participate in the scheme. But I would respectfully suggest that their calls for fairness and unwillingness to condemn or curb the illegal and dangerous routes into this country should be matched by a clear commitment to take their fair share of the ever-increasing numbers of asylum seekers that land on our shores. According to recent numbers, the Home Office had voluntary arrangements with 95 local authorities throughout the UK in accepting the dispersal of asylum seekers. To put this in context, there are 398 principal councils in the UK. As part of the regional dispersal policy established in 2000, an advisory cluster limit was set by the Home Office of one asylum seeker for every 200 of the settled population. In Stoke-on-Trent, we have already reached 79% of capacity on this basis, second only to Coventry within the West Midlands. Crucially, there are neighbourhoods where the concentration of asylum seekers raises the level of risk of increased social tension, as well as challenging the capacity of local health, education and other support services. It has placed a heavy burden on our council services, as well as on our brilliant local voluntary and community organisations, especially during the pandemic. Madam Deputy Speaker, Stoke-on-Trent is a city with a big heart, and no one wants to see this country refusing to help young unaccompanied minors or genuine victims of modern slavery, and I welcome the government's commitment to this principle. It is right that we put into domestic law international obligations for a recovery period during which victims of modern slavery receive support, and to establish a law, the basis on which confirmed victims are eligible for temporary leave to remain. I do, however, receive significant correspondence from local residents calling for a crackdown on illegal immigration. The call comes from ordinary, decent people who believe in fairness and who want our government to stand up for those in genuine need, whilst removing those who have no right to be in the UK. They want us to crack down on the criminal trafficking networks who exploit the desperation of the most vulnerable. They want us to ensure the UK is not a safe haven for foreign criminals. Over the last 6 years, the UK directly resettled 25,000 people from places of danger, more than any other country in Europe, as well as refugee family reunion, which has seen 29,000 people come to the UK over the same period. So we will take no lectures on our credentials as a compassionate government. Stoke-on-Trent City Council has worked closely with the Home Office, and we welcome the department's commitment to bring 560 jobs to our city. As a department, it has demonstrated a commitment to levelling up and a recognition that Stoke-on-Trent is the ideal location for the new Immigration Case Working Innovation Centre. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Nationality and Borders Bill is an important piece of legislation. It has the principle of fairness at its heart, and I am delighted to support it.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute in this debate, and I guess one of the benefits of having this debate over 2 days is that it has given those of us today the opportunity to reflect fully on many of the contributions made yesterday. I was very grateful for the engagement that I had with the Minister on Friday about the principles of this bill, the thought process behind it and what the government hopes to achieve. But in reading Hansard from yesterday, there are clearly those, like the Honourable Lady just before me, who made a thoughtful and a considered contribution to this debate. There are others who have taken the opportunity to stoke the very worst fears associated with this bill, and clearly some on the other side using the most base arguments to debase this process. I don't believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it serves us as a Parliament well as we consider this bill at second reading. I was encouraged, and I want to pay tribute to the continued work of the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green for his contributions yesterday, highlighting the concerns that he has on the provisions of Part 4. I think it was encouraging not only to hear his continued commitment and that of Lord McCall to previous provisions that have been brought forward in our House, but also the engagement that he had with the Home Secretary and the commitment that the Home Secretary will leave open the opportunity to consider thoughtfully and productively changes that shall come forward to this bill. In considering Part 4, I think not only of the reduction from 45 days of practical support given to those confirmed victims of modern slavery and human trafficking, but the disparity between what was available at 45 days, what will remain as 45 days within Northern Ireland and Scotland, and the proposed 30 days that we find in this bill at clause 52. and the conflict that will arise between the legislation that we brought forward in Northern Ireland through my friend Lord Morrow, which is the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Northern Ireland Act 2015. There is much work to do on these issues, and I trust we will get the opportunity to do it in the forthcoming stages. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do wish to raise again the issue of indefinite detention. It hasn't featured much in the debate of this bill, but I do hope that this bill provides another opportunity to build on the cross-party support that has been garnered to end indefinite detention. It is wrong. It is cruel. It serves no place that somebody could be detained on immigration grounds and have no indication as to how long they will be detained or how they will be released from that detention. And I do hope this bill gives us a fresh opportunity to consider that issue fully and bring some finality to it. On refugees, I think it's fair to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we do have a proud record as a country, though we should not rest on our laurels. Figures have been mentioned throughout the course of this debate: 25,000 refugees coming to the United Kingdom since 2015 to 2020, a further 29,000 of family members being resettled in this country. And that is good, but it is by no means the totality of the story. Concerns have been raised about conflict with the Convention from 1951. Concerns have been raised about the introduction of a two-tier process. And if we are, and I believe we are, a truly welcoming and a truly compassionate country, then there are issues within this bill that will need to be resolved at second reading, at committee stage. I took the opportunity in my engagement with the Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, to highlight a report that issued from the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee at the start of this month, HC 158. And it raises the anomaly that somebody born in Northern Ireland, by virtue of the Belfast Agreement and the Irish government's approach to these issues, can attain Irish citizenship by simply filling in the form and paying a fee of £70. If you were born in the Republic of Ireland but have spent the entirety of your life living in the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, you cannot. You have to go through exactly the same citizenship process, you have to pay £1,330, and you have to prove your proficiency in English. And to give one example, Madam Deputy Speaker, that applies not only to hundreds of people that live in the northwest and around the border areas of Northern Ireland, it applies to a former Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly and a member of our House of Lords. He is entitled to vote upon and contribute in the parliamentary affairs of our country, but he's not entitled to citizenship unless he pays £1,330 and proves his proficiency in English. It's a nonsense. And I think the Honourable Member for Leicestershire South earlier referred to Clause 7 and Clause 8. And I would ask that the Minister meet with us to consider how best we resolve this issue and pick up on the recommendations made by the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee during the passage of this bill. I think the Honourable Member, the spokesman for the SNP, the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld, made some very fair criticisms yesterday and highlighted some fair concerns about this bill. And it will be over the forthcoming stages, as this bill will receive second reading, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I hope we can continue to engage with and construct the right outcome so that this bill truly is fit for purpose.
Tim Lawton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to support this bill. I think there are some very sensible measures in this bill, particularly around regularising the citizenship of certain mothers and fathers and members of the military, as regards prioritising the rapid removal of foreign criminals who really should not be in this country. But I also appreciate that it's a controversial bill and it will need close scrutiny in committee stages. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, something desperately needs to be done because our asylum and immigration system is broken. It's broken because, firstly, it's hugely bureaucratic. As the Windrush scandal showed, there are so many different criteria for being able to claim citizenship or right of residency in the UK. It's a hugely complicated and burdensome system. Secondly, it's very expensive. We've heard already. It's becoming a cash cow for the Home Office, frankly. For example, a leave to remain application typically costs £1,033, of which the cost to the Home Office is just £142. That's a profit to the Home Office. Thirdly, for genuine refugees, especially children in potentially dangerous situations, the process takes far too long. There's a lack of urgency with immigration officials on the ground in the country of application or with the Home Office here. We know, as constituency MPs, from the countless cases we get from constituents who have waited months and years in a limbo situation simply because their application is still being processed. Whether they are successful or fail in their application, they deserve to be dealt with speedily and with respect so they can get on with their lives in whatever form it's going to take after that application is assessed. And it's just not happening. And the queue is far too long and taking too long to shift. And fourthly, despite the shortcomings of the process, it is now being routinely bypassed by people coming across the channel illegally, usually because they can afford to pay people traffickers. And for those of us representing South Coast constituencies, that is causing a huge amount of chaos, great resentment for Kent County Council, who bear the brunt of those children who then have to be taken into care without a proper dispersal system, which we desperately need in this country. All the fears about the beta variant now coming in through the back door as well. This is not the way to come to the United Kingdom. Effectively, these people are queue jumping, taking up spaces that we are quite rightly prepared to offer to vulnerable families in refugee camps who've gone through the right procedures, coming from those places of danger, genuinely vulnerable families whose lives are in peril. Frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's happening because the French government have consistently failed to close off this route. They could prevent more of those boats getting into the water in the first place. Goodness knows we've given them enough resources and security cooperation as well. They could intercept them and take them back to French shores. They could allow Border Force to take those who have been intercepted in British waters back to French shores. The Home Affairs Select Committee has been having a review on this issue, and we've taken advice from international maritime lawyers who confirm that the French would be in their rights to do it. They refuse to do so. That is why there are people coming to Calais causing chaos on the French coast, because they think there is a chance to get across the Channel to come to the UK, whether or not they have any claim actually to be here. If the French were to cut off that route, so that if you try to get into the water, the chances are you'll be returned safely to French territory, having paid a lot of money to people traffickers, they might just think again, and actually it would no longer be a magnet of people coming to the French coast, and particularly to Calais. It will be in the French interest to do it. Why on earth are they not doing it? There will be a mutual benefit. So I understand fully the frustration of the Home Secretary and why further measures need to be taken unilaterally, because the French have failed to play ball and are trying to make their problem our problem. I've just a few specific queries to ask, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I've had a query specifically from the Shoreham lifeboat crew about potential liabilities on lifeboats rescuing some of these migrants illegally trying to get into the UK, and whether they are at risk under the terms of this bill, and some reassurance would be good. Many times I've called for and supported amendments to have a proper replacement of the Dublin Family Reunion scheme, one that is not less generous than what we had before from pre-Brexit, for an equivalent of the Dub scheme, which did do a great deal in rescuing genuinely vulnerable children. And I also want to pay tribute to the We Belong charity, led by the excellent Tashi Tahir, who have been standing up for the 330,000 children and young people in precarious state, having come legally with their families to this country, mostly Commonwealth citizens, bright and want to contribute, but they have to wait 10 years to regularise their status at a cost of some £12,771 through applications for leave to remain every 30 months. If they fail to pay, their status becomes legal, and if they then want to start, they have to start all over again. This is not fair. There should be at least a 5-year route to permanent status, and I do welcome the fact that the Minister's colleague has been having discussions with them, and I do hope he'll be sympathetic and we get some changes in this bill. There are many other things I would mention, but in the 6 minutes I haven't had time, Madam Deputy Speaker. But above all, this bill must get the balance right. We need to be tough on those people who are coming through the wrong routes, but we need to make sure that there are safe and legal routes for those who generally we owe a debt of safety to give them proper refuge in this country.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to represent Sheffield Hallam. Sheffield was the first place to call itself a city of sanctuary, and I pay tribute to all the great organisations in the area, like Sheffield City of Sanctuary, South Yorkshire Migration and Asylum Action Group, Sheffield Assist, and many, many more, who do such good work in my city, my home, to make it as a welcoming place to people fleeing war, persecution and violence as possible. In that spirit of humanity, compassion and genuine internationalism, that I completely reject the divisiveness written into nearly every clause and line of this bill. Because this bill is divisive, the way it pits so-called Group 1 or good asylum seekers against so-called Group 2 bad asylum seekers, in the way that it stacks our legal system against some of the most vulnerable people coming to the UK, and in the way that it criminalises altruism and basic acts of compassion. Every line of this legislation strains to break apart the human bonds that hold us all together. It's an affront to the spirit of the 1951 Refugee Convention. The Convention clearly states that refugees shall enjoy fundamental rights and freedoms without discrimination, and yet discrimination seems to be at the heart of this bill. The government know that there are no visa or pre-entry clearances for someone wishing to claim asylum. There is no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. But the most vulnerable asylum seekers are those who rely on illegal methods to get into the country. The distinction between Group 1 and Group 2 asylum seekers is a completely bogus differentiation and will introduce more legal hurdles for some of the most traumatised and brutalised people on our planet. It's also chilling that there are no restrictions on the Home Secretary treating Group 2 asylum seekers differently. Those people are already under huge amounts of pressure to provide evidence of their case in circumstances where they have often had to leave their homes quickly behind. There are massive barriers to submitting coherent evidence on arrival in the UK. The proposal for decision makers to doubt applications on the basis of late evidence is a willful misunderstanding of the challenges, the horrors and the deep trauma asylum applicants have faced to be here. The lack of legal advice is also not being understood here. Finally, I think one of the most appalling aspects of the bill is the criminalisation of anyone who helps someone seeking asylum entry into the country. What does this mean in practice? For example, how is it compatible with the duty for a ship to attempt to rescue people who are in danger at sea? Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is surely discriminatory, in violation of our international treaty obligations, inhumane, spiteful and badly thought through. I suspect it's more about appealing to a subset of ugly populist opinions than it is about addressing the real problems in the system, such as a lack of safe and legal routes into the UK to claim asylum. Today, I'll be upholding the best traditions of my constituency and city and voting firmly against it.
Thank you. Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be supporting this bill, and I welcome the bill's trying to establish a plan that resolves some of the historic abnormalities in British nationality law, particularly Clause 1 through 4, and I'm pleased that the Home Secretary has undertaken this task to ensure that those in genuine need will be rightly protected. This pandemic has shown us that the government must respond quickly and rightly to emerging crises, and our border controls must be in place to protect the flow of COVID and to make sure that our citizens are protected both abroad and here. And I also welcome Clause 5 and 6, which strengthens the pathways for citizenship. As someone who went through the immigration system personally, and I know how, and I can attest to how expensive it is and how convoluted it was previously, I welcome the Home Secretary's work on creating a level of expediency and transparency for those who rightly have come here to work and enter into legal citizenship in a way that they want to just contribute and be part of British society. I know that many previously, not only constituents, but friends that I had to go back to New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, because as they went through the path to citizenship, the admin and the challenges were so difficult, even though they had the right to be here they were ethnically actually British and were just doing reunification or were doing some type of pathway to citizenship. The administrative hurdles within the Home Office were so challenging that many of them gave up and went back to their homes. And I just hope that these new reforms will allow for those who genuinely want to live, want to be British, have every right to be here, to access the citizenship as I did, and to become British citizens. So I welcome these changes. And I welcome our history for UK refugee resettlement and our scheme, which will continue to ensure the safety of incoming refugees. And I'm proud that between 2016 and 19, the UK resettled more refugees from outside Europe than any member state of the EU. And this includes the vital resettlement of vulnerable children and issuing of family reunion visas to rightly bring families back together. Now, broadly speaking, one of the key aims of this bill is to introduce new and tougher criminal offences for those attempting to enter the UK illegally, by raising the penalty for illegal entry from 6 months to 4 years imprisonment and introducing life sentences for people smugglers. I also welcome the additional power provided to the border force, including the ability to search unaccompanied containers in our ports and seize and dispose any vessels that have been intercepted. The government must curb the number of groups who are trying to take advantage of vulnerable people and exploit them for financial gain. Not only is this illegal and inhumane, but it also keeps dangerous pathways open, which can lead to the abuse and loss of life of refugees trying to reach the UK. In order to provide targeted support to those who are in genuine need, the government must regulate who is entering the UK to provide that support as quickly and effectively as possible. For the safety and sustainability of our country and the safety and well-being of refugees seeking to enter the UK, it is vital that the UK has a clear and effective plan to deter and prevent illegal entry into our country. I welcome this bill and that it looks to crack down on illegal immigration so that we can prioritise those in genuine need. Thank you.
Adam Kaiser-Jabber.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I begin by wishing the Muslim community in my constituency of Airdrie Shotts and across the globe a very blessed Eid al-Adha. During this pandemic, Muslims have been at the heart of community outreach, with many mosques in various constituencies becoming vaccination centres. Many who follow the Muslim faith will be spending time today with family and eating. I'll miss out on my mum's famous biryani, but speaking in today's debate is much more important. By naming this piece of legislation the Nationality and Borders Bill, this Tory government are attempting to legitimise a frankly abhorrent way in which to treat those who are escaping extreme violence. So let's just call this bill what it is, the anti-refugee bill. This government wants to treat vulnerable people who are fleeing persecution, many of whom are women and children, as criminals. The proposed plans in this bill are a brutal, cruel and cold-hearted response by this government. And in actual fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm astounded by the language that's used by members on the opposite benches. It's concerning. Refugees need compassion, not being accused of being economic migrants. They're humans like you and I. And to be perfectly frank, one of the main differences between themselves and us is that most of us were born here. Members in this House have already referred to this two-tier system that the Tories are creating. It's a horrific way to treat some of the most vulnerable people in the world. We cannot and must not send a message that if you're fleeing persecution and your route out of that persecution is to travel to the UK via other countries, that you're going to automatically be viewed as a criminal. By focusing on the method of arrival, the government is ignoring the fact that people don't have the luxury of phoning up and telling the Home Office that they're going to be arriving here to ensure that their arrival is approved. They're literally fleeing conflict, running for their lives. They're in danger. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have been elected to this House for less than 70 days. The Tories have continually ran away from any form of international responsibility and cooperation. From the cuts to aid budgets to this two-tier refugee system, they're pushing their us versus them narrative. They're pinning communities against one another. We, of course, shouldn't be surprised. I've spoken previously in this very chamber about the manner in which this Tory government views immigration and foreigners coming to this country. Just because you weren't born here or because you don't have a British passport doesn't mean you're not going to make a valuable contribution, whether that's socially, economically or politically. Dr. Wahid Arain is just one example. Wahid fled forced conscription to the Taliban in Afghanistan as a child and made an irregular journey to the UK. Under the proposed rules, Wahid may not have been granted refuge by this country that historically offered protection and opportunity. Wahid Arain, Madam Deputy Speaker, is now working as an NHS doctor. He in fact released an open letter where he said, "I spent my childhood hiding from rockets in refugee camps in Afghanistan. Fleeing the civil war, I arrived in London, separated from my family as a traumatised 15-year-old. I dreamed of becoming a doctor." He then goes on to say, "Under this government's proposed plans, I would not have been given the chance to become an NHS doctor, let alone learn English or study medicine at Cambridge University. I would have been classed as an illegal arrival, denied access to the asylum system, prosecuted for breaking the law and removed from the country." So my message to Wahid today is sorry. I'm sorry that the country that you sought refuge in is treating people in this manner. I'm sorry to those who are seeking refuge that this Tory government is moving towards a dangerous far-right trajectory. I'm sorry that this country is meant to be a global power but is turning into little insular Britain. My message to you is that the Scottish National Party will stand by you and will stand by your side against this bill.
Thank you. Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Adrian Shotts, and it will come as no surprise that I don't agree with a great number of the things that she characterised, but she may get some comfort from one of the proposals that I may make later on to improve this bill. I welcome any bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, which aims to address historic anomalies and areas of unfairness in British nationality law, as well as make the current system of applying for asylum fairer and more efficient. This will ensure that those who are in genuine need can be supported and at the same time deter illegal entry into the UK. This is a timely and important topic and an area of law that's been needed to be addressed for some time. In recent years, we've sadly been haunted by terrible scenes and tragic reports of migrants losing their lives while attempting to enter the UK, and that's why I welcome the changes that are proposed in this bill. A bill which aims to save and protect lives by ensuring that only safe and legal routes into the UK remain, and which proposes harsher punishments for human smugglers and traffickers who are responsible for so much suffering. In a moment, the introduction of life sentences for human smuggling, by way of which so many lives have been endangered, will attempt to combat and condemn the exploitation of migrants. Tougher criminal sentences for those attempting to enter the UK illegally will also steer those seeking asylum towards safe and legal routes and ultimately protect their lives.
What he's advocating, what the government has in this bill then, is a criminal offence punishable by up to 4 years in prison, which would apply to a Uyghur fleeing ethnic cleansing in China, to a Syrian fleeing war crimes there, or to a persecuted Christian fleeing for their lives as well. How can any government or any party justify locking up these people for 4 years?
Hear, hear.
Thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I recall serving with him on the Immigration Bill Committee, and I'm very much aware of the experience and expertise that he brings to this debate. my short answer is that my position on this bill is that it does an awful lot to end the human trafficking and the nasty, awful environment that's being fostered by the criminal gangs who are putting lives at risk. And I appreciate, again, as I say, everything that he says, and appreciate the expertise that he brings to this debate. But I don't necessarily see it in the same way. The UK has a proud history of supporting the most vulnerable worldwide, having resettled more refugees than any other country in Europe. This bill does ensure that the government should stand by its moral and legal obligations to help people fleeing cruelty around the world, while condemning those who break the law. But turning briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, to another element of the bill, attention, I believe, needs to be given to the costly and arduous routes to citizenship that are bureaucratic and expensive for those who are already settled and working in the UK. I do declare an interest here, Madam Deputy Speaker, as my partner is an overseas NHS worker, and this is a perfect example of what I mean. Many of our NHS workers who've worked day in and day out to provide the best possible care to patients throughout the pandemic have come from other countries. Often these individuals have travelled great distances and have put their own lives at risk to help and save our lives. Regardless of their or our citizenship, their duty to care and contribute to the well-being of their patients is what comes first, and I commend their hard work. But with fees for indefinite leave to remain at almost £2,400, citizenship applications another £1,330, the process of becoming a citizen for many of our NHS workers is a costly and challenging one. As the member for Edinburgh West referred to last week during an intervention in the Health and Care Bill debate, if we offered indefinite leave to remain to all of our NHS workers who are here on renewable visas, I feel confident that the gap in the NHS workforce would almost certainly close, whilst simultaneously we would recognise their hard work and sacrifices. With over 160,000 NHS staff stating that they were a non-British nationality from over 200 different countries, that accounts for nearly 15% of all NHS staff for whom a nationality is known. Undeniable, Madam Deputy Speaker, we would be in dire straits without them. So should we therefore not consider changing current citizenship process to one that doesn't deter NHS workers through high costs and time-consuming processes? One that doesn't leave them in debt, doesn't leave them in poverty, and instead rewards their commitment to their communities. So I do welcome the great many steps that this bill takes to improve the UK's asylum and immigration system to one that's based on needs. And I welcome the new NHS visa that has been announced by the Home Office. And given that the government themselves have already recognised the importance of creating a bespoke route for incoming NHS workers, I feel like it's also our duty to focus on those who have already given so much to our country by creating a new route to citizenship for existing NHS workers as well. One of the objections to this that could be raised is that once indefinite leave to remain or citizenship has been conferred, the NHS worker would be free to go to the private sector or to a different role altogether, having benefited from the fee abolition. It seems to be easily resolved, Madam Deputy Speaker. Companies do this all the time, paying fees for qualifications for individuals, which would become payable if that individual then left service. Doesn't seem to be any reasonable reason why a similar scheme couldn't be put in place to make this workable. As I've said before, in this place and in Westminster Hall, it's time to abolish the fees for indefinite leave to remain and for citizenship for those that work in our NHS, so that those who spend time helping and treating us can finally feel like they belong and are welcomed in our country with open arms.
Thank you. Carrie McCarthy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by echoing what the Honourable Member for Airdrie and Shotts said and offer my best wishes to the Muslim community in Bristol as they celebrate Eid. I'm proud that Bristol has declared itself a city of sanctuary for people fleeing violence and persecution, an initiative that was welcomed by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And Mayor Marvin Rees has spoken of how providing this safe haven with the right support structures in place has become an asset for Bristol, enriching our culture, driving local innovation and improving international connectivity as well. The success of the English football team in the Euros, Madam Deputy Speaker, shows the strength that can come from embracing diversity in Britain, whether it be from first, second or third generation families. And today we heard the good news that Kenneth Macharia, a mechanical engineer who plays for the Bristol Bisons rugby team, has won his asylum appeal after a 5-year battle with the Home Office. And I do want to pay tribute to his solicitors at South West Law too. In my 16 years as an MP, South West Law has been one firm, or one of the very few firms in the area that I can be confident of referring people to. And it's always been there to give reliable legal advice, and has helped very many people. Sport is brilliant at bringing people together, at bridging cultural divides, and so is food. And in Bristol we have a social enterprise called 91 Ways, after the number of languages spoken in the city, that uses food and culinary traditions to celebrate diversity, but also to break down some of the barriers between different communities. And the largest such community in Bristol is the Somali community. There's maybe 20,000 people of Somali heritage in the city. Some have long-standing connections with this country, and particularly those from the former British colony of Somaliland, who've served in the British Army, worked in the docks. But many others arrived here as refugees, fleeing one of the most dangerous places on earth in search of a safe place to live. In my years as an MP, I've met with so many people, including children, who've been through horrendous experiences, leaving them with not just physical, but also deep mental scars. And yes, I've met others whose cases are not so clear-cut. But no matter what the stories are behind their journeys to the UK, I believe people who arrive here seeking refuge should be treated fairly and with dignity, not demonised, and they should be given a fair chance to tell those stories with proper legal representation. Of course, we want people who come here to claim asylum through a safe and legal route, and we need a firm but fair legal process so that we can best support those who need it most. But the Joint Council for the Welfare of Immigrants has told us how the few legal routes that do exist are inadequate and highly restrictive, and it's clear that this is what needs fixing in the system, not the issues that this bill is purportedly trying to address. Especially for children, it is shocking that the government has, and willfully I believe, done so little so far to implement the Dubs Amendment. A refusal to provide ways for people to legally claim asylum will mean more people attempt to reach the UK illegally, no matter what the penalties are, and dangerously too. It will do nothing to deter the people smugglers or the human traffickers. The Independent Anti-Slavery Commissioner has warned that measures taken to address a potentially small number of people seeking to abuse the immigration system will have a considerable impact on victims of modern slavery. There is a grave danger of viewing victims of modern slavery through an immigration lens and ignoring the trauma and exploitation they have suffered as victims. And this attitude towards people seeking sanctuary in the UK and to immigration more broadly is not just morally reprehensible, but economically ignorant too. Right now, we're facing acute labour crises in key economic sectors due to this government's ideological and narrow-minded approach to immigration. In hospitality, in agriculture, with fresh food left to rot in our fields, and in transport, with firms warning of 70 to 90,000 shortfall of HGV drivers. We're already starting to see empty supermarket shelves as a result, and the crisis will only get worse as we get towards Christmas. Haulage firms have called for drivers to be added to the shortage occupation list and or for temporary visas to be issued to overseas drivers as a temporary solution while we try to train up more HGV drivers and we deal with the backlog of HGV tests. The government's response to these common sense calls from the Road Haulage Association, Unite and others is a flat no, because they can't be seen to concede the argument. They don't want to accept that. As with my own relatives from Ireland, immigrants can and do make a huge contribution to this country. The Home Secretary should stop the posturing, stop playing politics with people's lives, and instead bring forward proposals that would genuinely ensure we have a firm, yes, but also fair asylum system in this country.
Thank you. Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Bristol East. During the 2019 general election, I said on many occasions that I supported a firm but fair immigration system. That's one that prioritises the needs for our economy, that provides robust border security to keep us safe, but also, yes, one which welcomes those who need the shelter of the United Kingdom. And we should always be proud of the refuge that we provide those who need it. Conflict after conflict, crisis after crisis, we have stood up
and we've promised protection to those whose lives are at risk. That shows our compassion as a country. But we can't ignore what's obvious, and that is that our current asylum system is broken. We've all watched the frustrating scenes in the English Channel. Small boats, dangerously full of people who've been sold a false promise by criminal gangs. And every time those criminal gangs fill up those boats, they put at risk the lives of innocent and vulnerable people. And they also put at risk the lives of the men and women of our border force and of the RNLI who go out to avoid casualties at sea.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. If he describes the people who seek the refuge of these boats, who seek that terrible means to cross, as innocent and vulnerable, why is he supporting a bill that's going to criminalise them and put them in prison for up to 4 years?
Because what this bill does is it tells people that there are safe and legal ways to get to the United Kingdom. And if you follow those safe and legal ways, then we will provide refuge. But what we shouldn't be doing is encouraging people, indirectly, to take those illegal routes, those routes that we know cost lives. And we've tried for years to work with France on this issue. We've tried, and we've tried again, and it hasn't worked. Anyone who says our asylum system isn't broken, it doesn't need fixing, must not be seeing those same scenes. They must be oblivious to the thousands of people who have crossed the English Channel in those dangerous boats this year alone. And they certainly aren't listening to residents in constituencies like mine, because my residents support a system that works. They support tougher penalties for those who enter illegally. And the measures in this bill are tough, but I would say rightly so, because they're also simple. It sends a clear message to those in genuine need that we have a safe and legal route into the UK, that you don't need to risk your life in dangerous small boats. If you need help, we're here. But for those people who try to game the system, for those who think our immigration rules are there to be got around because somehow they don't apply to them, the penalties are tough. A different approach between those who follow the rules and those who don't. I can't see how anyone could disagree with that, but somehow they do. Some of the members opposite don't seem to have a problem with the last-minute claims lodged to avoid deportation, sometimes in the case of serious criminals. Well, I do have a problem with it. And the new appeals process proposed in this bill will make a big difference in dealing with those. It'll allow us to throw out the spurious claims and deal only with those that are genuine. And I also think it's right, fair, proper that the Home Office plans ahead and considers if there's a way to look at claims in a safe third country. That allows us to protect our borders proactively, move into a model where we give people safe haven whilst we think and consider their applications, and then we bring them into the shelter of the UK. But there's two sides of the coin. If illegal entry is one side, the facilitators are the other. Madam Deputy Speaker, through this bill, we will empower our border force officers to directly intervene in those people smuggling gangs. The gangs who try to find new ways to circumvent the measures that we design here in this House to protect our country and protect our citizens. Firm but fair rules, Madam Deputy Speaker. Secure but compassionate borders. A system that ensures the people of this country are safe, that we know who is coming to the UK and how they're getting here, and where we can offer help and support to those who need it. That's what my constituents want to see, and that's what this bill delivers.
Alison Thewlis.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Eid Mubarak to my constituents and all who are celebrating. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are lots of things I could say about this UK Government's Nationality and Borders Bill and their plans for immigration. I've been overwhelmed by the number of constituents who have been in touch asking me to oppose this bill, and I can assure them that I share their horror of this legislation. Criminalising those who seek sanctuary have survived experiences so disturbing, so distressing, that they struggle to describe them is absolutely abhorrent. I agree with members who've said the asylum system is broken, but this bill is certainly not how I would go about fixing it. The Home Secretary's plans to offshore reception centres, echoing Australia's failed and expensive experiment, are dehumanising and brutal. They are no place for people who have suffered trauma. I would commend to colleagues Baruz Buchani's autobiographical account of the Manus Island Detention Centre, No Friend But the Mountains. If the Home Secretary has read it, it's certainly not meant to be taken as a how-to guide. Seeking asylum is not a crime, but this Tory government is attempting to make it so. The APPG Immigration Detention, which I chair, has been taking evidence from medical and legal experts, as well as from people who have stayed in the Home Office's quasi-detention facilities at Napier Barracks and Penally Camp. And what we have heard so far is incredibly worrying. People moved to facilities were taken from their accommodation without notice or explanation to a place surrounded with gates, fences and barbed wire. They were not told how long they would be there. They described to the APPG how right-wing protesters came to demonstrate outside and people came to stare through the fences at them as if they were animals in a zoo. Even though they could move around the local area, they were made to feel completely unsafe in doing so. And ministers may claim that they're screening for vulnerability, but the evidence is clear that the tools the Home Office are using to identify both physical and mental vulnerabilities during that initial screening are woefully inadequate. Health experts have described the impact of Penally and Napier on those who were forced to live there. And this is already, remember, a very fragile population. People who have been exploited, trafficked, tortured, seen their families killed and raped, been subject to sexual violence themselves. 1/3 of residents at Napier said they felt suicidal, much higher ideation rates than would be expected amongst asylum seekers living in the community. Lack of sleep, sharing dorms with people who are experiencing night terrors, physical pain caused by the torture they've experienced, even the mundane, everyday pain caused by a lack of basic health and dental care. In addition, there was an outbreak of scabies, a lack of laundry facilities to wash clothes and bedding, and residents had the indignity of having to share the cream for treating it among themselves. Legal experts have set out the difficulties that those accommodated in such camps experience in getting access to legal advice, knowing their rights and accessing a lawyer in the first place. Issues with the capacity of local immigration lawyers to take on cases, then being able to work with that lawyer when there are no private spaces to discuss their case in breach of their Article 8 rights. Some have described being woken in the morning to be told their substantive interview would be happening imminently with no time to prepare. Then, of course, we have COVID. Public Health England, the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration and HMIP all raised concerns about the impact of communal living on the spread of COVID-19. The Home Office chose to ignore this. A former resident of Napier Barracks described the COVID outbreak as all you could hear was people coughing. It was like an apocalypse. Communal living in the camp made it impossible to prevent the outbreak of a highly infectious airborne virus. Shared sleeping, washing and eating space, lack of soap and sanitizer. And at Penally it was reported that the isolation room had no toilet and washing facility of its own. And I note with interest that the ICIBI report will be out on Thursday, and I ask the Minister whether or not there will be a statement in this House on the findings of the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration. And if not, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would expect there to be some kind of answer on this in the Minister's summing up later. These facilities are highly inappropriate and they must all be closed, not just expanded as the Home Secretary suggests. And if they are offshore, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can bet there will be even less scrutiny of their conditions if they are not, if people are not able to access them. Madam Deputy Speaker, none of this cruelty is happening by accident. Criminalise those who escape war and brutal regimes, people who can hardly go to the government who's killed their family to make a polite request for travel documents. Make the experience as awful as possible for those who do make it here despite all the odds. Deny adequate medical and legal support so it's harder for asylum seekers to make their case. Put people in camps to keep them from making friends, building support networks and putting down roots. Give them a pittance to live on so they can't survive. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents and I do not support this anti-refugee bill. We want none of this brutal, hostile environment. All refugees are human beings who deserve safety and dignity like any one of us, and no one is illegal.
We now go by video link to Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Overall, this is a horrible and unnecessary bill. The UK does not have a problem with asylum seekers, nor indeed immigration. Asylum seekers have been unjustly and cruelly demonised. we're seeing some specific examples regarding asylum seekers magnified and generalised in order to rationalise bad law. Conflict, gross human rights abuses, persecution will see more and more movements of people over the course of this century. And indeed, climate change will likely to be a major driver of that context. The UK must acknowledge both its capacity to assist and indeed the requirement of basic humanity, and therefore ensure that its laws are consistent with these realities. On a per capita basis, the UK accepts fewer asylum seekers than most other European jurisdictions. Indeed, it faces less pressure due to its geographical peripheral position in relation to some of the migrant routes. The UK is not being invaded or overrun. Asylum seekers and indeed immigrants are not overwhelming public services or stealing jobs. Where pressures exist on services, that reflects both poor planning and underinvestment. Where pockets of unemployment or underemployment exist, that reflects poor investment in skills and job creation initiatives. The current high bar to acceptance of asylum claims is now set to be even higher as a result of this bill, and those who try to assist run the risk of being criminalised. The notion of offshoring asylum seekers is particularly repugnant. What we need is a system based upon humanitarian values and objective consideration of cases. And crucial to that is safe and legal routes to sanctuary in the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to flag up some other concerns in the bill. The first one relates to the clause on the electronic travel authorisation. The EU settlement scheme covers those EEA citizens who are normally resident in the UK. However, it doesn't apply to EU citizens who live in the Republic of Ireland. Also, they're not covered by the common travel area. There is a danger that this could have an impact on thousands of people who live on the island of Ireland who cross the border, sometimes on a daily basis. While the government has said that there will be no immigration controls at the border on the island of Ireland, there could still be a bureaucratic complication for those EU nationals who comply with any requirements around an ETA, and legal uncertainty for those entering into Northern Ireland without one. And I would be grateful for clarification on how these particular circumstances are going to be taken into account. The nationality parts of the bill have received much less attention, but I want to focus on one particular aspect, which is the failure of the government to properly reflect in domestic law the citizenship and identity aspects of the Good Friday Agreement, namely that it is the birthright of all the people of Northern Ireland to identify themselves and be accepted as Irish or British or both, as they may so choose, and accordingly confirm that their right to hold both British and Irish citizenship is accepted by both governments and would not be affected by any future change in the status of Northern Ireland. Like many people, I am comfortable with both a British and Irish identity. However, there is a cohort of people who are born in Northern Ireland and is fully part of the United Kingdom who only wish to identify as Irish and be accepted as Irish. The Good Friday Agreement clearly provides for this situation. However, this reality is not yet reflected in UK domestic law, where people are legally treated as British by default at birth. This problem was crystallised in the Emma D'Souza case. As reported by the Committee on the Administration of Justice, the Home Office response to the D'Souza case included taking the position that it did not have to comply with the Good Friday Agreement, as it is not domestically enforceable, arguing that a reduction of the scope of the birthright provisions to one of national identity in the abstract, overlooking the accept as a duty. At the very least, the UK and Irish governments need to meet to discuss these differences in approach around what acceptance of choice should mean in practice, and indeed that was a recommendation of the recent report of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. Now, renunciation is cited as one possible solution, and it may well be for some. But at present, the process requires someone to declare that they start as British, which is at odds with the wording of the Good Friday Agreement. At present, this may well be framed as a problem solely for those who identify as Irish. But at some stage in the future, there may well be a United Ireland. And in those circumstances, there will also be an expectation that those who wish to solely identify as British from birth should also be accommodated. So this issue works both ways. There is a potential legislative way forward in the 2020 report completed by Barrister Alison Harvey on behalf of the Joint Committee of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission. I urge the Government to give strong consideration to those recommendations. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 1951 UN Refugee Convention, which was signed by a Labour government, was born out of the aftermath of the horrors of the Second World War, when countries came together to ensure that there would be an international protection for those who suffered persecution. It's an incredibly important principle and one which the government threatens to undermine by this bill. By treating refugees differently depending on how they arrive in the UK and the point at which they present themselves to authorities, the bill creates a two-tier system. As the Immigration Law Practitioners Association has pointed out, the introduction of differential treatment of refugees depending on how they came to the UK or made their claim cuts against the principles motivating the 1951 UN Refugee Convention. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees has pointed out that the right to seek asylum is universal and does not depend on the mode of arrival. Asylum seekers are often forced to arrive unauthorised. And the Refugee Council has called this bill a cruel, unjust bill, unfairly punishing people who fled war, persecution and terror for the way they reached the UK. If this bill passes into law, the government will be turning its back on some of the most vulnerable people on earth. This is a source of national shame, and it's shameful too that the UK government is acting in a way that risks breaching international law and undermines global efforts to support victims of war and persecution. I urge members across the House to reflect too on what this means for our reputation and our standing in the world. The bill fails to deal with the serious and organised crime groups who are profiteering from human trafficking and modern slavery. Indeed, it removes a number of key protections for those who are victims of these crimes. Amnesty International and Migrant Voice have pointed out that far from truly tackling the scourge of human exploitation, including by organised crime, the bill will further empower and enable abusers by rendering the women, men and children on whom they prey ever more vulnerable to that predation. The introduction of slavery or trafficking information notices, which could be served on people making an asylum claim or a human rights claim, would require individuals to provide the Secretary of State and any other competent authorities specified in the notice with relevant status information before a specified time. This totally misses the point that the deeply traumatic nature of modern slavery cases, especially people abused by sex trafficking gangs, can mean that many victims delay reporting the crime. They may also be victims of coercion, warned not to disclose the extent of their abuse and fearful of what will happen if they do. Given the fact that recent reports show that 4 out of 5 rejected trafficking claims are overturned on appeal, this particular aspect of the bill is extremely concerning. The government's new plan for immigration says, we will strengthen the safe and legal ways in which people can enter the UK. It also states, we want to ensure that refugees who enter through safe and legal routes can reunite with close family members. However, Refugee Action are among those who have expressed frustration that there are no new commitments in the bill on refugee settlement or family reunion. They have pointed out that there is nothing in this legislation committing to refugee settlement schemes and that it also fails to reform rules on family reunion or to provide new routes for unaccompanied children to reach safety in the UK. Several of my constituents have written to me in recent days with their wide-ranging concerns about this bill. Concerns about the creation of a two-tier system, the need for safe and legal routes so that refugees fleeing war and persecution are able to arrive without making dangerous journeys that put their lives at risk, and the fundamental concern that we should receive vulnerable people fairly and treat them decently. In essence, my constituents are calling for the UK to play its part in providing humanitarian support to those escaping the most dangerous of circumstances. As Refugee Action says, everyone who's had to flee their home deserves the chance to live again. I call on members from across this House to vote to protect vulnerable people fleeing violence and persecution.
Thank you. Leah Nietzsche.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The subject of immigration is of great importance to my constituents in Great Grimsby. They have voted time and time again for governments to take control of who enters our country. And I'm pleased that the government is finally bringing forward this bill to do just that. Let me say first, Madam Deputy Speaker, that control of immigration does not mean stopping people from coming here. It means that as a country, we decide on the means by which people enter. My constituents understand that from time to time, we need to provide help to genuine refugees fleeing from war zones or from natural disasters. Equally, we have a tradition of providing asylum to people whose governments are not as generous or as freedom-loving as our own. We, as a country, do this willingly and with generosity. What the people of Grimsby do not accept are people travelling through multiple, free, safe European countries, then attempting illegal entry to the UK and then claiming asylum on entry. This is not asylum seeking. This is economic migration. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not against economic migration. How could I be with the surname Nietzsche? My late father came from Italy in the 60s, long before the EU existed or we joined the EEC. But he had a job in the UK before he arrived. And then when he came here, he worked here with a work permit. He found this country welcoming. He found that Grimsby was a great place to live, and so applied for and became a British citizen. In the process, he had to give up his Italian citizenship, but he did it willingly because he wanted to fully participate in life in the UK as a British citizen, to work hard, to run a business, to pay his taxes, and to raise a family. It is not fair on all of those who have followed the proper rules to migrate to this country that illegal immigrants and bogus asylum claimants are treated in the same way. I've been struck, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the contributions from the Labour Party on this bill. All sorts of spurious reasons why they'll oppose the bill. What they really mean is they want to prop the door open and let unlimited people come in. I welcome the measures in this bill, and I will be enthusiastically supporting the government tonight.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to you for calling me in this important debate today. And I too, like others, would like to wish Eid Mubarak to the Muslim communities in Newport West and those across the UK. I've also heard from a number of my constituents in Newport West about this bill and their concerns with it. Like me, they think this bill is fundamentally flawed and I shall be opposing it. The content of it means this Conservative government will turn their backs on some of the most vulnerable people in our communities, and it risks breaching international law. The reasoned amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, rightly calls out the failures of this government and calls for a more humane and decent asylum system, and that has my full support. In 2021, we need to demonstrate our compassion and our global leadership, and that means getting things right. This government's approach is weak on taking action against criminal gangs, but it's brutal when it comes to orphan children from war zones. Surely this is a case of misplaced priorities. This bill also risks criminalising the RNLI for saving people at sea, and had this been in place when Sir Nicholas Winton was rescuing hundreds of children from the Holocaust on the Kinder transport, it would have risked him being criminalised for his life-saving actions. Rather than offering genuine proposals to fix the broken asylum system, which the Conservatives have been responsible for over 11 years, this dangerous bill will make a damaging and indefensible situation even worse. The bill seeks to allow the government to deliver on plans to process people's cases in so-called third countries. In the lead up to the bill, the Conservative Party briefers have told the media this could include taking people to West Africa or oil rigs to have their cases heard. These plans are immoral and wildly impractical and simply not fit for purpose. From the discussions I've had with local people in Newport West and the many other emails I've received, I know they want to see more done to tackle the appalling crime of people smuggling, as do I. However, key to this is a workable deal in place with France to stop the gangs operating so frequently in France, exploiting desperate people for money. Yet this bill contains nothing that will help address these vital failings, and it would be helpful to hear what discussions ministers have had with the French government on this matter. Newport West has a strong moral compass, and our city has welcomed refugees and asylum seekers with open arms and with the respect and decency they deserve. Because Newport is a resettlement centre for refugees and asylum seekers. I've had the privilege of meeting with just some of those awaiting decisions on their applications, courtesy of the British Red Cross in Newport West. I met a doctor from Nigeria, desperate to work in his specialism of cardiology, but prevented by Home Office rules. I met a Syrian woman who showed me photos of her beautiful home, now bombed to smithereens. And I've met others fleeing religious persecution and seeking sanctuary here in the UK. These are not scroungers or spongers. They have skills and abilities to bring to us, and we can benefit as a society by them living and working with us here. This Tory government has refused to reopen many safe routes with little explanation and certainly zero humanity. The new UK resettlement scheme in its first month in 2021 resettled just 25 refugees. 25. The government also closed the DUB scheme, having settled just a fraction of the 3,000 children initially envisaged. That's not my idea of global Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's very hot in Newport West and across the British Isles today, and it feels like the temperature has been raised through the empty promises and hot air radiating from the ministerial suite of offices on Marsham Street and in number 10. Those most in need of peace and safety deserve better. The people of Newport West deserve better, and I will do my best to fight for it. Thank you.
We now go by video link to Mick Whiteley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in a debate which has enormous implications for so many of my constituents. July marks the 70th anniversary of the signing of the Refugee Convention, born out of the turmoil and devastation of the Second World War. That landmark treaty enshrined the rights of those fleeing persecution and conflict. This anniversary provided the government with the perfect opportunity to commit itself to the principle that the UK should provide sanctuary to those who have been forced to flee their homes. Instead, we've abandoned the key principles of the Convention and retreating even further from our long-standing moral commitments. The Home Secretary claims that this bill will fix a broken system, but it was this government who broke the system in the first place, and nothing in this bill will clear up the mess they've made. Last year, the number of people waiting more than a year for an initial decision on their asylum claim was 33,000, a tenfold increase since 2010 or 2010. A staggering 250 people have been waiting for more than 5 years, including 55 children. The impact on those caught up in this shocking backlog, include many of my constituents, is devastating. Their lives are left in limbo, unable to work, and plagued every day by the uncertainty of whether they will be granted leave to remain in the country they call home. As Enver Solomon, the CEO of the Refugee Council, has said, leaving vulnerable men, women and children waiting years on end for news of their fate is cruel and unjust. It is an incredible, inefficient, ineffective and cruel way to operate a refugee protection system. And yet, this bill contains no measures to address these delays or provide justice for those who have been waiting for so long. The Home Secretary has also told the House that these proposals will increase the fairness of the system. Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker. In fact, the bill risks creating a deeply discriminatory two-tier system based on how people have reached the UK. Those who come via a third-party country or who lack documents will be unfairly penalised regardless of the strength of their claim. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UNCHR have condemned these plans as being a recipe for human suffering. They're absolutely right. The bill will make life infinitely harder for those who have been forced to flee their homes. Instead of providing refugees with the support and kindness they so desperately need, the government seems intent on treating them like criminals. Victims of human trafficking will lose vital protections and struggle to access much-needed support. Meanwhile, young children and children will be forced into the hands of despicable people traffickers because of the government's failure to establish safe and legal alternative routes. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Should nations prevent anyone from crossing their borders, we are all citizens of the world, so should we all have the right to live and work where we choose? All governments have a responsibility to their citizens to keep their countries safe and ensure economic and social stability for their citizens. There would be mass immigration without border control, which would put enormous burdens on infrastructure and public services, inevitably leading to economic instability and unemployment. These are the reasons why every single country has its own rules about who may travel, work and reside within its borders. Every country has the right to protect its borders, and every country has legal migration routes via visas or work permits. Every day, thousands of migrants and refugees leave their countries in search of refuge, safety and better lives. Refugees are unique in their plight. They have fled their country, unable or unwilling to return because of war, violence or fear of violence, or being persecuted because of their race, religion, sexuality, nationality or political opinion. An economic migrant is different from a refugee, being someone who leaves his or her country of origin for education or financial or economic reasons. Economic migrants choose to move in order to find a better life, and they do not flee from war-torn countries or because of past persecution, and there are legal routes for economic migrants to come here. Refugees and migrants are not the same, even though many people, especially on the opposite side of the House, argue that all migrants should be treated as if they are refugees on the basis that they are all seeking a better, more secure life. The United Kingdom has a proud record of helping those flee persecution, oppression or tyranny from around the world, alongside providing around £10 billion a year to support people through our overseas aid. The UK is a global leader in refugee settlement. As a country, between 2016 and 2019, we resettled more refugees from outside Europe than any member state of the EU. In total, across all government-funded resettlement schemes, the UK has resettled more than 25,000 vulnerable refugees in need of protection over the past 6 years, with around half being children. And over 29,000 family reunion visas have been issued in the last 5 years. I welcome this bill because it seeks to retain a compassionate approach and combine it with increased firmness, fairness and efficiency. I welcome the ambition to see an asylum system based on need to better protect and support those who require our help the most. I welcome the fact that the government is strengthening the safe and legal routes for refugees and fixing historic anomalies in the British nationality law. I welcome the government's commitment to ensuring that resettlement programmes are responsive to emerging international crises and that persecuted minorities are represented. Continuing to resettle refugees directly from regions of conflict and instability fulfills our manifesto commitment to support those fleeing persecution. Our refugee settlement scheme has protected thousands of people in the last few years. I welcome the improved support for refugees provided for this in this bill to help those vulnerable people build their lives in the UK. The enhanced integration package and immediate indefinite leave to remain in the UK for refugees who are resettled through our safe and legal routes will make it more attractive to use legal means of resettlement than illegal ones and help deter perilous crossings. It is well known that refugees seeking asylum in the UK are not penalised for entering illegally. I welcome life sentences for people smugglers. And by cracking down on illegal immigration, we can prioritise those in genuine need.
This will help prevent people making dangerous and unnecessary journeys to the UK. I particularly welcome the commitment to tackle modern slavery and the increased protections for those found to be victims of modern slavery. For too long, criminal gangs have profited from our broken asylum system at the expense of vulnerable people who need protection and the British public who pay for it. This Nationality and Borders Bill will create a fair but firm system delivering on our promise to take full control over our borders.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this debate today. And I would like to focus my contribution on the impact of detention on women. In 2016, the government committed to reduce its use of detention. And whilst the number of women in detention has fallen since then, the measures within this bill will likely lead to an increase. Research by Women for Refugee Women shows that many of those detained in immigration centres are survivors of torture, rape or trafficking, and locking them up severely impacts their mental health. In March this year, there were just 25 women detained in the UK. These are historically low numbers, yet the Home Office are to open a new detention centre for women at the Hasackfield site in the North East in County Durham later this year. If the Home Office is committed to detention reduction, then why the increase in detention capacity? And then we dig into the detail of this bill, and it becomes clear that measures are being put in place that will increase women's detention. For example, Clause 10 creates 2 tiers of refugees. People claiming asylum will be recognised as a Group 1 refugee if they have come to the UK directly from where their life or freedom was threatened and they have presented themselves without delay to the authorities. Those designated as Group 2 refugees will have more limited protections upon grant of status, including being given shorter periods of leave to remain. But because many women often do not realise that their experiences of gendered violence makes them eligible for asylum, they do not apply straight away. This will mean that many women will be wrongly placed in Group 2 and therefore liable for detention. Furthermore, clauses 46 and 47 go against the Home Office's own guidance on penalising individuals for not disclosing details of their exploitation. The reason that this guidance is in place is to recognise that trafficking victims may also take time to disclose what has happened to them. The move to penalise individuals for not disclosing will mean that fewer women are recognised as victims of trafficking, meaning that they will become liable for detention, or if already detained, that they will not be released. In addition to this, Clause 48 raises the threshold for being recognised as a potential victim of trafficking through a reasonable grounds decision from the National Referral Mechanism. This means that a positive decision will now be made when there are reasonable grounds to believe the individual is, rather than may be, a victim of slavery or human trafficking. Like Clause 46 and 47, this also makes it more difficult for women to be recognised as victims of trafficking, meaning more women will be liable for detention. Overall, this bill signifies this government's attitude towards the safety and rights of vulnerable women who have fled abuse and violence. The bill disproportionately affects vulnerable women and criminalises them. I reject this hostile environment and I ask other members to do the same by voting against it today. Thank you.
And by video link, Beth Winter.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. It's distressing to see that the government is today pushing ahead with this deeply disturbing piece of legislation. There is a pattern forming with the government of bringing in legislation that does little or nothing to solve problems, but actually exacerbates them. This kind of right-wing populist politicking is easy. It is dangerous and lacks the competence, the depth of thought and the basic humanity that we have a responsibility to show. This bill creates a two-tier system for refugees based on the route by which they will enter the UK and not on need. In doing so, the Home Secretary risks criminalising the majority of refugees for failing to live up to an impossible standard. It does nothing to address the need to create safe and direct routes into the country for asylum seekers. Essentially, it criminalises refugees for escaping war and persecution through the only route available to them. It does nothing to stop the risk of refugees falling into criminal hands and using unsafe routes. I am appalled by the suggestion that asylum seekers could be removed to any third-party country in which they may have spent a period of time and which the government deems to be safe. This would renege on our international obligations, put excessive strain on countries who already accept a disproportionate number of refugees, and risks deporting refugees to countries where they will not be safely housed. The most likely outcome of this policy is that vulnerable asylum seekers will be trapped in the system for much longer without permanent housing or the right to work. I fear this legislation will pave the way for more facilities like Penally Barracks in Wales and Napier Barracks in Kent. When Penally Barracks was closed in March, I was relieved and took it as an understanding that this kind of accommodation was unsuitable. Of course, the UK government's understanding of what is suitable is very different from mine, and indeed Welsh Government. Even more worryingly, this bill seems to open the door to offshore processing centres housed in far-flung and remote parts of the world. The suggestion is as baffling as it is inhumane. How does this bill promote improved dispersal and community integration for refugees? Campaigners have long been calling for a well-funding dispersal system which will safely house refugees throughout the country. But delivering the best outcomes for refugees does not seem to be a priority for the government. Again, this bill does nothing to address the problem of backlogs in the system and delays in the processing of those seeking asylum. The backlog now is 10 times what it was 10 years ago. And who's been in power all that time? What does it do to improve safeguards for unaccompanied children, whether they're bilateral agreements with other countries? What does it do to address the problem of modern slavery? This government's decisions are not driven by lack of capacity or funding, but by their total lack of compassion. These proposals are deeply cruel. My beliefs are centred around fairness, justice and compassion. It is clear to me that, in tabling a bill such as this, the government does not share these values. This bill is hardly a suitable 70th birthday present for the Refugees Convention, of which the UK was a proud signatory after the Second World War. Thank goodness those who helped so many people escape from the horrors of the Second World War didn't take the same view as this government on refugees and people seeking asylum in the UK. I urge the government to shelve this bill and return to the House with a proposal to reform the asylum system that would respect the basic right of refugees to live a dignified, safe and contented life in the UK, as is their wish. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
And by video, Tim Farron.
Well, thank you. I think the Borders and Nationality Bill just feels to me as though it is a series of poor choices made on the basis of an ignorance of evidence, maybe even contempt of the evidence. Let's start with the major premise behind the bill, and that is that we are overwhelmed with asylum seekers. That is not true. It is not true. The United Kingdom has, 35,000 or so asylum seekers last year. Germany had 120,000. France had 96,000. If you look at the number of people we take in and consider for asylum each year per capita, we are behind 16 of the members of the European Union. So we're lower mid-table. Now we're an island, so there's an extent to which we are protected, and that has some horrific consequences as well. But the notion that we are overwhelmed with asylum seekers is bogus nonsense. It's not true, and yet it is the premise that much of this bill is written on. Now, there is a problem with the asylum system, and that is there is a colossal backlog. That somehow, despite the fact that over the last couple of decades, we've seen a 58% drop in the number of people claiming asylum here, despite the fact that in the last 2 years, we've seen a 21% drop in the number of people claiming asylum here. We've seen a 28% increase in the number of people languishing in the asylum system. So that is proof of the fact that we are not overwhelmed with asylum seekers, we are overwhelmed by the incompetence of the Home Office. And that is what this bill ought to be tackling. It pretends there is a problem that there isn't, and it pretends there isn't a problem that there is. And secondly, the whole issue of safer routes. Let's be quite honest, there's so many comments from both sides of the House about there needs to be safer routes to prevent people taking and making dangerous crossings. Yes, there are, unless there is such a need. Unless the government allows people, though, to apply for asylum from outside the United Kingdom, then the United Kingdom will be complicit and responsible for people making dangerous crossings. That's the safer route. There's no setting out in this bill of anything of the sort. And likewise, the creation of two categories of asylum seekers, which I'm sure the government is doing because it winds up namby-pamby liberals and therefore it somehow pleases them and their base. It's probably illegal under international law, but it's also morally repugnant. It's wicked. It is utterly, though, surely counterproductive. Maybe that's the argument that might land with ministers. It will make things worse. I was talking to, I won't name them because it wouldn't be fair, but I was talking to one of the Home Office's own asylum accommodation providers just yesterday, who told me that the two-tier system will make no difference whatsoever to the number of people who come here via the irregular route. It will simply lead to refugees coming here, not claiming asylum, but slipping into the informal economy. In other words, the government is presenting to this House and to the people a charter for an increase, a massive increase, in the amount of exploitation, modern slavery, and the exploitation and the kind of wicked use of people, people trafficking, all those awful things that come about when people go below the radar. So that it seems to me to be an obvious consequence. The government's own suppliers know this. I'm going to assume the government themselves know this, but they somehow think they can get some useful clickbait by separating desperate people from the deserving and the undeserving. That is shocking. That undermines what it is to be British, and the government should be ashamed of themselves for proposing it. But even if they have no shame, surely they have some practical understanding of the consequences of this foolish procedure, that it will indeed force people underground into exploitation, modern slavery, and appalling things like that. But it's not just on those issues that the government has shown contempt for the evidence, but let's just say it's an accidental ignorance of the evidence. But it absolutely has a huge impact on the world of work. Let me tell you that in my constituency, hospitality and tourism is by far our biggest employer. Right across Cumbria, it is by far our biggest employer. If I tell you that in the Lake District itself, 80% of the entire working age population already works in hospitality and tourism, then you will be able to see that there is no reservoir for the enormous number, no huge reservoir, sufficient reservoir, for the enormous number of additional people we need to work in our hospitality and tourism industry. So 80% of the working age population already works in hospitality and tourism, and yet we are Britain's second biggest visitor destination, only behind London. Do the maths. We need overseas labour. And this year, people I've spoken to from Grasmere to Grange, from Sedbergh to Staveley, right across my community over the last few days especially, are telling me that they have fought and they have struggled and they have spent their life savings and they have gone into debt to survive COVID. And yes, they've been grateful for government support that has helped them to just about do that. So having survived COVID, guess what? Loads of them are closing now. Why? Because the government's balmy, impractical, stupid visa rules. Why did you do all this, I would say to the Home Secretary? Why did the government make these provisions to support hospitality and tourism over the last 16, 17 months if you were only going to kill them off by stupid visa rules at the end? And the simple fact is this. If you're an Italian restaurant or a gastro pub in the Lake District, where half your staff are overseas and half are local, if you can't get the half who are overseas and your business therefore closes, as dozens have done, then the half who are local will lose their jobs too. So I will use the last few seconds to ask the government to do something sensible, and that is do what myself and many Conservative backbenchers also think should happen, and have a youth mobility visa with the countries that are close to us in Europe, so we can at least provide a source of labour to protect excellent businesses from going under because of stupid government policies.
And by video link, Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The reason that we need to take action through this bill today is not, as the honourable gentleman from Westmoreland and Lonsdale said, because the country is overwhelmed. It's because the system is both broken and unfair. And it's obvious that it's broken to everybody watching TV who see every summer now large numbers of people risking their lives being trafficked across from France to the UK, from France, a safe country, to the UK. So the system is broken because it's leading to people profiting from putting people's lives at risk, putting to sea in dangerous vessels. And it's unfair because it's unfair to those who have played by the rules and who've often jumped through a lot of hoops, often paid a lot of money, done everything right, and then they see that other people are just effectively pushing to the front of the queue as economic migrants, despite not following all of the rules. So ultimately, we have to insist on a system that is rule-based, and we have to set our own rules for who comes to this country. And if you do that, you have to, of course, crack down hard on illegal migration and those who profit from it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the measures that we will be taking through this bill. I welcome the extra resources for the border force to police channel crossings. I particularly welcome the extra life sentences for people traffickers. Amazing that this is not the case already. Quite right to bring those in for people who are profiting from people's misery, profiting from people being put at extreme danger as they cross the channel. Quite right to bring in those tougher penalties. And also in some legislation to be increasing the penalties for those who return after being the subject of a deportation order. Those who break the rules in that way, again, should clearly be the subject of stiffer penalties. I also will welcome, I think many of my constituents will welcome, the measures to reduce the vexatious claim that see people potentially taking legal action even on the steps of the plane, the endless appeals, the endless, poorly merited cases that people use to clog up the system, to slow things down, and to waste lots of people's time and taxpayers' money. Ultimately, we have to have a decision-making system that is fair, but also makes clear decisions and doesn't lead to endless legal process of the kind that I think many of my constituents are certainly frustrated by. And last but not least, it's quite right that we also have tougher measures to limit visas for those other countries, those third countries who are not cooperating with us. If other countries don't want to help us by not taking back nationals who are being deported, they're not taking back their own citizens from this country, then of course it's quite right that we have to be more symmetrical about things and to also look again at the visa rules we have for those countries. So this is a piece of legislation I'm proud to support. It's a piece of legislation that I think is ending a broken system, is reducing the risk of people having their lives put at risk. And it's ending some basic unfairnesses in the system that have gone on for far too long. So it's a bill that I'm very proud to support, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to see you in the chair today. I rise to speak against this bill in the face of an unprecedented global refugee crisis in which 82.4 million people have been forced to flee their homes. What is the response of this Tory government? It is to close down the dedicated department whose responsibility it was to provide help and assistance to people in desperate need across the world, giving hope, creating safer, more secure environments and reducing the need to flee their homes. It is to slash the funding for international aid with a devastating impact on the programmes which support the world's poorest communities so that they do not become displaced, demonstrating that the UK is no longer leading by example and reducing our authority to ask other countries to step up their contributions. It is to close down the Dub scheme for family reunification, having accepted just a fraction of the children that the scheme was designed to resettle in the UK. It is to withdraw from agreements with our European neighbours with no replacement treaties and therefore no basis for agreeing how to share responsibility for supporting desperate people seeking sanctuary and the opportunity to rebuild their lives in Europe. It is to do everything possible to make desperate people arriving in the UK, many of whom are traumatised, feel as unwelcome and as unwanted as possible, housing them in illegal conditions in Napier and Penally barracks, depriving them of sleep and dignity, exposing them to coronavirus infection. It is to allow the asylum system, during more than a decade in power, to become broken, inefficient, inaccurate and inhumane. It is to close down safe and legal routes to seek asylum in the UK wherever possible, funneling desperate people into the most dangerous routes, the peril of the English Channel, because they feel there is no other way. It is to cut the funding for support, English language training and voluntary sector organisations who can help refugees to settle in our communities, rebuilding their lives and actively participate in our economy. And it is to bring forward legislation today which risks criminalising the Royal National Lifeboat Institution for saving lives at sea. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the Conservative Party's Global Britain. This divisive, deeply flawed bill sits in stark contrast to the response of local communities across the country to refugees arriving in their midst. Time and time again, when faced with traumatised individuals who've been through experiences so horrific and distressing that most of us can barely imagine, we see the deep compassion of our communities who want to help. We see this in the numerous community sponsorship groups springing up across the UK, more than 150 of them, communities coming together to raise funds, provide housing and support to welcome a refugee family to their area. I'm hugely proud of the work of Herne Hill Welcomes Refugees and Peckham Sponsors Refugees, both of whom have welcomed refugee families to live in my constituency. Community sponsorship works. The families who are welcomed in this way have very successful outcomes because of the support that they receive. Instead of this divisive bill, the government should be bringing forward plans to provide more support to communities and local authorities who want to help with refugee resettlement, and working out how lessons from the approach to community sponsorship can be applied to refugee resettlement more widely. I see the willingness of our communities to help and support people fleeing to safety in the UK. In the coffee morning I attended last week at a local church in my constituency for people living locally in Home Office initial accommodation. I joined volunteers in listening to the harrowing stories about the traumatic events that led to them fleeing for their lives, their hopes and aspirations for a new life in the UK, and their frustration and despair at being caught up in the government's dysfunctional asylum system. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to put on record my concerns about the inadmissibility rules in this bill in particular. Everyone in this House agrees that people traffickers who exploit vulnerable people are immoral and should be stopped. But whether someone has a right to asylum in the UK must be dependent on what they suffered in their home country and the level of risk they face should they return, not how they got here. The bill risks creating a two-tier system for asylum, which will result in some people being returned to situations in which their lives are at risk solely because of their means of travel. This bill is a deep embarrassment to the UK. It is being introduced at the same time as the government is cutting the funding for projects which help to prevent displacement in the first place. It talks of creating safe and legal routes without taking a single step actually to create or expand any safe or legal route. The UN High Commission for Refugees has taken the unprecedented step of stating that the bill will undermine the 1951 Refugee Convention and international protection system, not only in the UK but globally. This bill diminishes us in the eyes of the world. I call on the government to withdraw this bill and to bring forward proposals to deliver a functioning, fair, accurate and humane asylum system, to restore our leadership in the world on the actions that support the poorest people, to broker peace and uphold human rights, to support communities who want to resettle refugees in their area, and to open safe and legal routes such as the Dove Scheme, so that we can continue in our proud tradition of providing safety and welcome for those fleeing conflict and persecution.
Madam Deputy Speaker, since being elected to Parliament, one of the issues that I've been left in no doubt of whatsoever by many of my constituents is for the UK to take back control of its borders and also to deal with the tide of illegal immigration. We've all seen the sad and appalling scenes, images of asylum seekers making the perilous journey across the Channel, in small boats, on dangerous tides, and frankly it's suicide. But it needs to stop for all the reasons that have been debated today. The UK has shown itself over many years to be more than generous and hospitable, but it cannot be an indefinite blank cheque for those who come here illegally. So the bill, as we know, has three main objectives. First of all, to increase the fairness of the system, and I emphasise the phrase fairness of the system, to better protect and support those in need of asylum. It also deters illegal entry into the United Kingdom, thereby breaking the business model of people smuggling networks and protecting the lives of those they willfully endanger. And it also removes more easily those with no right to be in the UK. The UK's legal immigration system is being reformed by the ending of free movement and the introduction of a new points-based immigration system. So in my view, this bill is intended to tackle illegal migration, asylum seekers and to control the UK borders, and it fulfils the manifesto promise that was made in 2019. So some of the facts, if I may. The number of asylum seeker cases is actually growing. We must assess and innovate the current system to create a fairer and more efficient modern system. There were 29,500 asylum applications in 2020 alone, and many more continue to arrive. But contrary to popular perception, the UK will continue to resettle genuine refugees directly from regions of conflict and instability. And this has protected over 25,000 people in the last 6 years, more than any other European country. And rightly, the proposals in this bill will create a differentiated approach. So how somebody arrives in the UK will impact the type of status granted in the UK if their asylum claim is successful. Ministers rightly argue that this approach would discourage irregular entry into the UK, such as entry across the Channel via the small boats, as we've discussed, which again saw a significant increase in 2020. Please do.
Even on its own terms, this won't work. There's not a shred of evidence in the world that tinkering with the asylum system discourages people from coming to claim asylum. And in actual fact, there are parts of this bill that are already in force, including the 6-month palming off of complaints. And of course, we've already got Napier and Penally Barracks. And yet still the number of crossings continues to rise, even with some of these measures in place. It just won't work. People will still come. They won't be put off coming to Britain, but they'll just be put off claiming asylum because of how bloody awful this government is making the system.
Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for this intervention. I'm pretty clear that the bill is designed to do exactly what I said it's designed to do. What we have to do is to disincentivise the ongoing passage across the Channel. We've got to break this cycle. And if asylum seekers know that entering the UK illegally via that method is not going to result in a successful claim for asylum, then it may stop. And it will also discourage those gangs from willfully imposing their own selfishness on these vulnerable people. So, if I may, on to immigration enforcement. The Australian experience has shown what can be done legally and fairly with state intervention. The bill will provide our border force with additional powers to search unaccompanied containers located within ports for the presence of illegal migrants. It will seize and dispose of vessels intercepted and encountered, including disposal through donation to charity, if appropriate. And it will stop and divert vessels suspected of carrying illegal migrants to the UK, and subject to the agreement of the relevant country, such indeed as France, return them to where their sea journey to the UK began. And let's not forget that almost all of these migrants have passed through many other countries, which should by rights have offered them asylum, rather than progressing to the UK, which clearly people do perceive to be a soft touch. And that has to end. There are currently over 109,000 asylum cases in the system. 52,000 cases awaiting an initial decision at the end of 2020. Around 5,500 have an asylum appeal outstanding, and approximately 41,000 cases are subject to removal action. These figures are completely outrageous, and they point not to any failure by the Home Office, but to the sheer numbers of people that continue to seek the UK as a soft touch. So doing nothing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is no longer an option. And I therefore welcome the measures outlined in this bill. And I'm clear that the asylum system that we currently have is unequivocally in need of reform. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a moral or an emotional judgment, but a pragmatic one. Whilst I would urge the government to ensure that implementation is as humane, kind and hospitable as possible, as we have seen for many years. It is time for change, and I'll be voting it through tonight. Thank you.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say what a particular pleasure it is to see you in the chair today. The great English jurist Lord Bingham famously wrote that the rule of law encompassed 8 principles. Principle 5 states that the law must afford adequate protection of human rights, and Principle 8 stipulates that the state must comply with its obligations in international law as in national law. These principles are widely revered and have gained international respect. Yet barely a week goes by when this British government doesn't bring to this House a bill which threatens to breach one or both of those principles. This bill is yet another example, and it's also another example of the government breaking its word, given the U-turn on its previous commitment to decrease the use of immigration detention. Now, for anyone who wasn't following the debate at the first stage yesterday, I would commend to them the speech of my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East, which set out in a very eloquent and measured way the many problems with this bill, how it seeks, as the honourable member for Westmoreland said, to tackle a problem which doesn't exist and fails to tackle a problem which does exist. But my honourable friend also set out in some detail how, if this bill becomes law, we risk breaching both our international treaty obligations and our obligations under the European Convention of Human Rights. Yes, I will.
The Honourable Lady says that this bill seeks to address a problem that doesn't exist. So does she not think that illegal crossings in the English Channel, small boats, dinghies, overfilled with people risking their lives, would she say that that's not a problem that we should try to address?
When I say it addresses a problem which doesn't exist, one of the previous speakers talked to the country being overrun by immigrants. That's simply not the case. As I said in my intervention on the honourable gentleman earlier, yes, I do think, to use his words, innocent and vulnerable people crossing the channel with people smugglers is a problem. But I don't think the solution to that problem is to criminalise, to use his words, those innocent and vulnerable people. And that's one of the central problems of this bill. And in fact, to do so, to criminalise those innocent and vulnerable people, is potentially in breach of our international legal obligations. Madam Deputy Speaker, if this bill becomes law, we risk breaching the 1951 UN Refugee Convention, the 1961 UN Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, and the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, and we also risk breaching the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. If this bill becomes law, we also risk breaching multiple articles of the European Convention on Human Rights, to which this government assures us they're still committed. In fact, the Lord Chancellor gave evidence to the Joint Committee on Human Rights last week and was most anxious to assure us that the government are still committed to the European Convention of Human Rights. But there's not much point in being committed to it in name if you bring legislation to the House which threatens to breach it by its terms, as does the introduction of a two-tier system for refugees. That potentially breaches the right to be free from discrimination in the enjoyment of one's human rights. The changes proposed by the bill potentially undermine the right to life for those at sea. Changes to the application and appeals process for asylum seekers and provisions regarding credibility and the weight to be given to evidence risk breaching the right to a fair trial. Now, the Joint Committee on Human Rights, of which I'm a member, have already raised concerns that decision-making by the Home Office in immigration matters is not sufficiently independent or rigorous to make sure that human rights are respected. And this bill will make it worse. Madam Deputy Speaker, why would Scotland want to be part of a union where decisions like this, affecting our international standing and the perception of this state on the world stage, are forced through by a government with such scant regard for human rights and the rule of law? And it's not just this bill. This bill is one in a succession of bills that have gone through this House recently, which many independent commentators
have said, threatened to breach our international treaty obligations and also threatened to breach our commitment to human rights under the European Convention. In one case, the government was quite brazen about it, and the minister stood up on the bench and said this bill seeks to break international law, but only in a specific and limited way. Would that it were so with this bill. This bill is going to break international law, but not in a specific and limited way, in a number of respects, which those with more time have enumerated more eloquently than I can. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not the way to do things. It's not right, and it's not humane. There are millions of displaced people across the world and millions of refugees. The United Kingdom cannot wash our hands of responsibility for them, particularly when at least some of the reasons for their displacement can be laid at our door and at the door of our foreign policy and our colonial past. The real mischief which this bill should seek to tackle, but doesn't, is that there are insufficient lawful routes for claiming asylum in the United Kingdom. Yes, resettlement programmes are laudable, but they're not a solution for those claiming asylum, because resettlement programmes deal with those already recognised as having a protection need. Those in need of international protection who reach the shores of the United Kingdom should not be criminalised. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's time the Home Secretary stopped playing to the gallery and did the hard work necessary to fulfil the United Kingdom's moral and legal obligations to refugees and asylum seekers. As my honourable friend for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East has said so eloquently, it's no point in honourable members opposite waxing lyrical about the rights of persecuted Christians and the rights of the Uyghurs to be free from Chinese atrocities if they threaten to criminalise those sort of people when they make it to our shores. Yes, I will give way.
I thank the honourable friend for giving way. She's very eloquently making the point. But for so many people who come here through an illegal route, through no choice of their own, through a set of circumstances that in often cases are beyond their control, what the message that this government sends is you are not welcome. What would she say to those who have made a life here and contributed so much that they could continue to contribute were it not for this abhorrent policy?
Well, I mean, what I would say to them, and what the Scottish Government has said to them, and what my party says to them, is that they're very welcome in Scotland. But unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have control over that aspect of policy. And until we take the steps to make sure that we do have control over that aspect of policy, we are stuck with trying to persuade this British government. We're stuck with trying to persuade this British government that their policies are wrong. I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the chances of this government amending this bill in any meaningful way are absolutely zero. But I know that my constituents and many organisations, the Trade Union Congress in Edinburgh passed a motion condemning this bill just in the last few days. I know that it matters very much to my constituents and other people in Scotland that the Scottish National Party stand against the bill. As I say, I don't think our stand will work, and I continue to look forward to a future where an independent Scotland will be able to set a better example in relation to refugee policy. I'm sorry, I'm coming to an end.
Lynn Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you in your place there, and thanks for the slight jolt, as I was called a wee bit earlier than I was expecting. Eid Mubarak, of course, to my constituents across Stirling. I've forgotten I can take my mask off as well when I'm speaking. Eid Mubarak to my constituents across Stirling and elsewhere who are celebrating. Today's debate really does cut to matters of deep principle. How we treat the world's most vulnerable seeking sanctuary here touches deeply and deeply held sincere principles on all sides. And I detect throughout this debate a real difference in worldview from these benches to the government benches opposite. Scotland's tragedy is that for centuries we exported our people. We're a third of the UK landmass. We are not full. We need more people, not fewer. Scotland's challenge for decades has been a declining population. European freedom of movement was helping us with that, and then it was ended. Happily.
Well, I'm extremely grateful for the honourable gentleman in being a little more accommodating than his colleague. The honourable gentleman says that Scotland would like more people. Could I therefore urge the Scottish Government and Scottish local authorities to accept dispersed asylum seekers. The only one of Scotland's 32 local authorities to accept dispersed asylum seekers is Glasgow, and Scotland accepts only a small handful of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, each one of which carries with them £53,000 a year of funding. If the Scottish Government is so keen on having more people, how about they play their part in the way I've just described?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister, I presume inadvertently, actually makes my point for me. Scotland, under my party's philosophy, wants to play a part in the world stage as an independent state of the European Union, playing our part in upholding international law. All of it, not breaching it on a regular basis, however limited or specific that way may be. We want to take our fair share of asylum seekers. We want to be that haven. But the financial mechanisms within the UK, as the Minister well knows, mitigates against that. So that's the answer to him. I would thank my constituents who were in touch about this bill, the hundreds of them, all against it. I would thank in particular Forth Valley Welcome, Stirling University Student Action for Refugees, the church groups across the Forth Valley, Start-up Stirling, all of whom have done great work to welcome refugees. And in turning to the bill, as I try for consensus, and I think this is too important for punch and judy politics. Let's accept that this is a difficult, sensitive issue for any parliament anywhere to deal with. This is a problem that does need to be addressed. We agree with that. We all want to see the dreadful people traffickers properly penalised for their dreadful actions. Scotland, independent, will have immigration, nationality and asylum laws, and we will control our borders. The UK is not the only country dealing with these issues. But we won't do it like this. This bill is not all bad, but it's assuredly more bad than good from our perspective. We would contend that the problems of the UK's complicated, expensive, bureaucratic, slow nationality and refugee policies are entirely made in London and have been made worse by this government. This bill is about issues of deep principle, as we've said, so let's hear what the faith groups, some of the faith groups, think about it. The Very Reverend Dr. Susan Brown, the convener of the Faith Impact Forum of the Church of Scotland, says, "We are urging the government to think again and listen to asylum seekers and refugees, organisations that support them and people in receiving communities working to provide welcome and friendship." How about the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Scotland? Creating arbitrary divisions based on people's method of entry will have profound implications for those who need our support most. Many families and individuals have no choice in the route that they take, and to penalise them on this basis dangerously undermines the principle of asylum. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the time allowed, I would focus only on clauses 10, 29 and 38, because I think between the three of them they provide ample grounds for vote against the whole of this package, though there are parts that we might be more amenable to. And I'm particularly grateful to the Law Society of Scotland for their forensic examination of this bill, and I'll draw heavily upon it. Clause 10 introduces the two-tier treatment of refugees based on means of entry. The Law Society endorses the UNHCR in saying that to create a discriminatory two-tier asylum system undermines the 1951 Refugee Convention and long-standing global cooperation on refugee issues. A number of members opposite have said that France should somehow solve the UK's problems for it. If the UK is playing a part in undermining global cooperation, it can hardly expect cooperation back. Clause 29, happily.
Gentleman for giving way. Is it not the case that the UK worked with the UNHCR in the refugee camps in places like Jordan, and they select the people who have a good right to come here, not just because they can afford to pay a people smuggler?
Again, I thank the gentleman for the point. I hope I've said that there are parts of the bill that we're more amenable to. I don't deny the work that has been done internationally. I don't deny this is a problem that needs to be fixed. But I don't see anything in this bill that will make it better, and I see lots of things that will make it worse. So in clause 29, it alters the criteria for well-founded fear and persecution. And again, the Law Society of Scotland is pretty trenchant. In summary, we take the view that the change in clause 29 appears to go against the intentions of the new plan for immigration and flies in the face of 25 years of judicial scrutiny. On clause 38, this is the one that expands criminality of assisting refugees, removing the existing limitation that it's only an offence if the assistance is given for gain. This removes that, effectively expanding the penalty to any Good Samaritan. The Law Society again says we are concerned for ships' masters who save asylum seekers from drowning as obligated to by Article 98 of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, this is a problem to be fixed, and it is a problem that can be fixed. But it's a system that has been entirely homegrown, and the idea that the UK needs to implement this, we believe, flawed legislation is taken forward under, we believe, a flawed premise. There is a need to reform the UK's awful immigration, nationality and asylum laws. We can agree on that. This isn't it. And it's not in Scotland's name, if it is passed tonight, and I hope it isn't, that Scotland can do better on this and many other issues. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And I'm changing the time limit to 7 minutes with immediate effect. Richard Holden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's great to see you in your new place today. I'm not against immigration at all. In fact, I've signed the forms of many friends who've decided permanently to make the UK their home after entering the UK legally and working here for many years. Those who want to work legally, come and work in the UK, can do so under this bill. And I think that's exactly the same position as what my constituents want to see. People entering the UK legally, and also those from abroad who are in desperate straits, to be welcomed, welcomed, fleeing persecution from abroad, like Britain has welcomed people for centuries. And the UK government has proudly welcomed many tens of thousands, 25,000 under the recent scheme of people fleeing persecution. Not those who were able to travel halfway across the world, not those who were prepared to pay illegal traffickers, but people in genuine need, from refugee camps, right at the heart of the worst action of recent wars. And my constituents are proud to have taken those people in. In fact, many have settled, several of these asylum seeker families, and some recently, have been settled in my constituency. And I look forward to them, as others before them have played a real part in our local community. But that doesn't mean, but my constituents are fed up.
On that point,
I will give way to my honourable friend.
Honourable friend's making an excellent point, and would he reflect that 25,000 is more than any other European country has taken? We should be very proud of what we're doing and reinforce the legal routes into this country.
I can't agree more with my honourable friend. I think the one thing that I keep noticing from the opposition benches today is that they seem to be pushing the illegal routes more than the legal routes. We have legal routes into this country. People can take them, and I can't quite understand why anybody who actually had the interests of people fleeing persecution, why they would promote people travelling in the backs of lorries or fleeing across boats across the Channel, sometimes across the Mediterranean Sea to get to France or Italy, and then taking all that way through and then travelling again. I think it's actually quite deeply irresponsible of members opposite to constantly try and promote these routes and try and paint this side of the House as if they're not actually trying to act in the best interests of those across the world who are facing incredibly difficult circumstances. My constituents, though, are fed up of, while they are happy to welcome migrants, economic migrants who come through the legal channels and want to play their part in our country, especially those who want to then settle and permanently make the UK their home. What they are fed up of is seeing illegal migrants from across the world taking whatever opportunity they can, and they're particularly fed up of seeing people being used and abused by illegal gangs being forced into this country as well. That's what really grinds their gears. And I cannot understand why members opposite cannot understand my constituents. That for members on the Labour benches, you know, my constituency had voted Labour ever since its creation. This was an issue that came up time after time after time on the doorstep, not only in the last general election, but in the election before that. They've totally lost touch with the reality and the communities that they traditionally represented. People who are... I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
He makes a number of points that suggest that the view of his constituents is the view of all constituents, and it's simply not the case. In Glasgow, we saw on Kenmure Street where People protected individuals from being deported by the Home Office, and in many instances the message was loud and clear that we welcome refugees in Glasgow. So the message that he sends is not only toxic, but it's not the case, and it is not representative of all constituents across the UK.
My constituents are very happy to welcome genuine refugees to the UK, and we are taking them now, unlike many constituencies in Scotland where they're not actually taking asylum seekers, as was pointed out by the front bench just before. Quite astonishing, really. So my constituents are very happy to take genuine refugees. What they don't want to see is an open door policy where anybody can just come into the UK and then you can't remove them, whether they've come in here legally, illegally, or they've overstayed visas or committed criminal acts while they're here, and they should be deported. It seems, I can't quite understand members of the opposition. If they really are interested in ensuring better and safer legal routes for migration, why aren't they arguing for that? Why aren't they arguing for proper safety? Why are they instead arguing that we should just allow the boats to continue? It seems crazy to me, totally mad. People are fed up of seeing people, as I was saying, people are fed up of people coming to the UK, being used and abused by illegal gangs. They're fed up of them seeing them coming here illegally. And they're also fed up of seeing some lawyers milking the system. Now, I remember members of the opposition, when I was a Special Advisor in the Ministry of Defence, defending Phil Shiner, who was a man who was out there saying that British soldiers out there in Iraq were doing all the wrong sorts of things, and there were spurious allegations being sprayed across honourable members of our armed forces. And today we're seeing exactly the same sorts of lawyers doing exactly the same sorts of things with our immigration and asylum system. Far too often seeing, no, I'm not giving away any further. Far too often seeing, I've already given away twice, far too often seeing claims made up and then time after time coming back with different sorts of claims in a different way. I was this age at that time, now I'm a different age. I was claiming under these conditions, now I'm claiming under these conditions. I mean, it's absolutely mad. And I can see I can understand why members opposite, who supported people like Phil Shiner in the past, are now defending exactly the same system today. It's absolutely crazy, and it was at the time, and I'm glad that the government has now moved on from those systems under Phil Shiner, and we're going to tackle some of the same issues today. And there are three key elements, I think, which are particularly great to see the government's tackling on. One is the boat interceptions, and it's interesting to see we're actually learning from international examples on this. We're learning from the Australian system, where they had terrible issues over the years with people coming. And now the situation they're facing, they don't have people arriving by boat in Australia anymore because they dealt with the system. They don't have people. They don't have people arriving by boat. We are also looking at the offshore processing of claims. Similar systems to the Australians. They don't have the same problems as we do today. They don't see people dying in the channel anymore, in their channel between Australia and Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. Our members opposite seem to think that this is a price worth paying. I don't think it is. I think the legal routes from camps, from refugee camps, are exactly what this government is doing the right thing on, supporting more than any other country in Europe, and that's exactly what we need to be seeing here. In terms of immigration offences and enforcement, I think people are also fed up of seeing people who've come to the UK and been deported, then coming back again. It's quite right that we should be enhancing the sentences for them. Not only when they're initially deported, but if they come back again, then they need to be tougher still. How can members of the opposition who say that if you've been an illegal migrant who's then been deported, how can you not support those sensible provisions? Surely constituents, whether they're in Concert or Glasgow, support these sensible things. They want to see a sensible immigration system where people come to the UK not based on their ability to get here, but on their need. And that's what this side of the House is putting forwards every time. The need of the people in the refugee camps, not the young men who can just make their way here. Also, this bill, in the broader sense, tackles modern slavery, which is, I think, a great step in the right direction, something which is a real issue in parts of the country. And I remember having spoken to some long-standing police officers in my constituency who dealt historically with cases of trafficked women and the horror that they went through, often these people then disappearing into the system after being smuggled in here illegally, I think that's very sensible too. And we're also putting in a sensible framework to determine the age of people coming over. I mean, we cannot have a system where you can destroy your documentation which proves your age, and then you're able to claim whatever age you wish. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, putting in a good faith provision. A good faith. That people should act in good faith with the government when they're determining it. How can the opposition oppose good faith? It seems like a really sensible thing to me. I support this bill. I'm delighted to be supporting it at second reading. It's exactly what my constituents want. A fair, balanced immigration system.
Yeah. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to welcome as Deputy Speaker one of my former neighbours from Crossgates in my constituency in East Leeds. Good to see you in the Speaker's chair. What it's not good to see, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this vile bill. Now, I've been a Member of Parliament for 6 years, and in that time I've seen some really vile pieces of legislation. Legislation that punches down. Legislation that attacks the poorest and attacks the most vulnerable. From the bedroom tax to the slashing and denying of benefits for disabled people, to welfare caps that force children into destitution. But I have to say that this bill, this dreadful bill, is up there with the worst of it. I find it absolutely stomach-churning. You can't help but feel sick reading this bill, reading the government's plans, reading what the government wants to do. What the government wants to do to vulnerable people, including children fleeing war, fleeing rape, fleeing torture. It criminalises people seeking asylum simply because of how they got here. This isn't only immoral, it's in breach of international law. But that's not all. This legislation, this rotten, sick piece of legislation, opens the door to offshore detention centres. What kind of dystopian society is this government wanting to create? Offshore detention centres where, hidden from public view, people seeking asylum can be subjected to the mistreatment this government is already known for without any accountability. I'll give way.
Giving way. Would you agree with me that some of the most vulnerable and needy people are people from Syria? And would you be surprised to know that when the camp at Songat was cleared, that of the 750 migrants that came here, that only 8 were actually from Syria, because no one in Syria can afford the cost of the people smugglers?
Well, it appears that there's a twitching of a conscience one bench back from the Tories, but if the honourable member has a conscience on these matters, if he cares about the people he purports to care about, from Syria or from anywhere else, I'd urge him to vote against this bill, because this reactionary bill should be killed off today. I will give way.
Bring things a little bit more up to date. If we look at the statistics of actually who it is that are in these boats crossing the Channel, the nationalities of the people doing that are Iranian, they're Iraqi, they are Syrian, they're Eritrean, they're Sudanese. Almost all of these countries have success rates when they claim asylum of about 60 or 80%. The vast majority of people crossing the Channel are refugees. Instead of locking them up, let's look at their applications.
And makes an important point and brings some reality to the perspective in this debate. This reactionary bill should be killed off today. No, I won't give way. But it's not a one-off. I'll only give way if you want to stand up and say you're voting against this dreadful bill, because this bill is the latest in a long list of racist interventions from this government, a government that has already deliberately stoked division and hate over the past decade. From the go-home vans touring working-class communities, to the Windrush scandal that saw black citizens deported, to the hostile environment policy and the attacks on Black Lives Matter. Hatred, division and racism are used as weapons of mass distraction to try to shift the blame for for Tory policies that hurt the majority of society. Rather than blame the government for the lack of school places, rather than blame the government for the lack of council houses, rather than blame the government for the underfunding of our health service, this government wants to encourage people to blame their neighbours and other people in their community. The good news is, however, the working class in all its diversity in this country is better than that. The working class in all its diversity in this country is better than this government. And listening to speeches from the government benches, it reminds me very much of speeches by Donald Trump. I think, like Donald Trump, this government's approach will be thrown into the dustbin of history before too much longer. These policies that this divisive approach seeks to distract from, that seek to shift the blame from, are policies that mean people's wages haven't improved in over a decade. These are policies that have slashed key local services, policies that have ripped the heart out of many communities. And this bill comes at a time when millions and millions of people have been having a long overdue debate on racism in our society. It's last week the England footballer Tyrone Mings rightly called out the government for stoking the fire, because racism starts from the top. And we've seen, of course, Tory MPs make themselves look like complete mugs, attacking footballers for being opposed to racism and showing their opposition to racism. But this bill that we're looking at today is exactly the type of legislation that you end up with when you get a Prime Minister who's a man who is labelled black people pickaninnies with watermelon smiles and Muslim women as letterboxes. Now, Conservative MPs can groan and shake their heads all they want, but they should save their outrage for the people being criminalised, demonised and abused by this legislation should it pass. The Tories have a low view, as I've said, of working class people and hope that they can whip up anti-immigrant sentiment to distract from their own failures. Well, I don't share that view, and the response we've seen over the last week in this huge national conversation about racism shows that whilst racism starts from the top, anti-racism and solidarity starts from below. This legislation is about fear. It's about division. It's about hate. In the diverse multicultural communities across this country that have come together over the last week, we have seen a far better country than the one that this government imagines. A country full of the spirit of community, the spirit of unity, the spirit of hope. And I encourage anyone, regardless of their political party, with an ounce of humanity in them, to reject this bill today. And I make this speech thinking of the asylum seekers I've met in my immigration surgeries in my constituency at the Bangladesh Centre, thinking of the sons and daughters of asylum seekers who go to school in Bankside Primary in Hales in my constituency, a school where over 50 languages are spoken. I make this speech thinking of them, and this is just a small part of my efforts to speak up for them, because those in power, those in government, aren't speaking up for them. They're sticking the boot into them. They're chasing favourable headlines from disgraceful individuals that run newspapers like the Sun newspaper, that seek to divide the working class. But these views, I'm glad to say, are going out of date. Our country is a far better, far more decent place than this government imagines. And that's why this rotten, racist, divisive approach, in the long term, is bound to fail. So I urge everyone who's appalled by the idea of offshore asylum seeker processing centres, I urge everyone who's opposed to this to do what is right and vote against this bill.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to seek your advice, because the Honourable Gentleman has thrown around the slur of racism at the Conservative Party benches throughout his speech, yet he was a key leading member of a Labour Party that was found to be institutionally racist at its core. due to the anti-Semitism that took place. So I will ask for your ruling on whether that...
Order. That's just a point of debate. That's not a point of order. If we move back to the debate now, Kenny McCaskill, and it's an immediate time limit of 8 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, I think I'd like to start by saying what, in opposition to this bill, neither I nor do I believe anybody else who's expressing opposition is opposed to, and that is to an immigration policy or immigration acts. Everybody who is taking part in this debate recognises that there requires to be an immigration policy. I remember many years ago as a young Scottish Justice Secretary going to visit my counterpart in the Republic of Ireland, expressing concern for difficulties that they were having when they were requiring to make changes, I think even constitutional changes, because at one stage, if you were born in Ireland, you were guaranteed citizenship, and people were flying in literally to give birth to try and get round that. It was myself who was rather naive. Ireland has a very proud record in how it deals with immigrants. Ireland has a very proud record in how it deals with those seeking asylum and refugee crises. But they do recognise that you have to have an immigration policy. So in opposing this bill, nobody is suggesting unlimited immigration. Absolutely. That has to be dealt with in a coordinated manner. But equally, what it is fundamentally about is the manner in which it is being done, and in particular, the steps that are being taken against those who are most vulnerable, who are most requiring aid, support, sanctuary and whatever else, those who are asylum seekers and refugees. By all means.
Not agree that this bill does still provide a route for the most vulnerable, but it's based on the need and not on the willingness to make a dangerous journey.
Is putting so many obstacles, it's going to make life extremely difficult for those who are already the most challenged. There are also actions that do require to be taken against modern slavery, because again, I go back to my days of Justice Secretary. I don't believe that actually significantly more legislation is required. I think, in fact, what is required is coordination. I remember back, and we're now going back over 7 years, requiring to establish a task force because we realised that in dealing with serious organised crime, the establishment of a task force, getting everybody around the table from whatever authority was necessary, what worked and what maximised the power and punch for the forces of law enforcement. With regard to modern slavery, that was done. It wasn't simply done with those forces in Scotland, it was done with forces from Northern Ireland. Because at that stage, and I've no doubt it's in a minute, at that stage, and I've no doubt it's still the situation, there was a link and a coordination between paramilitary groups. At that stage, it was a paramilitary group in Scotland, or based in Scotland, that was operating modern slavery in Belfast. So that coordination with my then counterpart, Mr Ford, was welcome. I also remember bringing together the business community and indeed local authority. And I remember speaking to the senior representative from the Scottish business community who'd said that when they had turned up at the meeting, they didn't realise why they had been called. When they finished the meeting, they realised precisely why they were there. Because there is this suggestion that modern slavery is all to do with the sex trade. It's usually purely put in tabloid newspapers or whatever else. But it's not. The overwhelming victims of modern slavery are working in agriculture, they're working in other aspects, they're being used and abused. It might suit the titillation of some to suggest it's the sex trade, and that does happen, tragically. But equally it goes beyond that. But that was why we required to have coordination, not legislation. Similarly to those who are coming in and seeking to feign marriages and whatever else, that's about coordination with registrars and local authorities. It's not about seeking to grandstand, to say you're bringing in these new fantastic laws, when at the end of the day, laws only work if you've got the coordination, the force and the resources. And that's why we have to make sure that the NCA, Police Scotland, police services south of the border and indeed across in Northern Ireland, along with all those other organisations, both civil and indeed in the legal process, are working. That's what needs done, not simply to look tough. By all means, Madam.
You've just mentioned about the fact that we need to know about organised crime. Is it not absolutely right? In the 21st century, it is important for a nation to know who is coming into the country, how they are getting here, who is coming, who is crossing to be here. How on earth can you control organised crime if you've got no idea who is entering the country?
I think with regard to serious and organised crime, certainly in Scotland, I think through the NCA it's already been mapped. We actually know who it is. What we're required to do is to work against them. With regard to those coming in, then that comes back to the now recently departed Donald Rumsfeld. There's no unknowns. There's a lot of people who we know are active people trafficking gangs. There are others that we don't. That is actually about police resource, police intelligence, and that's how we deal with it, not by compounding the hardship upon people who are already suffering. Because, by all means.
Well, I'm extremely grateful to him for giving me and for the very informed comments he's making from a place of experience, from actually being in government. But the honourable gentleman, of course, answers his own point. The way to deal with this issue is to actually increase the size of the legal resettlement programme. That undercuts people smuggling. Otherwise, we're engaging in a war like the war on drugs, a war against people smuggling that just can't be won.
Yeah. Absolutely. I fully agree, and I'm grateful for your eloquent contribution. I think in opposing this bill, it's about seeking to protect values, as indeed has been mentioned, as well as opposing actions. Actions that I believe, in terms of where people are to be placed and indeed how they are to be treated, are fundamentally wrong. On each of them, I believe there are clear failures. Foreign venues, that seems to be mentioned and trumpeted. I think what we've seen in Australia with the use of Nauru was frankly shameful, and indeed they even appear to be backtracking from that because of the failures that have occurred there. There seemed to be little planning or suggestions because the recent parliamentary questions I've asked, if you just give me a minute, the recent parliamentary questions as to about what jurisdiction would apply, who would be in charge, we don't know. We're just told to believe that the 1951 Act will be adhered to and all will be well. In Scotland we would say all would be hunky-dory. No, it won't. What you're seeking to do is to move people to a place away from visibility where they will be treated appallingly. It has been dreadful in Australia, and it would be shameful if this country were to replicate it. If a member wants to...
What the UK government's proposing at all, but will the honourable gentleman pick up the point? He opposes offshore detention centres. The opposition often oppose onshore detention centres. Where does he want these people who've got no proven status, some of whom we need to be deported, where does he think they should be kept?
We do have to be detained, and we do have measures for detaining them. But in the main, you don't have to detain people. And I will again digress to talk about a story not from my period as a Justice Secretary, but as a defence agent. When I once represented a young woman who had been detained as an asylum seeker, the crime was working in a restaurant in Orkney. She was being detained in HM Prison, Aberdeen. There was no Chinese translator. It was an overwhelmingly male prison. She was frightened witless. Those of us who know Orkney will know that you can't get off the island without either boarding a ferry or a plane. There was no way of her being able to escape, and to lock her up when she was no danger was frankly shameful. That was over 25 years ago, and things sadly are much, much worse now. Because I always remember an old friend of mine who was a prison governor and indeed a penologist saying that, you know, if you wanted to look at who the vulnerable and weakest members of a society were, you look at who was in prison. You look at a prison in a society, you look in America and it's a black population. You look in Britain and it's the ethnic minorities. You look in Australia and it's the Aborigines. You look in Scotland and it's the poor. Equally, you can take that corollary and say, who are those that are coming? From what lands are they coming? That tells you where the periods of the areas of conflagration are and where the areas of natural, not at the moment, the areas of natural disaster. Because replicating that are people coming from Afghanistan, from Syria, from the Yemen, from Iran and Iraq, where there have been war and carnage, and that is what they are fleeing, and that is why we have a duty to support them. Because, no, I've got to make some progress. That is why we've got to make some progress, because it goes against the values, I believe, not only do we hold in Scotland, but I do believe that are replicated across the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. People have come to this country. The Huguenot French, the Jews fleeing the pogroms, Basque children escaping Franco's atrocities. They've come here, they've been welcomed, and we are proud of that. And that is something that England and Wales are right to be proud of. Scotland has its own immigration, and I'll deal with that in a minute, but that's something in which I think those who have come to this country and those from south of the border are right to take pride in. In Scotland, we've similarly seen people having to flee. In fact, I say to my members from Northern Ireland, the first of those fleeing in probably were those fleeing from the north of Ireland in the 1798 rebellion, who had to get out after the defeat of the rebellion, and no, not at the moment, the conflagration that took on. That was followed by those who fled Ireland from the famine. It's been followed by those who came similarly south of the border, fleeing the Jewish pogroms or war. Scotland has benefited from these people coming. They have made us a better country. As others have said before, we are losing population and we require people to come here, not simply retirees who wish to go and buy a nice house on the basis of their pension or the property they have sold. We have to have people of younger age, willing, able to come here and work, and many of those are asylum seekers and refugees. That is why we need to have them coming, because Scotland has a need for them, and equally it's about representing our values. These are universal values, but every day I see people lining up here for prayers. Why is it we line up for prayers if it's not that those who are in this chamber are supposed to act according to values, whether Augustinian or whatever else? It's because within those values, certainly within the Christian faith, church was viewed as a sanctuary. And yet the terms of this bill remove sanctuary, not from a church building. They remove sanctuary from this entire country. It is entirely wrong. It goes against the values of the people, not simply of England and Wales, but of Scotland and the United Kingdom as a whole. And those on the other side who are fueling racism should be ashamed.
I call Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill, of course, reflects a manifesto commitment from the Conservative Party at the last election, a manifesto that delivered an overwhelming majority for the Conservative Party and a mandate to do precisely what we're doing today. Since last spring, Madam Deputy Speaker, a great many of my constituents have been alarmed by a still ever-increasing number of migrants making the dangerous Channel crossing. They are troubled by the risk to life, the reprehensible actions of illegal gangs exploiting vulnerable people, and the challenges to protect our own borders. This bill meets all three key concerns from my Orpington constituents for the reasons which I will set out, and so I will be strongly supporting it this evening. Before I begin, however, I would like to pay tribute to Border Force personnel for all the work that they do to save lives and keep our country safe. So thank you to them. Now, this bill is necessary because conflict and instability has displaced hundreds, if not thousands, or indeed millions of people over the past few decades. In 2015 alone, more than 1 million migrants crossed into Europe. And over the last 3 years, Channel crossings have increased, with 1,900 making this journey in 2019, quadrupling by 2020 to over 8,400. And in the last 6 months alone, this has reached almost 6,000. Happily give away.
On this issue, and it indicated at the beginning of the century the number of asylum claims around 84,000 a year, down to 36,000 in 2019, the last year before the pandemic. Isn't this narrative of a deluge of asylum seekers somewhat overstated by the government?
I don't believe so, and I don't recall using the word deluge. It is undeniably a problem, and it is one of the largest things that feature in my inbox on a daily basis. Now, this has been exacerbated by criminal gangs who are making an immoral profit on human smuggling and trafficking. Critically, migrants are crossing through safe European countries and refusing to claim asylum there. In ever-growing numbers, migrants are being drawn to this country and the situation is becoming unsustainable. The UK is one of the world's most generous countries for refugee resettlement, and it is right. Happily.
Thank you, the honourable member giving way. He's making a wonderful speech. You made 2 points that I've sat up. First of all, that this has been a manifesto commitment to get this piece of legislation delivered. And secondly, that your inbox is full every single day of queries relating to this piece of legislation. Is it not the case, therefore, that overwhelmingly the British public want to see this issue dealt with that dominates the news every single day, and that is why the Home Secretary is bringing this piece of legislation to get it dealt with once and for all?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend entirely. Listening to the debate on the Monitor in my office, I have to say the tone and content of some of the speeches from the opposition, I think, underline and reinforce why they are the opposition and not the government. Analysis has shown, Madam Deputy Speaker, that many migrants may actually be economic and not genuine refugees. Without this bill, our asylum system is in danger of being continually abused, so we must take steps, as my honourable friend has just said, to protect our own borders. Part 2 of the bill, which deals with asylum, is understandably vast, so I'll focus on some specific points arising from it. It is remarkable that all claims made by asylum seekers are processed in a very homogeneous way, and there is absolutely no distinction between those who have entered the UK legally or irregularly. and 62% of applicants in the 12 months ending September 2019 did so irregularly. So it is surely common sense that those who have respected our laws and entered our country via legal routes should be on a different footing to those who have sought more clandestine access. Clause 10 will change this by allowing for such differentiation to occur, whilst making the distinction that all genuine refugees will continue to be afforded the same protections under international law, and this will in turn help to deter dangerous crossings from being made. Clause 26 will make it possible for removals to a safe third country while an asylum claim is being heard, and so further deter activities which put lives at risk and, in several tragic cases, actually claims them. Clause 41 in Part 3 is a key part of this bill because it gives more powers to Border Force to meet the specific circumstances faced. The problem, as I've said, is severe. Not only are criminal gangs responsible for facilitating these crossings, they show no signs of stopping, and they are growing ever more expansionist, using larger vessels and carrying more people. Migrants crossing in small boats have thus far been intercepted and brought back to the UK to have their asylum claims processed. At present, enforcement powers do not extend to ships in foreign or international waters, and Clause 41 would change this by giving Border Force the ability to require migrant vessels to leave UK waters and deter them from our shores. It also provides for controlling the vessel and returning it to a safe country, most likely in these instances where it originated from, so the northern beaches of France or Belgium, as well as any other country accepting disembarkation. Now, there have been claims made by those who oppose this bill that by legislating in this way, the UK would somehow be acting in breach of the 1951 UN Refugee Convention. This is false, Madam Deputy Speaker. The legislation is fully compatible with all international obligations and conventions. The 1951 Convention allows for different classifications where a refugee may not have come directly from a country of persecution. And in this instance, if migrants have already transited through a safe country, a safe European country, where they could have claimed asylum, then their return is not inconsistent. And who here in this House would consider France, Belgium, Germany or Italy not to be safe countries if someone had been in a country where they've seen the worst atrocities possible and would so be lucky to settle there happily?
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's made a very important point about travelling through safe countries, but does he not agree that these asylum seekers aren't just travelling through one safe country? They're very often travelling through many safe countries, essentially having a shopping trolley as to what they want, an economic migration. So the best way to actually deal with this is to deal with the issue up front and to actually have a meaningful policy, which is what this is here for.
I do agree with my honourable friend. It is a fact that people will travel, often by land, through several safe countries in order to get to the border of northern continental Europe, thereby to disembark for Calais or for Dover or other parts of southern England. Now, the simple truth of the matter is that between 2016 and 2019, the UK settled more refugees from outside Europe than any other EU member state. Similarly, safe and legal routes for those needing protection or to reunite with their families still exist. Over 5,400 family reunion visas were issued to partners and children, and over 29,000 family reunion visas have been issued in the last 5 years. There have been claims that the bill even reduces support for victims of human trafficking, and that would be very shocking if it were true, but Part 4 of the bill actually strengthens protections for victims of human trafficking and will be supporting by a package of non-legislative measures as part of the new plan for immigration to provide enhanced support for victims. The public, Madam Deputy Speaker, including my Orpington constituents, want to see strong but fair border controls. This bill is about creating a fair asylum system, both for those who need aid and for the British public. It does just that, and I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and her ministers in bringing it forward.
And by video link, I call Paul Blomfield.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and albeit remotely, can I join colleagues in saying what a pleasure it is to welcome you to the chair. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on this bill, having worked on migration policy in one form or another for much of the decade that I've been a member of the House. And that's taught me that these issues like many complex policy problems, are dealt with most effectively when we try to work across the House, aiming for consensus where we can find it. It's what we did with the 2014 cross-party inquiry on immigration detention, whose recommendations for a statutory limit and an ambition for community-based alternatives were accepted by the House, although still not by the government. There is a consensus that there are problems with the asylum system, and we are all clearly appalled by the desperate journeys we see people taking across the Channel. But this bill doesn't aim to solve the problem of our asylum system. It simply plays to the gallery. It's introduced by a Home Secretary who's been found out for making false claims to pitch for headlines, fueling another culture war, which has sadly been reflected in some of the speeches today. Madam Deputy Speaker, we really should do better with such an important issue. This bill cynically claims to support refugees by cracking down on criminal gangs, while in fact it makes pathways to refuge more difficult and more dangerous for the most desperate. Whipping up divisive rhetoric about illegal entry to the UK, the bill's proposals to criminalise irregular entry flouts our obligations under Article 31 of the 1951 Refugee Convention, according to the UN's Refugee Agency. That Refugee Convention, signed by Attlee's government as we responded to the lessons from the Second World War, and indeed to the lessons from pre-war hostility in the media and among politicians, to those fleeing Nazi persecution in Germany. That convention prevents states from imposing penalties on account of mode of entry. And as members know, this bill disregards that duty altogether by creating a two-tier system. It's another instance where this government is content to degrade our status on the global stage by breaching international agreements and laws to which we've signed up. Clause 10's differential treatment of refugees, depending on mode of arrival, includes provision on whether family members will be granted family reunion, the length of leave given, whether a no recourse to public funds condition is attached, discriminating in so many ways. And if this bill passes in its current form, a woman who has fled an abusive relationship in a dangerous country without passing through a safe and legal route, and has done so through desperation, could be criminalised with a 4-year prison sentence. And as refugee women who I met recently told me, we should remember that the nature of women seeking asylum is often a desperate and frantic journey, incongruent with Home Office procedures. The bill's focus on safe and legal routes would be more understandable if there was additional provision set out within it, but there isn't. The UK resettlement scheme opened earlier this year isn't transparent. There's very little information about it in the public domain, so the Home Secretary must see that it's not a viable route for those fleeing urgent danger to seek refuge. In its first month, March 2021, this route settled just 25 refugees. While this bill also has no targets for resettlement, the Home Secretary's rhetoric about safe and legal routes is empty, while the only such route is making no significant contribution. And that takes us to a different point, because the Home Secretary often professes the UK's generosity in resettlement, suggesting we take more refugees than our European neighbours, and we've heard it in many speeches today. In fact, according to the most recent available data, in 2019, Germany resettled over 3 times as many refugees as the UK. Sweden and Norway also both resettled, much smaller countries, but both resettled more refugees than we did. And this was while the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme was still open, a route that's now been closed, reducing safe and legal pathways available for those seeking asylum. The bill also contains worrying proposals which allow for inhumane treatment of those who arrive through irregular routes. Clause 12 makes provision for asylum claims to be made at a designated place, paving the way for the offshore reception centres that the government's flirted with previously, while sections 77 and 78 enable the offshore processing of asylum seekers while their claims or their appeals are still pending. The reported proposals for processing centres in Rwanda and other locations are not only seriously concerning because of the potential for indefinite detention and warehousing of asylum seekers in out-of-sight, out-of-mind locations, they're also frankly ridiculous because this government has failed to strike any kind of international agreement on processing asylum claims or removal to safe countries. And frankly, its bullish approach to international relations post-Brexit has left the prospect of any kind of replacement for Dublin III looking unlikely. Finally, although there are many more issues to discuss in this bill, I want to cover the changes proposed to the asylum process, which, along with many others, I'm seriously worried will particularly disadvantage the most vulnerable and women in particular. Clause 24 proposes that the appeals process will be fast-tracked and that judges will be told to give minimal weight to evidence raised by an asylum seeker later in the process, unless there are exceptional circumstances. And clauses 16, 17, 20 and 23 contain provisions to penalise the submission of late evidence in a case. But these provisions ignore the reality of how asylum claims are made and how those seeking asylum can gather and provide evidence. When I met recently with refugee women in a meeting facilitated by the charity Women for Refugee Women, they explained how a one-stop process would force traumatised women to raise all the reasons for which they need protection at the outset or risk being penalised. Now, those who have experienced extreme trauma may be simply unable to do this, and we know that that's the case. And they mustn't be discriminated against for the very circumstances that have led them to seek asylum in our country. When we do seek to reform our asylum system, and it does need reform, we should put those most at risk and in need at its core, alongside the values for which this country stands. This bill sadly has dog whistle politics at its heart, and not those values for which we should be proud, or the people who we should protect. And I urge members to vote against it tonight.
I call Sean Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm conscious that there's been many contributions at this point, so I do fear that this is going to be slightly repetitive. But for my constituents in the Black Country, I was elected on a promise to sort this out. It's as simple as that. And this is the way in which we ensure that we sort this issue out. An issue that has been going on now for decades. And I do find it quite laughable when some of the party opposite talk about and attack us on this record when in their 13 years in government, they couldn't get a grip on it. I find it absolutely laughable. The fact of the matter is, for my constituents, the small boat crossings that they see on their screens every day is what is inundating my inbox. And that's not made up, that's not laughable, I can show you. Now, we talked earlier about public opinion and whether this aligned with public opinion. Well, I'll say to the Labour Party, I'll tell you how this aligned with public opinion, because last week, on a 17.5% swing, they lost a seat in my constituency that they'd held in perpetuity because they had lost contact with the communities that they purported to represent. And I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm most grateful for being aware, and the description of the by-election in this constituency is absolutely typical. Is it not typical of the party opposite that an important debate like this, on which they express so much passion, so much support, so much belief, there is not one single Labour MP in the chamber this evening?
Well, my honourable friend picks up on a very good point, and I do have a lot of respect for the honourable member for Enfield Southgate and the honourable member for Newport East. But as I say, where are the rest of them? It's as simple. Where are they? You know, I'm sure we could all ask that question, and my honourable friend has articulated that in his unique way. But I was sat here last night. Listen, that was a compliment, I can assure my friend. When I sat here last night and I listened intently to the contributions that were made on all sides, and I was pretty aghast, to be honest, by some of the stuff I heard. particularly the parallels that were trying to be drawn with the kinder transport and this bill. That was abhorrent. There is no way that any conscionable government would allow, would illegalise the saving of people from a regime such as the Nazis. There's no way to do that. And to do that, to use that parallel in a debate, quite frankly shows that when you've lost the argument, you just throw mud. And that's exactly what that analogy is. Not at this point in time, I can make a bit more progress. I will give way to him, but if I could just make a bit more progress. I thought it was a disgraceful analogy to make, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I just want to also draw on a point that was articulated very well last night, which was around the 1951 Convention. And, you know, I agree with honourable members, we make international agreements. We should abide by those international agreements. But it was interesting to hear in the contributions last night that one of the things that has been happening, the debates that's had to have happened, is around how the international community defines migrant and refugee. And we've seen the debate that's been going on. We heard from our right honourable friend from Maidenhead about the conversation she's had with the UN about really drilling down into what that definition meant. Because by getting that definition right, and through the purposes of this bill, what we can then do is ensure that we protect those most vulnerable. And let's just remind ourselves of one thing. We're not trying to turn away refugees and people that need our help. We're not trying to do that. I'm sure honourable and right members on this side of the House who have been lambasted today and yesterday by some of the most disgraceful slurs I could have possibly heard would agree that we uphold our place in our international community to protect the most vulnerable. What we need to... I will give way to my friend Kensington.
Thank you for giving way. Does my honourable friend agree with me that when we have genuine asylum seekers, we want to make the system fairer? And in fact, we have resettled directly the most of any European country in the last 6 years.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and it leads very much so to the point I'm trying to make, which is this. You know, we need to be able to ensure that we're best placed to help those most vulnerable. And that's by ensuring that the people that we are helping are the ones that, you know, we truly, truly require that help. Because it's the auxiliary support that's so important as well. It's ensuring things like education, housing, it's ensuring the right skills are in place. Because I am a fervent believer, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is a promise that this country has to offer. That there is opportunities here that people can take advantage of, that we are a safe haven for people. I don't think anyone across this House would deny that for 1 minute. But it's got to be done in the right way. It's got to be done for those people that are truly vulnerable. And I'm sorry, but my honourable right friends are right when they say, you know, a lot of what the images we see are of economic migrants. Yep. And I'm sorry, but I would rather be taking in people that are fleeing from war-torn countries, that do need that help, that do need that support. And I won't take lectures from parties opposite on that, because I do fundamentally believe that we do have an international conscience, that we are bound. Yeah, I will give way to my friend from Rother Valley.
On the economic migrant point, did you see the reports in the paper yesterday about small boats coming over, where people were paying over £8,000 to criminal gangs to come over? So not only are these economic migrants coming over, they're actually funding these gangs who human traffic, who supply drugs, who supply arms, who bring death and destruction to our streets. So does he agree that this bill actually not only helps the most vulnerable coming over, but also undermines and destroys some of the criminal gangs and takes the blood off our streets?
Yeah. Honourable friend has articulated that really well, and I think what I would say to him is obviously this is part of that wider jigsaw, isn't it? Because we've got to nip this, because we see, and all of us see, the impact that these criminal gangs have, not just in terms of the migration debate that we're having today, but the follow-through that has in our communities, the blight that sees, as he's talked about, with drugs, with knife crime, with the abhorrent stories that we get through in our mailbags, and you know, I'm sure he gets them just as I do. You know, the fact of the matter is, this underpins so much of our society, not just in terms of the migration debate that we're having today, but more broadly as well. And I think he's absolutely right to make that point. But as I say, just to come back to it, you know, we on this side are not saying that we don't have international obligations. If anything, what we're trying to do is to ensure that we can actually follow through on those international obligations that we have got. And so I must say, when I hear the arguments that we're somehow ignoring them, we're running roughshod over those, it's laughable. It truly is laughable. But if I could just turn also for a moment to the citizenship provisions of this bill, because we've talked today about we've had quite inflammatory arguments about the migration debate, but the citizenship requirements of the bill as well, particularly the reforms it makes to the 1948 and 1983 Acts. It's something actually that I think, from a broader point, is the right thing to do, because we have to accept that society has changed in the last 70 years, and the last 40 years as well, if you count the previous Act. You know, we have to understand now that, particularly when we're talking about family circumstances, which was a point of note that I noticed particularly in my examination of the bill, that we have to recognise that the family as we see it today isn't what it was 70 years ago. And I think it's right, therefore, that in the drafting of this bill, my honourable friends on the Treasury bench have recognised that fact. And of course, what our citizenship provisions allow us to do is to ensure that, for example, our citizens in, say, Hong Kong, for example, can apply for their British citizenship, and we can ensure that we can continue to protect the most vulnerable. And again, I mean, I just also want to turn to this notion of first safe country, and I've touched on it slightly in my other remarks as well, is that I appreciate that members opposite have shouted about the unfairness to this, but I must bring it back to the fact that ultimately we have to ensure with an asylum system we are protecting the most vulnerable. And I will always bring it back to that. I do also, in my comments, because I've raised this previously with our right honourable friend, the member for Witt and the Home Secretary, the cost of this system, £1 billion. Now, I represent communities in my constituency, and an example that comes straight out is an area called Prince's End. Now, Prince's End's in Tipton, the beating heart of the Black Country, and has some of the highest rates of child poverty, has some of the highest rates of unoccupiable social housing. Do you know what £1 billion would do for a community like that? Now, I'm not saying that there's a like for like here, of course I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that by getting these systems right, and by ensuring that from a cost-effective point of view, and from ensuring that the streamlining of the system, which has been such an important part of the discussion today, by ensuring that's right, we have the resource to invest in communities like that. Because there are people there in Prince's End who quite frankly feel, and from listening to the debate today, that this House is just talking at them. And they feel that it's this place that's... And these are the people that are raising these concerns on small boats with me, that they're racist, that they're bigoted. No, they're not. No. They are just concerned about the country that they're in. They're angry with what they see, and they have been promised time and time and time again, and I will not take interventions. I'm sorry, I did clock the honourable member from New Glasgow North East. I didn't know if she was trying to intervene, but I did clock her. It is absolutely wrong that they are rubbish like that, because their opinion matters just as much as anyone else. Yeah. And that's the frustration that comes through in my mailbox. It makes me so angry, particularly with the Labour Party, who purported to represent this community for 50 years, that they sit here now and rubbish them. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've got to get this right. It's as simple as that. I will be supporting this bill. I think the amendment by the opposition just reeks of procedural ignorance, really. And as far as I'm concerned, I commend this bill to the House.
Yeah. I call Anne McLaughlin.
God, where to start, Madam Deputy Speaker, but thank you for calling me, I think. As many members have noted throughout these proceedings, it's the 70th anniversary, I think, next week of the Refugee Convention, a convention built on Article 14 of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which recognises the rights of persons to seek asylum from persecution in other countries. That was the building block, the right to seek asylum from persecution. I know the current government is keen to distance itself from our international treaty obligations. I've been expressly told that they hold no weight in their opinion. But we simply can't let that be the narrative. A concern shared by the Law Society of England and Wales, who say it is vital that the UK applies and is seen to apply a convention it willingly became party to. Our legal standing on the international stage relies on this concept. And are we not in the strangest position when the Prime Minister, who seemingly holds Churchill in the highest esteem, is willing to undermine and redefine the post-war legacy his political hero left behind? And the government is trailing this bill as a chance to streamline the immigration system and cut down on so-called unmerited claims and time-wasting appeals.
They've even introduced a wasted cost order that will ensure that those attempting to pursue their legal right to a fair hearing are liable to pick up the tab for certain types of conduct they consider improper, unreasonable or negligent. But what about the wasted costs the government will run up if this bill goes through unamended? And I'm sure the honourable member for West Bromwich West who's so keen to help the most vulnerable in our society, will be interested to know that the cost of imprisoning so-called illegal asylum seekers could be as much as £412 million per year. And if you do the maths, as the Refugee Council in England have done on the proposed plans to lock asylum seekers up for 4 years, yes, 4 years, and I think there are some people in this House who've spoken who clearly don't understand that refugees could be locked up as well, simply for trying to come here, then it comes to an eye-watering £1.65 billion. Parts of the UK already have a prison system groaning under the strain of overpopulation. How can the government justify moves to increase the number of people crammed into the prison estate? You know, well, when I wrote this earlier, I was saying the hardest bit about speaking in this is having to leave out so much, and that I was very grateful I would be on the Bill Committee and nothing would be left unsaid. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, I experienced something I've never experienced here before. The minutes went up and up and up, and now I'm completely confused and I've no idea how long this is going to take me. But in the time I have to speak, one of the things, well, okay, if it gives me extra time, I'll take an intervention.
Try to intervene. You all talk about costs and the costs of, as you say it, locking up asylum seekers. But what are the costs of housing these tens of thousands of asylum seekers? What are the costs on the effect on services, the GP services? What are the costs on the effect on housing for my constituents? My constituents are struggling to get access to the GP services. They're struggling to get houses.
Anne McLaughlin.
Isn't it funny, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all afternoon they've been saying, why are more council areas in Scotland not taking more asylum seekers, which we want to do, but the government doesn't fund it? If the government funded it properly, then we absolutely certainly would do it. And sometimes it's not just about the money. It's not just about the money, it's about people's human rights. I want to concentrate a little bit on congregated living. I don't know what the actual term is, but congregated living, you know what I mean by this. So yesterday, today the Right Honourable Member for East Lothian mentioned Ireland, and yesterday at the APPG on refugees, we heard from the Irish Refugee Council. Their Chief Executive, Nick Henderson, described the situation between changes to the immigration system in Ireland and the bill before us as a sliding doors moment. Just as Ireland, after a 19-year campaign, sets out on a path committed to ending congregated living for asylum seekers, we embark on the opposite journey, closing down on community dispersal for those deemed to have arrived unlawfully by slinging them into degrading and inhumane detention centres. Sliding doors indeed. I'll say a bit more in a minute about the Irish experience, but that same meeting also heard from a Belarusian politician and his experience of living as an asylum seeker in congregated settings here in London. He was at pains to point out how grateful he was that the UK had taken him and his wife in, and he was very clear that had they not done so, he would have been murdered. He's now settled, but he's worried about others. He knows the impact of congregated living for asylum seekers. None of us know it. He knows it, and he wants to warn the government against going any further down that route. He talked about the powder keg that is created when you have a melting pot of multiple cultures and languages living in one space and all with just one thing in common: trauma. The constant stress of that and the indignity of communal living left him feeling suicidal. And yes, I agree with those Conservative members who say that we have a broken asylum system. We certainly do, but they're trying to fix it in the wrong way. The Honourable Member for Glasgow Central, if you just give me a moment, the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central talked about the inquiry that the APPG on immigration has been doing, and I've attended some of those sessions. And I was as sickened as she was when I heard people talking about the outbreak of scabies. I mean, how is that giving people dignity? And she and I have both worked hard to try and get closed down the so-called mother and baby unit in Glasgow, and there's a fantastic campaign called Freedom to Crawl. And do you know why it's called that? Because in this mother and baby unit, the rooms are so tidy that those babies and toddlers cannot crawl. They cannot move. That is inhumane. And I am sick to the back teeth of hearing about people who come here by very dangerous routes, characterised as wealthy and selfish and just coming here for their own benefit because they want to, I don't know, they want to make money. I mean, somebody said, if you can afford, I will give way on that point then.
Thank you, Honourable Lady, for giving way. Awful lot to talk about refugees. Firstly, would the Honourable Lady like to just comment that this is a country that has taken the highest number of refugees of any other European country? And is there not, let me finish, is there not a part of the Honourable Lady that recognises that if we are to house refugees, as we should, and meet our international obligations, that giving them a safe route to come here, not risking life and limb through coming through boats, as we're hearing, is actually a sensible and practical way to try and move this legislation forward?
Well, first of all, on the first point, it's not true. Per head of population, we've just heard, and the honourable member clearly wasn't listening, we've just heard of a number of other countries who, per head of population, take far more than us. He also might be interested to know that 82% of the world's refugees are in disbursement camps in developing countries, and it is the poorest countries that are taking the most asylum seekers. And I already said that the gentleman that came to the APPG on refugees acknowledged that he would be dead if it hadn't been for the United Kingdom taking him in. Nobody here is saying that it's not a positive thing to have a system. But what his government is doing to this system is vile. And in terms of those safe and legal routes, yes, everybody, there's not a single person alive that wouldn't want people to use safe and legal routes. But I must have missed something, because I have not seen anything in the bill that tells me how you're going to beef up those safe and legal routes and mean that people don't need to desperately cross the channel on these boats. Yes, I will.
I think it's also important, if I can say to my friend, to have a sense of perspective. Everyone supports safe legal routes. But even in a good year, I think it was something like 25,000 last year, but even pre-COVID, the total number of resettlements globally from UN-mandated camps was something like in the region of 50,000. You're talking about 25, 30 million refugees would be here for centuries before resettlement provided a complete solution. You will have resettlement, but we also have to have an asylum system alongside that. All we're asking for is the United Kingdom to offer a relatively small, by European standards, number of asylum seekers a place of sanctuary.
I completely agree, as I always do, with everything that my honourable friend says. And I would ask the members opposite to just imagine it was you. So I'm talking about a Belarusian who was an MP, right? Imagine it was you, and imagine for some reason, lucky us, we don't have to, but imagine for some reason you ended up in that situation where you had to flee. Is there anything that the members opposite would not do to keep their families safe? If there is anything they wouldn't do to keep their families safe, maybe they should be thinking about their moral code. Now, Ireland has been through attempts to reform the system. And they argued at the time, as the members opposite do, that their system was a deterrent. The Ministry of Justice in Ireland wanted to build misery into the accommodation system. It wasn't a train of thought imagined up by critics. That was actual policy, but they realised they were wrong. And there's now cross-party consensus that it must stop. And the reason they've reached that consensus is not just because it didn't work, but because they've recognised the inhumanity of that system. I want to come on to my last point, and I don't think I get an extra minute. In fact, no, I don't. Sorry, I'm really sorry. The Home Secretary set the tone for this debate yesterday by immediately, in the first paragraph of her speech, talking about people having had enough. The words uncontrolled, failed system, illegal was used 3 times, foreign, crime, gangs, pretending to be genuine, pretending to be children, criminals, murderers, rapists, abusers. Yes, I'm sure they loved it. That was the first paragraph that set the tone. It was calculated and it was irresponsible. She knew exactly what she was doing. Well, we will be doing everything to make sure that the people do know the truth out there. The Home Secretary should be ashamed of that speech yesterday, and all of you should be ashamed of this bill.
And by video link, John MacDonald.
Thank you. I think I've listened to the debate over the 2 days now, and I think the best thing for us all individually to do is to bring our own experiences to the debate. I represent a multicultural working class community in West London. I have 2 detention centres within my constituency. I've been visiting those detention centres and dealing with asylum cases, actually for over 45 years now, as a local activist, as a local GLC councillor, and then as the local member of parliament. I can remember when those detention centres was a single Nissan hut with no more than about, I think, a maximum 20 people in. Now I've got 2 detention centres and there's up to 1,000 people detained in what are effectively prison-like conditions. And I listen to the people and their stories when they've been detained there, and it's heartrending. And I think we need to express that about what people have been through to get to our country, seeking safety and security, and just trying to ensure that they no longer have their human rights abused and their lives put at risk. Interestingly enough, for all the amounts of money we spend on detention, the majority of those people detained are eventually released and then enter into our community. But after that, there's now the condition of you have to be in this country 20 years before you can apply for indefinite leave, and then it takes you 10 years. And people have been talking about the amount of money smugglers are making. You know, in the discussions that we had yesterday on undocumented migrants, we discovered it costs about £12,000 for anyone to secure status in this country now. But at the weekend, an asylum seeker died in the Crown Plaza Hotel in my constituency. We don't know the cause of death yet. It was a young Sudanese man. I won't mention his name because I'm not sure his family have been traced yet. So I went down there and I met a group of the asylum seekers that are there. And yes, they were mainly young men. And we need to understand why they're mainly young men. It's because families come together and they're desperate. They've tried various routes out of the terrible situation they're in, and they realize that there's only realistically one way of getting out, and that's the illegal route for most of them. And they will club together, and what will parents do? They'll choose their child to go for safety so that there's some future for them. And usually, yes, it is a young man, but often young women as well. And that's why there's a preponderance of young men. And you can understand it. We would do the same. We would sit down and say, maybe our son or our daughter should be the ones that has the hope of safety. Can I just say this as well? And this is harsh, I know, but I'm going to say it. I hope anyone watching or actually participating in this debate wakes up to the depths of some of the speeches have sunk through in this last couple of days. Yes, some inspiring, but some, I have to say, wouldn't go amiss at an English Defence League meeting. A few months ago, the government was derided after it published a report suggesting there's no institutional racism in the UK. Well, today proves there certainly is, because this bill institutionalises further racism in our asylum and immigration system. It's done, I think, with cynicism that's become the hallmark of this government. Time after time, I've heard Conservative speakers refer to the 16,000, I think it is, arriving illegally to claim asylum. Cynically, they know that for people desperately seeking safety, there's virtually and realistically no other way. There are so few safe routes for asylum seekers to reach this country, and there's no additional mechanisms set out in this bill. There are so few resettlement schemes for them, and those that have existed in recent years have been limited by successive Conservative governments. The government and others on the far right, unfortunately, of British politics have made much of the increase in asylum seekers reaching the UK via the English Channel. But if you listen to the Home Office statistics, 2/3 of those are actually then accepted as refugees, and appeals actually push that figure even higher. I looked at the figures yesterday. In the year up to September 2020, the UK received 26,903 asylum applications from main applicants. France had over 3 times that many 92,000, while Germany received 122,000. Even countries with smaller economies and populations like Spain, Italy, Greece, all received more asylum seekers than the UK. And this myth that we resettle more than any other country in Europe is untrue, because they use other routes rather than just the simple resettlement scheme. The truth is we're not taking our fair share of refugees. And this government is complaining about having to do that. And through this bill, I think is seeking to demonise people fleeing what? Fleeing war and persecution. And on many instances, you know, we've contributed to those wars, particularly through our arms sales. I believe it's a shameful bill. It's a squalid bill. It's small-minded. It's racist. And it does what this government actually does best. In fact, it's the only thing it does well. It whips up division, demonising people to distract from the government's own failures. I join with all those who've ended their speeches by echoing the call that refugees are welcome here. Well, from me and to those people I met yesterday, to the relatives of that young man who died in my constituency at the weekend, I say refugees are welcome here. And I will do everything I possibly can to oppose this bill. I want people to know that there are many in this country, many in my constituency, I think, who are willing to stand up bravely and say, we will uphold basic human rights. We will welcome refugees. And yes, we know the benefit of those that come here and the contributions so significant that they've made to our country. There's a number of MPs who've stood up and said, listen to the people. Well, I am listening to my constituents, and there'll be a difference of views as well. But sometimes, you know, as well, you have to stand up for what's right. And I know someone made criticisms of one of my colleagues who referred to the 1930s. But, you know, by listening to some in the 1930s, and particularly some of the right-wing press, it did prevent a government allowing Jewish people from Germany to come to this country. And yes, we accepted the children, but we didn't accept the parents, and they did, unfortunately, lose their lives in the concentration camps. Let's stand up for humanity. Let's show the best of this house. Let's show the best of our country. And let's offer people succour and through the asylum system, safety and security, and the protection for them and their families. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Compassion and robustness go hand in hand when it comes to the way in which we manage our borders. And our common humanity requires that we update our approach as the challenges that we face in the world develop. Every government in every era, every generation has been looking for a system that is more efficient, that is safer for those seeking refuge, that is cheaper for taxpayers in the United Kingdom and the communities that are taking refugees in, and that is more humane in the way that it supports people who faced some of the most terrible circumstances. And the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, when we look at the information on their website, we see that this, although in our debate it is very much about what is happening in the European neighbourhood, is an issue that is challenging governments and countries and populations across the whole of the world. In Westminster, it is an issue that Parliament has wrestled with since immigration by the post-war Labour government in response to the retreat from empire. And most of us as constituency MPs will know that our constituents have a very wide range of views on the issue. On the doorsteps, campaigning and elections, we will all have heard a good deal of concern from constituents, from voters, about the impact of migration on the UK. As a constituency member of Parliament, I've had umpteen contacts from constituents asking me to intervene to prevent the deportation from the UK of someone who's been found to be an illegal immigrant in my constituency, who they know, who their friends know, who lives in the neighbourhood. I've yet to have a single contact letting me know about an illegal immigrant that someone wants to see removed. So there is a conundrum in this debate, which is that our voters, our constituents, are in general very concerned to see that our borders are effectively managed, but tend to have a very positive view of those migrants, those refugees that they know in their community and in their neighbourhood. Perhaps that reflects the fact that the UK is not a particularly popular destination for asylum in Europe. The UNHCR figures again indicate that in terms of refugees, Germany has around 10 times as many as we do in the UK. And the UK is a middling destination in terms of our European neighbourhood for asylum seekers. But the UK is particularly active in resettlement. And that is something which this House and the government should rightly be proud of, in creating safe legal routes for people who we've identified displaced because of war and conflict, who can be resettled in the UK. So for me, it is an essential principle that we build on the success of things like the Syrian Vulnerable Peoples Relocation Scheme, that cut out the people smugglers from the system and enabled communities the length and breadth of the United Kingdom to welcome refugees without any of the challenges that we've faced with some other parts of the asylum system. We also know that of those who arrive by any route outside of resettlement, around 3/4 are granted asylum under UK law, which shows that most do have a well-founded claim, however they arrive into our country. So we clearly need to tackle the major problems that are inherent in the routes by which people arrive. The smuggling of people to our country and to the rest of Europe is helping to fund terrorist organisations in parts of the world who are making money out of the deaths, the misery of many, many thousands of vulnerable people. There are criminals closer to home, and we've seen some particularly hideous cases in the United Kingdom where large numbers of refugees have died in the hands of those criminals because of the way in which they are being smuggled into our country. I personally saw on a visit to the Jungle refugee camp in Calais, smugglers driving around, offering what is essentially a rate sheet. If you can pay this many euros, you're allowed to break into a lorry. If you can pay significantly more, we will smuggle you into the UK in a British plated car with a British driver. It is an absolutely evil trade, and we have no idea how many people have lost their lives in the waters of the English Channel trying to get to refuge in our country. So we must tackle that. And it is clearly critical that we have a really effective programme of safe and legal routes. And those safe and legal routes need to work in both directions. This is not just about people who may be fleeing persecution who need to come to the UK. We do need, post-Brexit and the loss of the Dublin arrangements, to have routes in place with other third-party safe countries. And it is critical, in my view, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we get a clear assurance from government that we will have that in place in order to make a real success of the proposed arrangements. But fundamentally, we need to ensure that we retain public goodwill and confidence. We need to consider the way in which this operates in the UK. Asylum seekers were first treated separately from the wider benefits system under the Labour government of Tony Blair in the early 2000s. Dispersal was created under Andy Burnham, then the Immigration Minister, now the Mayor of Greater Manchester, in 2005. And there are lessons from that system that we need to be wary of trying to do it on the cheap. Unaccompanied children, dispersal, all demonstrate that engaging communities is difficult when we do it on the cheap, whereas the Syrian resettlement scheme, which was costly, also garnered a huge amount of public goodwill and was much more effective in securing public confidence because it was demonstrated in advance that people had a well-founded claim to be in the United Kingdom. And it is not a matter of law, but this House will need to be vigilant to ensure that the system is resourced so that the ambitions that are set out can be achieved. Turning to the question of how we achieve that, the plumbing, the wiring of the system clearly needs to work right. The concept of effective advocacy and advice for refugees at the point of entry to enable them to lodge a really effective claim is critical. We need to make sure that the way we work at the border enables us to understand the circumstances of the asylum seeker as fully as possible. And we will need to recognise that if we are to have a two-tier system that treats people differently according to their means of transit to the UK, that in some parts of the world it may, for example, have been necessary to pay a people smuggler to get out of immediate danger and then to make the rest of the journey by another route. And I need to consider how our courts will carry forward decisions on that process. But there have been a number of steps in a positive direction. The recent announcement about working visas for those seeking asylum is. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this House needs to balance the views and the needs of all parts of our country. When it comes to migration, that means the businesses in my constituency crying out for new workers to enable them to make the most of opportunities, with those communities already under pressure for housing need and social challenges for whom new arrivals may be seen as an unacceptable burden. If we go local, we engage communities, we recognise complexity, then we have a chance of making this much more effective.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege, actually, to be following my honourable friend, who is clearly an expert in this field. And if I remember, his maiden speech was actually made in a debate on Syrian refugees. I find myself in a very unusual position very early on to be agreeing with the honourable member for Glasgow North East, in that normally for a speech in this place I normally get about 3 minutes, and it's gone up to 4 minutes and 5 minutes and 6, and we're now on 8, and I'm afraid my notes might not last that long. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the introduction of the new Nationality and Borders Bill. It is the cornerstone of this government's new plan for immigration, and it delivers the most comprehensive reform in decades to fix our broken asylum system. With this bill, we are truly delivering on our manifesto commitment to the British people, a commitment to take back control of our borders and put in place an asylum system which works for those in genuine need. And I do emphasise the genuine need aspect. But I want to take a minute, Mr Deputy Speaker, to highlight some of the, quite frankly, disturbing comments from the opposition benches, and I think in particular to the honourable members for Leeds East and Hayes and Harlington, where they're actually calling members on this side of the chamber racist for wanting to look after our borders and to look after the communities that we represent. And quite frankly, I think comments like that are absolutely abhorrent and disgusting. And at some point, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will speak to you about that, because in my view, it is neither honourable nor respectful of this chamber to actually be insulting members. But I'd be delighted to give way.
I think my honourable friend giving away. And I find it interesting that the Labour members are not here today. I mean, they sometimes can throw odd comments over the virtual airways, but where are they when this is an issue that matters so much to their constituents? Where are they? Why are they not in the chamber debating this issue?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. It's almost like they're creating another argument for the online harms bill. They want to insult us from a virtual participation and then turn their screen off and hide away because they can't deal with the argument. But what we are really seeing is just general insulting, and it's just quite frankly wrong, Mr Deputy Speaker. When we look at what we're trying to do, we are truly representing the views of the people, but the views of my constituents. I'm delighted to.
Would my honourable friend agree with me that actually when the party opposite pointed us and implied that we're racist, they're also pointing a finger at millions of former Labour voters who actually agree with us on this matter?
I could not agree with my honourable friend any more. He puts it far more succinctly than I possibly could. But what we also see is turning back on the British people, turning back on the Red Wall all over again. And we've had this debate many, many times. And unfortunately, the opposition benches aren't listening. Well, they're not here for one. But what we're actually seeing is this paradigm shift where the Labour Party no longer represents these working class communities. They're no longer listening to these working class voters, and thankfully on this side of the chamber we do. But there's also a particularly harmful argument, and we've received it far too many times in this debate, and it is about listening.
It is about give way.
I'll be delighted.
Thank you, honourable member, for giving way. Thinking of the clock entirely, but I want to actually explore just a serious point that you just made about the allegations of being called racist. When people want to disagree with some legislation, that's all very well. but resorting to calling members of the opposition racist simply because you want to control your borders and create a better system so that people can come here not risking themselves for life and limb is utterly wrong, surely, to be calling people racist for disagreeing about such an important matter.
I completely agree with my honourable friend. What we are seeing is a party that want to fight the deportation of foreign criminals, but then insults their opposition and then hide away behind turning this screen off. But going back to my speech, Mr Deputy Speaker, Britain truly does have a proud history of providing a safe haven for those fleeing persecution and oppression. And I know this because my own family have been part of that. During the Second World War, my grandfather came home from university one day to see his entire family, other than his own twin brother, get shot. So at that point, they fled during the war and ended up in, of all places, Tamworth, and then in Pendle, and then finally in Keighley before he passed on. So people who've been here right at the heart of recent wars and refugee camps have sought refuge in our country. And when they've done so, we are a proud nation, we're a helpful nation, we're a compassionate nation, and we will do what we can. Even more so in my constituency of Bury South, where if people need help, we respond.
With my honourable friend Goodway. We've heard from the honourable member opposite that there are between 25 and 30 million asylum seekers worldwide. So demand clearly outstrips any possible form of supply. The debate that we should be having is what number of legal asylum seekers, that process, should it be 10,000, should it be 20,000, should it be 40,000? Because there has to be some limit. And if we have the focus of the argument on that, does that not make it more sensible to shut down obviously illegal, obviously dangerous routes of alternative entry?
I thank my friend for that intervention. I think he gets very much to the crux of the problem. Now, I'm not going to be talking about what threshold is right or wrong, but the fact that we're trying to get a fair system and it's one that actually helps those who are most in need is what we truly need to understand. And as I was saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, our communities are rich in their diversity because of immigration. They're rich in their diversity because of the people that we've been helping. And I think again of the Syrian resettlement scheme. And it's something that we're proud of. And indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, in Lancashire, we've taken thousands in. And that is something I'm proud of, for helping those most in need. But for far too long, the current system has been exploited by people smugglers, criminal gangs and asylum shoppers who cheat the system. As I heard from my honourable friend, when people are paying extra to either break their way into a lorry or getting in a boat to be shipped across, that is not the right way to try and seek asylum. So,
but that abuse is not limited to those people smugglers. It extends to the so-called human rights lawyers who know how to best game the system. It extends to the activists who encourage people to seek to claim asylum on all kinds of different grounds, and when they fail, to claim again. This whole system is corrupted by those individuals who seek not to defend the interests, as he's described, of the most needy, but to exploit those who will do anything to get into this country, legal or illegal.
My honourable friend for those very meaningful comments. So it's for me, it's not something I was going to touch on, but it's a very important part of this debate, and it again goes to the crux of the entire reason why we're trying to actually come about. I get the feeling there's another intervention.
I'm so grateful, but just elaborating that point, as a former member of the bar, I struggle to criticise members of the legal profession who use legitimate means to extend the stay of their clients. But surely that is an argument, a very strong argument, exactly for the terms of this bill. We can't complain people abuse it. It's not an abuse of the system to exploit it, but we need to cut down and remove those loopholes so that legal teams properly represent their clients, but it doesn't slow the system down.
I thank my honourable and learned friend for those comments as well. And like I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, this really goes to the point of what this bill is actually about. Some people, especially on the other side of the chamber, may disagree with particular points. And what I say to them is back it at second reading. And when we get to the committee stage, try to make the changes that you want to see. You all acknowledge that, I apologise, the opposition benches acknowledge that there is clearly a problem, but they don't want to do anything to fix it. It's almost like they want to see us fail, and they want to see Britain fail, and that's absolutely wrong, Mr Deputy Speaker. So because of the way things that currently operate, it's not fair to those most vulnerable people in genuine need of asylum, or the British public who unfortunately have to pay for it. We must help to ensure that refugees claim asylum in the first safe country they reach, but with the current trend, we see refugees reaching a safe country such as France, Greece, Italy, most of Southern Europe. And they press on with their journey, paying people smugglers to help them enter the UK illegally, or falling victim to criminal gangs who exploit them. And the reference made of the jungle camp, we only need to see what goes on there to realise that actually, a lot of these journeys are absolutely, life-threatening to many people. So we need to do what we can to prevent this. So in October last year, a Kurdish Iranian family tragically died when their overcrowded boat sank off the coast of France. So both parents tragically drowned, along with their 9-year-old, their 6-year-old, and their 50-month-old baby. Every journey across the Channel is life-threatening. So we absolutely need to take this seriously and do everything we can to try and prevent anyone making that journey when it's not needed. So last month was the worst month ever recorded for illegal crossings, with more than 2,100 people having arrived, and I feel that this month will actually surpass that figure. So many of the people risking their lives to cross the Channel are young men who are economic migrants and are denying a legitimate asylum seeker a space. And as Conservatives, we will protect those most in need and put the rights of those who respect the rules above those who asylum shop and take our country for a ride. We need an asylum system that is fair for everyone, one that prioritises women and children escaping war-torn countries and those fleeing unwarranted prosecution, not an asylum system that is openly game to economic migrants or one that is exploited by people smugglers.
Now, the wind-ups are going to start at 6:36. And by my reckoning, because there were 2 late editions, so they're not on the call list, I think there are 9 people who wish to get in. And because this is the last day of a 2-day debate, it would be good to get everybody in, wouldn't it? But I don't want to put the clerk through the trauma of yet another time change. So if everybody does about 5 minutes... Too late. If everybody does about 5 minutes, then everybody will get in. So please, if everybody could play the ball. Jim Shannon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would wish to speak to this bill, but to underline the type of bill that I would like to see it to be. I see the Minister in his place, and the Minister and I have a similar opinion on many things, and I know that he's spoken on these matters before, so I'm quite hopeful that when it comes to the committee stage, we can make the changes to see what I would like to see in place. I'm ever minded, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the kinder children came to my constituency in the Second World War, and those children came to my constituency because they had nowhere else to go. So when it comes to speaking in this debate, which I've spoken on many occasions, I believe there's a right to flee persecution of religion. So we want to see a safe and legal route. The government is referred to here, and I want to see a safe and legal route as well. I'm chair of the APPG on freedom of religious belief. We speak up for those with Christian belief, those with other beliefs, and those with no belief. And across the world, there are just so many people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who find themselves in positions where they cannot practice their religion or enjoy the human rights that we enjoy in this country. So for me, when it comes to looking at a legal system and an immigration system in place, I look to the Minister because I see in him someone who encapsulates what I believe to be a system to be in place, a system that helps those people in other parts of the world can come here and relocate because of the persecution that they are involved with. So I'm very happy to, yeah.
He's making a very good point on religious persecution. Does he agree with me that sometimes it's the very governments that those people of the countries those people are from that are engaging and endorsing that persecution? So it makes it all more important that we have safe and legal routes, that those governments would not allow them to leave their country.
I thank the Honourable Lady for the intervention, and I agree with that. The Minister knows that I've been a great supporter of the Syrian resettlement scheme. It's one that I've supported the whole way through. I was glad whenever we were able to send people to Newtownards town, and those families were able to relocate because the government bodies that were there, the churches that were there, they brought the communities together and brought people together to help. Those people are well settled today. None of them have ever wanted to go home. Their home now is Newtownards in my constituency in Strangford. So I would look to the Minister and ask him this question. Will there be more people, will there be more opportunities through the Syrian resettlement scheme? Because if there is, then I believe we can produce a safe haven for people in my constituency of Strangford, but also across the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The world is a dangerous place. People are being persecuted because of their religious views. Their human rights are being abused. So I'd like to think that the United Kingdom has a reputation for being a generous country, and I believe part of this lies with having a fair and sufficient asylum process for those who need it. Recent stats show that the year ending March 21, the UK received 26,903 asylum applications, meaning that a possible 26,000 needed a better life with better choices and better opportunities. So there is a lack of direction in the past number of years regarding the decision making has left people in disarray, unable to seek work or resettle. I want to see that system in the future when it comes to this opportunity to have it in the right place. So access to the UK asylum system should be based on need and not on the ability to pay people smugglers, which others have referred to. Detention Action, a charity that dedicates much time to ensuring fairness for asylum seekers, has used a great slogan to describe the situation, and I quote it, it says, "It is political will rather than legislation." So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is wholeheartedly accurate. Welfare should be at the core of legislation. In 2019, 24,400 people entered immigration detention in the UK, which is the lowest figure since 2009. However, I would not classify the figure as necessarily low, and I do make the comment as well, because I believe it's important. Another major issue is surrounding the Nationality and Borders Bill, is that young children are being placed in immigration detention. I made this point to the Secretary of State yesterday. I make it again today because it's a key issue for me and where I am. I want to see young children getting the opportunity. They very often are separated from their parents, from their family members, and they come here and they're straight into detention. The Secretary of State referred to it yesterday, so I would very much look forward to seeing changes in relation to that. I wish to see legislation protecting children to give those who are fleeing persecution as well. Government stated it will support victims of modern slavery. Good news and what they have said so far, and I think it's important that we have it on record for where we are in relation to that as well. Government has also, I think, stated that they wish to give people the opportunity to come here if they are under any distress in other countries. While asylum seeking is something that we should be taking seriously, illegal immigration is also an issue which needs to be taken into consideration when discussing this bill. This year, and I conclude with this comment, Mr Deputy Speaker, ever mindful of your request for the time. In the year 2021 alone, 3,500 are said to have crossed the channel to enter the UK illegally to work and live without the correct documentation. Both issues need to be tackled to the same importance, and I urge the Minister in his response to shed some light on the steps that he will be taking and will take in the future to address both. A humane approach must be used when discussing such a sensitive issue. And I end by saying this: individuals should not be criminalised for asylum. There should and needs to be a sustainable system in place to those who want to enter the UK and can legally do so. There should not be a prolonged process. More importantly, asylum seekers should not be mistreated. So I would call upon the Home Office and the Minister to provide necessary assurance that the United Kingdom can and will deliver a trustworthy haven for those who seek asylum. And I wish very much to see, when the legislation comes through, that we give the protection for those overseas who are persecuted because of their religion and their human rights as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you so much.
Video link. Peter, I don't know if you heard earlier on and thank you, Jim, for your cooperation, but the clerks informed me that trauma management is one of his specialities, and so therefore we have decided to introduce a 5-minute limit, so we will now get everybody in. So if you don't mind, Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford. This bill is the cornerstone of the government's commitment to reforming our immigration policy, having taken back control following our departure from the European Union. It is essential that we deliver for our constituents who want us to take proper, effective control of our borders. This bill will introduce new and tough criminal offences for those entering the country illegally, and introducing life sentences for those who perpetrate the despicable crime of people smuggling. Mr Deputy Speaker, those who would willingly and knowingly and take money for doing so, putting men, women and children in the backs of lorries and in dinghies with not a care in the world whether their victims will live to see another day, never mind complete their journey. These criminals are clearly the lowest of the law, and it is right that we do all we can to stop that trade. That means prosecuting those who facilitate it, and sending a clear message to those who seek to make such illegal entry into our country. We all know that the system as it stands is in need of reform. Lengthy waits for decisions, bureaucracy that makes little sense, and endless appeals. No certainty for anyone in the system, living lives in limbo for years, and in some cases decades. That is not right, and this new regime will be based on firmness and fairness. This bill will deliver key elements of the government's new plan for immigration, upon which I, my colleagues on these benches, and this government were elected. This plan addresses our broken asylum system, which sadly has provided incentives to sickening people smugglers and illegal immigrants at the expense of those in conflict zones who are unable to travel. The UK has a proud record of supporting those in genuine need of refuge and asylum. Far from closing the door on the most vulnerable, this bill ensures that safe and legal routes remain open. It cannot be right for a decent, civilised society which welcomes those fleeing persecution to allow an unsafe, illegal route to be repeatedly exploited by criminal gangs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, immigration is a good thing. It brings skills, talents and abilities into our country, and it has provided us with some of the most diverse communities in our towns and cities across the country. It has made our culture richer and is something to celebrate. But at the same time, it is right that that immigration is controlled by the government and legislation, responding to the needs of those in need around the world in a controlled way, and not a system undermined by criminal gangs sending victims to their deaths in lorries and dinghies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the UK is delivering support through the world-class Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, which has protected 25,000 people in the last 6 years, more than any other European country. That is 25,000 people who've been able to restart and rebuild their lives in safety. We will also continue to offer family reunion, which has enabled a further 29,000 people to come to the UK and settle here. At its heart, this bill will break human smuggling and trafficking chains, introducing new criminal offences for those attempting to enter the UK illegally, and new life sentences for people smugglers. I know that the majority of my constituents in Darlington will welcome these steps. Closing off legal loopholes and opening up safe routes, ending the horrific practice of people smuggling that has seen thousands put on small, unsafe boats in northern France, is testament to the resolve of the Home Secretary, who has faced the most dreadful personal abuse for doing the right thing by this country, and she has my full support in all of her efforts. The Home Secretary knows that the overwhelming majority of the British public want to see the problem of illegal entry tackled. It is such a shame that Her Majesty's opposition remains completely out of touch with what our country needs and what our constituents want. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have seen the opposition's true colours today, determined to oppose this government's plans to tackle a problem that has beset us for many years. We know that they would sign up to free movement once more. Why those opposite would want to enable a system to continue which sees people die in the Channel or in the backs of lorries is truly unfathomable. Thank you.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Darlington. As my honourable friend from Ruislip said a little while ago, we need a system that commands public goodwill and confidence. And I'm afraid what we have at the moment is not that. My constituents in Newcastle-under-Lyme expect us to follow the rule of law, and they expect fairness. And I think what's going on at the moment is not fair to anyone. It's not fair to the migrants making the dangerous journeys. It's not fair to the migrants unable to make those journeys, who tend to be women and children who are perhaps at more risk. And it's not fair to my constituents and the rest of the constituents of all of us in this chamber who are paying for the system. The only beneficiaries are the people smugglers. And we heard from my honourable friend from Rice, I'm sure it's a matter of time, that those people smugglers are making thousands and thousands of pounds for every journey across the Channel. Now, this bill, I think, dramatically changes the incentives involved in the immigration system and the illegal immigration system to deter illegal entry and to remove those with no right to be here and remove them more easily. And in so doing, increases fairness and reduces the danger in the system. And I'd like to make clear that we're not hard-hearted. Newcastle-under-Lyme is not a hard-hearted town. We support those in genuine need of asylum. We support those, for example, who've been displaced from war zones. And we've resettled in this country more refugees than any other country in Europe. And our Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme has resettled 20,000 refugees safely from Syria into the UK to rebuild their lives. And we should be proud of that, and I am proud of that. But I think the government are right, Mr Deputy Speaker, to try and find a better way. Firstly, to differentiate between economic migrants and refugees, and secondly, to make sure that there is a route still for the most vulnerable, but one that does not mean that most dangerous of journeys. Because, bluntly, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is almost unlimited demand for a place in the UK. If we were to open our borders completely, as it seemed that some of the Socialist Campaign Group members opposite want us to do, and they're going to be prescribed soon by the look of it and the way the leader of the opposition is going, but if we were to open our borders completely, millions of people would want to come to the UK because we're an open, tolerant nation. But let me say that supply is not unlimited. So we should, in fact we must, prioritise those most in need, not those who are most able to get here. That's the only moral thing to do. So in deterring illegal entry, well, let's just say today, like every other day, there are hundreds crossing the Channel taking that risk. And firstly, my constituents want to know, well, why are they coming from France? France is a safe country. They could claim asylum there. They could have claimed asylum before that in Spain or in Italy or in Greece or wherever they crossed into the European Union. But the European Union doesn't want to defend its border there because it knows that people will just migrate through the European Union to the United Kingdom. So we will now look under this bill at removing those people who, if France won't take them back, and I believe they should, but I don't think they will, then we will look at removing them to a safe third country. And the example for this is Australia, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, the Honourable Member for East Lothian opposite, who's no longer in his place, abhorred the Australian system, what's known as Operation Sovereign Borders. But let me say, that's not only been a successful policy, but I think it's been a deeply moral policy. And if I could just quote the evidence the Australian government submitted to the Home Affairs Committee. Between 2008 and 2013, more than 50,000 people travelled illegally to Australia on more than 820 individual maritime people smuggling ventures, and during this period, more than 1,200 people drowned in the attempt to reach Australia. Following the establishment of Operation Sovereign Borders in September 2013, it has been more than 6 years since the last successful maritime people smuggling venture to Australia, and more than 6.5 years since the last known death at sea. That is what we should be aspiring to, Mr Deputy Speaker, a system that commands public confidence but reduces the risk of people losing their lives. And we should also, of course, remove those who've got no rights to be here, and we need to do that more quickly because the spectacle of these appeals lasting years is undermining public confidence as well. So we're going to look at accelerating removals, measures to combat lengthy vexatious claims. We're going to put in statute a single standardised minimum notice period for migrants to access justice, and we're going to make that into a one-stop process. And we'll also expand the early removal scheme, which will remove foreign national offenders, criminals who are currently in our prisons. We will remove them as soon as possible. And what I'd like to ask, why have 60 Labour MPs, and none of whom are here, I mean, there's only the ones on the front bench, why have 60 Labour MPs written to government opposing the removal of foreign national offenders? They couldn't be more out of touch if they tried, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yes, indeed. So to conclude, British people have repeatedly voted, most recently in 2019, to take back control of our borders. And after our exit from the European Union, we now have the tools to do so. We've already put in place new rules for legal immigration, and with this bill we're going to put in new measures to deter illegal immigration. And I believe this bill will give our border force and our justice system the tools they need to deter that illegal immigration at source, to change the incentives. And in so doing, we will cut out the criminal gangs, and we will finally deliver a fair system that can command credibility both at home and abroad.
Deputy Speaker, since I was elected in 2019, one thing many of my constituents have told me they want to see is this country taking back control of its borders. They're not racist. They're genuine, hard-working, decent, honest people. And they're actually generous to those in genuine need. Our asylum and immigration system is not fit for purpose. It lines the pockets of criminal gangs, of people smugglers, and is not fair on genuine, vulnerable people who need protection. It's also not fair on the British public who pick up the tab. On the benches opposite, there appears to be some that can't see a problem. There's a reason they no longer represent constituencies like mine. Absolutely. Good luck. Yesterday we saw record numbers of people arriving in this country by boat, with 430 crossing in a single day. Since the 1st of January, around 8,000 people have made that crossing. Something's wrong. Many of those have travelled across several safe countries, and some have paid as much as £5,000 for a ticket to board these illegal crossings and jump the queue for asylum. Most of the genuine asylum seekers who I've met who are in my constituency couldn't afford £5,000 and they wouldn't be able to make the journey across 5 countries in order to get here. 80% of those whopping 8,500 people who arrived here in 2020 are male, and 74% are aged between 18 and 39. Something has to be done, not only to stop abuse, but to ensure the world's most genuinely vulnerable asylum seekers arriving in this country via legal routes do not arrive here to join huge queues and be left in limbo for months, if not years, by our overburdened system. This country cannot allow criminality to be rewarded, especially not at the expense of providing haven for those in genuine need. This bill brings forward fundamental and, in my view, long overdue reform, creating a system that is firmer and fairer. Firmer on criminal gangs of people smugglers and those who enter the UK illegally, increasing the penalty for illegal entry, and introducing life sentences for the disgraceful people smugglers who put lives at risk to profit from this illegal and dangerous activity. It's firmer on foreign national offenders, increasing sentences for those who return to the UK in breach of a deportation order, saving British taxpayers money that can be spent on building back better and levelling up the most left behind areas, or actually supporting vulnerable people like those subject to slavery and people trafficking. It will importantly rebuild the British public's confidence in our asylum and justice system. But it's not just firmer, it's fairer. It's fairer on our border forces, who will now have the power and resources they need to do the job we task them with. Powers to search unaccompanied containers, to seize and dispose of any vessels intercepted, and powers to stop and divert vessels entering the UK illegally. This bill will also be fairer on genuine vulnerable people who are fleeing from persecution and tyranny and who currently join a queue in a system stretched to its limits, often by repeated and vexatious claims. The total number of people in limbo waiting for a decision has doubled since 2014. I've spoken to genuine refugees and have seen some of the most terrible, who have seen some of the most terrible atrocities. They're forced to queue for more than a year to simply get an interview date because they're in a queue behind those who cross the channel illegally. This is unsurprising considering that this country has 109,000 outstanding asylum claims that need to be dealt with. The system can't cope. The system is at breaking point, and it is utterly unfair on those who followed the proper channels to claim asylum. And it's also fairer on the British taxpayer who voted time and time again for the UK to take control of its borders, and who, whilst generous to those in need, do not wish to see that generosity abused. So yes, firmer on criminal gangs who profit from putting others in peril, firmer on foreign national offenders in breach of a deportation order, but fairer on genuine asylum seekers, on our border forces and the British people who pick up the tab. Thank you.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm slightly disappointed. Not only do I not get 9 minutes to be able to speak to you for, but also there's no opposition. They've all gone home after such an important piece of legislation. What a disappointment, and I wonder why. Our immigration and asylum system, as we've heard many times today, and yesterday as well, has not worked properly for years. And it's fair to say that leaving the European Union was about many things. It was about controlling our laws, our money, our trade, and our borders. Now, along with a points-based immigration system, we can also look to control our borders further with proper legislation to deal with the issues which have dogged our country for many years. Now, in the shortish time I've got now, I just want to make 2 overall points. Firstly, the issue that's been made many times already around the thousands upon thousands of migrants making the dangerous crossings to get here. Even yesterday, we read that it was a record number of people that crossed the channel to arrive on our shores. And in June, we saw those numbers at 2,000. Well, quite simply, constituents every single week write to me imploring us to get to grips with this situation, to have control on our borders of who is here and how many people are entering the country. And in doing so, also this legislation has to deal with the criminal element and the deterrent of people coming en masse to arrive and claim illegal asylum. Now, the bill, as we know, will make it a crime to knowingly arrive in the UK without permission, and in doing so, those measures will act as a strong deterrent to curb those that, as I've said in my interventions, have risked life and limb many times of people coming here. But we also know that it is the people that are being led here by gangs or being smuggled, and the bill will have new powers to deal with that. Maximum life sentences for those convicted of people smuggling. That has to get to the very, very core of the gangs that profit from those heinous crimes, and absolutely right that we prosecute those people. But secondly, I want to draw attention to also our ability to protect properly and support those who genuinely need safe asylum here. As the Home Secretary said yesterday, we need a firm but a fair asylum system which should provide a safe haven to those fleeing persecution and oppression. And I don't think anybody has disagreed with that point at all across the House. Those arriving here claiming asylum should be doing it in the first safe third country they travel through, and I welcome the provisions in the bill to try and achieve this. We shouldn't forget, we've heard a lot about this in the last few weeks, that we are the third highest contributor of overseas development aid in the entire world, and we have resettled more refugees than any other country in Europe. But what this bill is about, it is having the powers to discourage those making those crossings and irregular entries. And it is right that if you end up on our shores, that you should have your asylum claims impacted, because that has to be part and parcel of the deterrent mechanism to try and end people risking their lives to be here. We will continue, no doubt about it, to resettle genuine refugees directly from regions of conflict and instability. As I've said, we've already protected 25,000 people in the last 6 months. But this anticipated legislation, of which, as I said again, many, many constituents write to me on a regular basis about, it is finally here. It takes time. So to all those people that write to me wanting to see it done and dusted as quickly as possible, we have to get it right. It has to take time, and complex legislation takes more than just a few months to get it right. I think the government has done a good job in actually getting this presented in front of us today. It's now through its hopefully second reading, and finally we will start to get an end to this problem that has dogged the country for years.
Well done. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the honourable member for Norfolk. And I'm going to tell the House a little story, if I may, because when I was listening to the debate yesterday, I was particularly taken by the contribution of my honourable friend, the member for Ashfield. He talked about Yanis Bitter from Latvia and his experience of being conscripted by the Nazis during World War II and fighting on the Russian front, and ultimately coming to the UK as a refugee. Well, I have a similar story featuring Anton Patella, lovingly known as Guido. He was my wife's grandfather. He was a gardener in the Ukraine, and like Yanis, was conscripted by the Nazis and was forced to fight a war on the Russian front. An absolutely dreadful experience, unimaginable conditions, and suffered the horrors of war. He couldn't return because he would have either been executed or exiled, and he came as a refugee to Britain. He joined the bomb squad, he fell in love, and started a family. Now, I'm not sure how he would feel about his granddaughter marrying a Conservative MP, but he was always grateful for the chance to start a new life here in the UK. Guido and his family didn't see a cruel and heartless country. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We are a kind, tolerant and welcoming country. And nothing evidences this more than the city of Peterborough, a caring and special city. Because Peterborough is the home of many different communities, people from all over the world who started their life here quite often as refugees. And I'd like to pay tribute to Moez Nathu from the Peterborough Asylum and Refugee Community Association, who does brilliant work advocating for refugees in my city. Because my inbox, Mr Deputy Speaker, and constituency mailbag is regularly filled with asylum cases. And of course, my team do their very best to help. My team are regularly dealing with asylum and wider immigration claims that have been ongoing for 15 or 16 years. Endless legal processes and appeals, lawyers and professionals have made things very complicated and difficult. And there have been many heartbreaking phone calls and meetings with those going through this. Empathy and compassion are skills that MPs should have. But nothing prepared me, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the sheer weight of numbers my office would encounter when I took this job. Some of my team are even going through legal training on asylum and immigration, something they're very happy to do, but not something they expected to do when they applied to work in an MP's constituency office. And the benches opposite have shouted and made passionate speeches, throwing around accusations of racism and a lack of compassion, because I just find that offensive. Because they're talking to committed Conservative activists and constituency staff, my constituency staff, who are comforting those entrapped in this endless and unfair system. They're talking about decent people, Christians, Muslims, compassionate people who are trying to make sense of a nonsensical system. There is nothing kind about throwing people into this appeal systems for years on end. And our work in Peterborough clearly makes the case for reform, much more clearly than shouty speeches from the benches opposite. And I must say, the Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington, the Right Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington, made a typically insulting speech, suggesting that members on this side of the House are far right. The Honourable Member does not own compassion on this issue. The left do not have a monopoly on empathy. We need a much quicker and much fairer asylum system. And I know that those who work on asylum and advocacy in my constituency would agree with me. We need to prioritise those in need of protection while stopping the abuse of the system. And in just a few seconds I've got left, I just want to make this point as well, because I fear something very shocking is about to happen if we're not careful. The English Channel is the busiest shipping route in the world. Over 600 cargo ships use it. It's a dangerous sea crossing. If we're not careful, if we don't do something, we're going to see dead bodies floating in the English Channel. And a compassionate government would do something about that. And that's what we have here today, a solution to that problem. I know Anton Patella and the people of Peterborough have one thing in common, that they want to see a fair, empathetic and compassionate asylum system, and that's what this bill will deliver.
There's 13 minutes before wind-ups and there's 3 speakers left, so if you all do a shade under 5 minutes, you'll all roughly get the same. Dana Davison.
Mr. Speaker, and as ever, it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Peterborough, who gave a very thought-provoking account of Gitto and of the experience he's had within Peterborough. I just want to start by thanking the Home Secretary, the Immigration Minister, and the entire Home Office team for their hard work in bringing this bill before the House. It has been a long time coming, and I think all of us on this side are very proud to see it arrive. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thanks to Freedom Days, relaxation of restrictions later this evening, depending on time, I'm hoping to attend an event with the Australian High Commission. And I don't mention this just because it'll be a lovely do with great wine, but because I have a great deal of respect for the way in which Australia have handled the entire debate around immigration and asylum through Operation Sovereign Borders, which my right honourable friend, the member for Ashton Underline, gave a great account of earlier. Wanting to have integrity of one's borders and an immigration system which suits one's nation is nothing to be ashamed of. And yet some out there would have you believe that it is not only shameful, but it's also thoroughly unpopular with the public. I mean, that is not my experience. Shall we just remember the general election of 2019, in which one party stood on a manifesto promising to tackle immigration as a key tenet of that manifesto. Which party was it? Well, it is the one that is represented on these benches right now. And may I say, it is shameful to see so few Labour members on those benches opposite when they claim to represent people right across our nation. Well, if it's true that this is not popular, it is not reflected in the communications that I receive from my own constituents. Local people across Bishop Auckland have not been shy in letting me know their views on the channel crossings and on the wider asylum system. And their overarching opinion is not bigoted, it's not racist, but it is clear. We need to protect our borders, we must tackle illegal immigration, we must crack down on the criminal gangs of people smugglers and their exploitation of some of the most vulnerable people. But for those who have a genuine need to uproot their families and move to Britain because of war, discrimination or persecution, they should be welcomed. Mr Deputy Speaker, despite the outcry from some, I perceive this bill to have safety at its core. We know that those who board small boats or cling to lorries to make the perilous journey across the Channel are often being exploited by sophisticated criminal gangs of people smugglers who charge thousands upon thousands for a ticket to a new life in the UK, and that is precisely what they sell. We heard it in the Home Affairs Select Committee, a carefully marketed image of a better life, with some even posting adverts on Facebook and TikTok featuring pictures of luxury cruise liners and promotional videos of what a glamorous life in London people will lead. Now, I will never, ever criticise someone for wanting to lead a better life, but these lying criminals exploiting people for profit, I will always condemn and condemn without any apology. I'll happily give it
Would you agree that often the fee paid is only the down payment to a life of modern slavery?
Well, I completely agree with my honourable friend, and there was a very interesting report in, I think it was The Independent from earlier this month, that went into the detail of this, with people effectively being kidnapped and their families being exploited to allow them to make the next stage of their journey, which I think we will all agree is an absolute disgrace and exactly something that this bill aims to tackle. So these people smugglers, that for me is the key to cracking this issue, cracking down on the people smugglers, getting rid of these routes as a legitimate means to entry, and that is what this bill will seek to tackle. But there seems to be a very strange perception that this bill will seek to stop us offering asylum to those genuinely seeking refuge. But wouldn't that be thoroughly un-British? From the kinder transport to the Bosnian genocide, the UK has a proud history of welcoming people fleeing war and persecution. And we should be proud of our reputation as a tolerant nation holding out its arms to the most vulnerable.
Good point.
I'm very proud that our nation has resettled more refugees from outside Europe than any other European nation.
Absolutely.
With over 25,000 refugees and 29,000 close relatives welcomed to the UK since 2015, our record shows global Britain in action. Now, earlier I heard the Honourable Member for Glasgow North East say that I should be ashamed to support this bill. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Nationality and Borders Bill will fix our broken asylum system with a dual approach, tackling dangerous and exploitative illegal routes, while honouring our moral obligation to provide safety and security for the world's most vulnerable. And I hear an SNP member on the benches opposite claiming it's rubbish. Well, where were you earlier in the debate to make this point? That is why I will be proudly and unapologetically voting for this bill tonight.
Tom Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow honourable friend member for Bishop Auckland. We have Ipswich. We have extended the hand of friendship to huge numbers of refugees over the years. We have a very significant Kurdish community in Ipswich, which has made a massive contribution to the town, supported by the Suffolk Refugee Centre. Only recently I was in the Bloom Lounge, which is quite a trendy, upmarket cocktail bar in Ipswich, where I had porn star martinis, all this sort of stuff. But it's actually run by Arian and Francesco, run the hugely successful new cocktail bar, and they came here from Albania. They were refugees. They fled Albania, and the people of Ipswich and this country extended the hand of friendship to them. And what is more, they are conservative. Arian is a conservative councillor. Not only is he Muckachi, he's a conservative councillor. So we are the local Conservative Party in Ipswich are a party of refugees, far more so than the local Labour Party. So I think that we have a major problem here. The problem is that we have to realise that those who decide who make a decision to come to this country illegally and shun the legal process and come here illegally, break the law, for every single person that stays from that category, it limits our capacity to show compassion towards the most genuine of refugees. And there is a limit to how many we can take, so we need to be realistic about that. For each one of those people who decide to come here illegally, some of whom are economic migrants, one less family we've got the ability to support. And that is the reality of the situation. But this charge of racism from the Labour Party, the vast majority of the British public support the position that we are adopting today. Frankly, they probably want to go a bit further. That's the reality of the situation. It's the reality of the correspondence that I received. The vast majority of people in this country abhor racism. They welcome immigration. They want to extend the hand of friendship. But what they don't want is lawlessness. What they do not want is what we're seeing at the moment. Because the message which is sadly going out is once you're in, you're in. Once you're in, it's worth the risk. And the consequence of that is the loss of human lives. The consequence of that is unsustainable pressure on public services. The consequence of that is limiting our ability to show compassion towards the most needy. So I have to say, I never expected, I've met with my honourable friend, the member for Croydon and South, on many occasions to discuss this issue. He knows my views on it. I'm rather robust on the issue, but I have to say, I never thought that, the French would deliver on this for us. I never thought the French were going to deliver on this for us. Ultimately, the people of this country voted to take back control of our borders, and they don't want a situation where we're dependent on the French playing ball for us to be able to control our borders. So this bill in front of us today gives us the ability on this vital issue to take back control and make sure we deliver. But we must deliver, because we can sit here on these benches now confident that the vast majority of our constituents and the British public, decent British people, will stand full square behind us. But their patience is wearing out. So we cannot be here in 6 months' time, 7 months' time, 8 months' time with the numbers we're seeing today, because it is a problem and it's getting worse. And the denial that it's a problem is for the birds. For the Labour Party's position, the Labour Party will vote against this bill today. I believe, ultimately, the Labour Party position would mean that we have thousands more people attempting this dangerous route. I believe the Labour Party would probably put them all up in hotels. I think the Labour Party would probably put all of these individuals up in hotels. They'd send out a message that a clarion call, come over, once you're in, and it would put intolerable pressure on public services. So that is the Labour Party's position, is it not? Is it not the Labour Party's position? It's a Conservative Party's position to have a humane system that welcomes genuine refugees through a rules-based system, but acknowledges that many of people attempting this route are not refugees. Some are, but they should follow the correct procedures, but many aren't. So I welcome this bill. I'm incredibly proud to support it, but we need to deliver. We need to deliver, and my view would be that all options should be on the table when it comes to this vital issue. All options should be on the table, because it simply cannot continue. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
That's why Labour went through 96. Andrew Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you for working so hard to get all colleagues in. Now, the issue of our borders has always attracted attention and the strongest feelings, both here in the House and across the country. But there are some actions that, judging by my inbox, my constituents want to see taken very promptly. And the first is to ensure that safe routes to come here are the primary routes to come here. That means making them more attractive, and it means making the unsafe routes less attractive. What does that actually mean in policy terms? Well, we can see from this bill. It means improving support for refugees to help them build their lives in the UK with an enhanced integration package when they come here. It means particularly tackling the process so that it works much better. The speed of processing claims is absolutely woeful. All of us, I am sure, have dealt with difficult cases in our constituency casework of people who have been in the system in limbo for years. It is inhumane, not fair at all, and it needs to be speeded up. But we also have to tackle the illegal route, making the unsafe route less attractive. That means tackling the evils of people traffickers. This is organised crime. These are peddlers of misery. My right honourable friend, the member for Ruislip, spoke very powerfully about it, how people have died during this process. And improving the sentencing options for judges to include life sentences is a very welcome step forward. There are huge links between people trafficking and modern slavery. The honourable gentleman from East Lothian spoke about how there were links within the sex trade, but it isn't just that. There are all sorts of other parts of our economy where modern slavery is an evil. There are other measures within this bill that I think will prove attractive as well, such as the speedier removal of foreign criminals. So overall, I think we have a system which is broken. That has been fairly clear from comments across the House throughout the 2 days. It is less clear what the opposition parties would actually do about it. They've been very keen to use blood-curdling language to criticise those who may take different views. But I'm absolutely sure that the government is right to look for a better system, right to promote the illegal, rather the illegal over the illegal, right to focus upon need, tackle organised crime and support people better when they get here. I want to see the continued focus upon the resettlement scheme, tackling the most vulnerable parts of the world's conflicts and bringing people from those regions here. I'm sure all of us want to see support for those fleeing persecution, and I will be...
To leave it there. Thank you very much. Wind-ups. Bamba Shara-Lambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, we've had a lively debate, and I want to pay tribute to the many excellent speeches on this side of the House. On the issue about the broken asylum system, I want to thank my colleagues from Liverpool Riverside, East Ham, Vauxhall, Sheffield Central, Salford-Eccles, Wavertree and Bermondsey and Southwark, who all spoke about the length of time it takes to process claims. On the need for safe routes, I want to thank my colleagues from Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, Kingston upon Hull, Streatham, Swansea West, Edmonton and Hayes and Harlington for pointing out the need for safe routes. On the issue about the two-tier system, which penalises asylum seekers in breach of the 1951 Refugee Convention, I want to thank colleagues from York Central, Wirral West, Birkenhead, Jarrow, Cynon Valley, Leeds East, Newport West, Warrington Leamington, Cardiff North, and the Honourable Member for Walthamstow, who also spoke about Einstein's experience during the 1930s when he was a refugee here. And on the issue about strong support from the community for refugees, I want to thank my honourable friends from Sheffield Hallam, Bristol East and Dulwich and Norwood, who spoke about their cities of sanctuary and about their community groups in making sure that there is support for refugees in their communities. Now, as many honourable members have mentioned, next week marks the 70th anniversary of the Refugee Convention. And I'm proud of the leading role that the UK played coming together in the aftermath of the Second World War with our international partners to offer refuge to people seeking sanctuary here and across Europe and to help rebuild a shattered Europe. This legacy goes hand in hand with British values of fair play, decency and respect for international law. But this bill steps back from that agreement and once again further diminishes the UK's international standing in the world. Now, this bill is a dangerous, draconian, dog-whistling piece of legislation, and it threatens these values. It's ill-conceived and is being rushed through for media headlines rather than getting to grips with a broken asylum system. The basis of this bill was the government's consultation, the new plan for immigration. The consultation was meant to inform the government and help shape policy. As yet, we've not been told what those responses to the consultation said, and we've not seen the government's response to the consultation. Instead, we have this rushed bill, and just like the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland, this bill is a case of sentence verse, verdict afterwards. And that's the way this government wants to treat asylum seekers. Criminalise them first and check the claim later. I'll give...
He's now said twice that the bill's rushed. I think we're now at the end of the second day of debate on second reading. This is extremely rare in my short experience in this House. How many days of debate would he want before he would say it wasn't rushed?
The honourable member misunderstands me. It's the process of the bill getting here that's been rushed, not the debate we've had today. There is also no impact assessment accompanying this bill. We've no idea how much it's going to cost and what the overall impact is going to be. I'll give one.
Something I've never seen is there are 7 placeholder clauses in this bill, so this chamber doesn't actually get to see what the government's up to until we get into committee, where obviously most of the people in here won't actually get to take part. Shameful.
The honourable member makes an excellent point. Less than a week ago, we had honourable members quite rightly berating the health minister screaming blue murder for her failure to produce an impact assessment for the health and social care regulations. Now, where are those held today? Not a word. And I dare not ask for the legal advice that was sought to formulate this bill. But if there was an Olympic event for legal gymnastics, they would definitely be winning a gold medal. This bill is riddled with holes, it's fatally flawed, and it will not work. It won't work because of the glaring omission is the lack of bilateral agreements with France and other EU countries. So the party opposite can huff and puff all they like, but it should begin to dawn on them that without any such agreements, the bill won't work and it won't stop any channel crossings. I'll give way.
Try and take people back. Well, does he agree with the proposal in the bill that we find a third country who is willing to take them back, a safe third country? We may have to pay them, and the people can be processed over there. It worked in Australia. It saved thousands of lives.
I think the honourable member is running roughshod about international law, and I'd be interested to see which third countries would be interested in taking this. If there were third countries, then I'm sure the Minister would have been introducing them here today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this debate, many colleagues spoke about the broken asylum system. But let's be clear about who broke it. The government have had 11 years to fix the system, but there is nothing in this bill about what they're going to do to fix the current scandalous state of affairs. I know many honourable members who have constituents who have been waiting for a decision about the asylum status. I've had one case where a constituent from Afghanistan had to wait 7 years for his claim to be processed. It took my direct intervention with the Minister for his claim to be determined. It should not take the direct intervention of MPs for the system to snap back into action. With fewer claims being made, and yesterday the Home Secretary mistakenly said that claims have gone up when in fact they've actually gone down, it should not be taking longer to process applications. If the asylum system was operating as a business, it would be going bust by now. I'll give way.
Does he accept the basic principle of asylum that one should claim asylum in the first safe country that you reach? As far as I'm aware, France is a safe country, Greece is a safe country, Italy is a safe country. There are a lot of safe countries that people cross before they arrive on our shores.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd invite the honourable member to actually read the Refugee Convention, and he would find there what the actual law is. On his basis, we would only be taking asylum claims from France, Ireland and Belgium, if you follow that logic. Looking at the details of the bill, many honourable members have quite rightly highlighted the odious Clause 12 of the bill, which creates a two-tier system for refugees based on how someone arrives in the country and on their mode of transport, and not on the strength of their claim. And as my honourable friend, the member for York Central, put it, it's judging them on how they arrived, not on what they've left. Once again, sentence first, verdict later. I'll give way.
Prince, if you have broken the law, come from another safe European country, come here illegally, compared with somebody who's come here through a legal process, that's not wrong. Surely they should be treated differently.
By actually criminalising people that have come to this country, irrespective of what they've left behind, you're making them criminals by doing that. What law have they broken when they're seeking refuge here? The reality of what we're seeing played out in the recent channel crossings over the last few days, which occurred because the government have closed down all safe routes for refugees to travel to the UK for protection. People are being driven to make dangerous journeys because they're out of options. To them, this is all a game, pure theatre. The callous government, the Tories use all migrants, an ever-easy target, as a distraction from its own institutional failings and from the gross inequality and forced upon its citizens. The Borders Bill does nothing to propose refugee resettlement or family reunion routes and will only put more pressure on Britain's broken asylum system. Around 10% of those arrivals are expected to be unaccompanied children. The government should be properly addressing the issue of safe routes for claiming asylum and helping unaccompanied children. Penalising refugees is a clear breach of Article 31 of the Refugee Convention. But what is even more disconcerting is that clauses 27 to 36 seek to interpret the Refugee Convention to suit the government's whims in the bill. Unilaterally deciding how international law should be interpreted never ends well for the government, and the reason they feel the need to do so here is that they'll know they'll be humiliated when these clauses are challenged. Once again, not such a case of marking their own homework, more a case of being judge, jury and executioner. One thing the bill will almost certainly do is to ensure that people seeking asylum here are kept longer. Whether it's through imprisoning those asylum seekers for 4 years in our prisons, detaining them in barracks, that's an awful lot of money to spend on something that's not going to work. And I dread to think the impact this will have on our creaking criminal justice system. Again, we've not seen the sums. Why not? Surely the Home Secretary would have cleared this with the Chancellor and costed it. The Law Society of England and Wales, I'm conscious of time, I have to sit down in 3 minutes. The Law Society of England and Wales warned yesterday that this bill risks putting England's global reputation for justice at risk. Shameful. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is the government is reducing the country's global standing so significantly. As if the inhumanity in the way the government proposes to treat asylum seekers isn't bad enough, the government would go further by deciding to punish victims of modern slavery. The bill peddles the government's signature toxic politics of fear and hostility by changing the standard of proof for determining if someone has a well-founded fear of persecution and making it more difficult for people to be recognised as victims of human trafficking. Despite choosing to start by disbelieving trafficked victims, there is nothing in the bill about setting up a national operating standard procedure to train those whose first point of contact is clearly to identify victims of modern slavery. Why is that not in the bill? Once again, just like the Queen of Hearts, sentence first, verdict afterwards. Yep. We should most definitely be going after the traffickers and people smuggling criminal gangs, but without international cooperation, we will struggle to do that. This bill is high on rhetoric but low on action. Without introducing any safe routes, this bill will be a boon for the international criminal gangs and a boost for their profits. Yep. Rather than breaking the business model, the government have breathed new life into it by pushing people further into the arms of smugglers. Having reduced our ties with Interpol and tarnished our reputation within the international community, we've lost the soft power that things like our commitment to international aid brought us. We've been asking for safe routes to replace Dublin 3 since last year, but we've had nothing from the government. Meanwhile, the bill gives the Secretary of State new powers to act like the playground bully in delaying or suspending visa processing for citizens of countries which she believes are uncooperative with removals. In all honesty, if the government seriously thinks that that will work in getting international cooperation, then they're deluded. It's the same desperate politics that created the hostile environment and the Windrush scandal. Labour strongly opposes the misleading, deeply flawed legislation and urged the government to engage responsibly in debate which recognises the humanity of those that have to flee their homelands and seek protection, no matter how they arrive in the UK. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is nothing more than a house of cards. It does nothing to address the crisis in our asylum system. It is deeply flawed and will end up collapsing if there are no bilateral agreements with our EU neighbours. Mr Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House will be opposing the second reading of this bill.
Minister. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all members who have spoken in this extremely thorough two-day debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, the public expects this House to protect our borders. They expect us to combat the dinghies crossing the English Channel, and they expect us to remove those with no right to be here. This bill will deliver those people's priorities. The Labour MPs who say these priorities are somehow racist are not only wrong, but they are insulting our fellow citizens who rightly want proper border control. This bill is fair but firm. Fair to those people in genuine need, but firm towards those people seeking to abuse the system. Firstly, let me reiterate the government's commitment to supporting those in genuine need. Of course, we cannot help all 80 million displaced people around the world who may wish to come here, but we will play our part. Firstly, we are continuing our world-leading resettlement programme, where, working with the UNHCR, we resettle the world's most vulnerable. We have resettled 25,000 people in the last 6 years, more than any other European country, and half of them children. And we will be strengthening this arrangement by immediately granting indefinite leave to remain to those people entering via the resettlement programme. I am, Mr Speaker, concerned about the poor integration outcomes in the resettlement scheme. Less than 5% are in work after a year. So we're going to do more on integration, and we're going to draw in a wider range of persecuted people, recognising, for example, that the most persecuted group globally are persecuted Christians, who we should make an effort to look after as well. But that is not... Yes.
talks of what the public would expect, but one thing I do not think they'd expect is for this government to create a criminal offence which would see a Uyghur fleeing genocide in China, a Syrian fleeing war crimes, or a persecuted Christian indeed, who gets here without a visa, subject to a 4-year prison sentence potentially under this bill.
In war crimes, our resettlement programme has principally focused on Syrians fleeing war crimes who, via the UNHCR, working in the region, have been able to safely and legally come to this country in greater numbers than any other European resettlement programme that is quicker, safer and easier than illegally crossing the Channel in a dinghy. Mr Deputy Speaker, we're not just running Europe's biggest resettlement programme, we are also, as we speak, bringing locally engaged staff from Afghanistan to the United Kingdom, and we have opened up a route for British nationals overseas from Hong Kong to come here, escaping the oppressive regime of the Chinese Communist Party. And in addition to that, 29,000 people have come here over the last 6 years as part of refugee family reunions. So when the opposition claims we are not offering safe and legal routes, it is quite simply not true. Now, the Scottish nationalists have been saying that Scotland would like to do more. And I am very disappointed, as I said in my intervention when I was able to get in, that out of the 32 local authorities in Scotland, only one, Glasgow, takes dispersed asylum seekers. So if Scotland wants to do more, they have the opportunity to do so. And moreover, when it comes to taking unaccompanied asylum-seeking children under the National Transfer Scheme, of the 600 or so who were transferred last year, Scotland took a very small handful. And the members opposite can't talk about money because those children have over £50,000 a year of funding going with them. There are children right now in Dover who need to be looked after, so I call on the Scottish Government to put action behind their words and take some of those children on tonight. They don't need independence to do that, they can do it now. So let me be clear, Mr Speaker, we will always play our part for those in genuine need. But we should choose who deserves our help. Illegal immigration undermines that choice, and instead of the United Kingdom being able to choose the children and families most in need, illegal immigration instead allows those who pay people smugglers or who are strong to push their way to the front of the queue. And there is no worse, in just a moment, there is no worse example of that than the small boats crossing the English Channel. Around 80% are young single men who have paid people smugglers to cheat the system. They are not fleeing war. France is not a war zone. Belgium is not a war zone, and nor is Germany. These are safe European countries with well-functioning asylum systems. These journeys are dangerous and unnecessary and push to one side those in greatest need, including women and children. Of course I do both.
Delighted that my honourable friend has brought this bill. He deserves great credit for it, alongside the Home Secretary. But will he go further? Will he fulfil the pledge to actually turn back the boats to the channel that he's just described, using the Royal Navy if possible? Will he process claims offshore, as also been pledged? And will he do something to frustrate those lawyers who game the system by claiming all kinds of international obligations, taking precedence over our sovereign law and our sovereign policy?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his very timely intervention. I agree with what he says. This bill contains provisions such that people arriving by small boat and other illegal means will be liable to prosecution in a 4-year jail term, and people smugglers will face a life sentence. This bill also gives Border Force the powers they need to make interceptions at sea. And let me be clear, nothing in this bill would have made the kinder transport from the 1930s illegal. That was an authorised and organised programme that would be perfectly legal. Indeed, it is rather analogous to the safe and legal route we are, at this very moment, offering locally engaged staff from Afghanistan. And let me also reassure the House, and in particular my honourable friend the member for Folkestone and Hythe, that there is no intention in this bill to criminalise bona fide, genuine rescue operations by the RNLI. Let me be clear also that nothing in this bill infringes our international obligations. Members opposite should study Article 31 of the Refugee Convention, which makes it clear that it is permitted to impose penalties where someone has not come directly, I use the word directly, from a place of danger and where they did not have a reasonable opportunity to claim asylum somewhere else. But people coming from France are not coming directly from a place of danger, as required by Article 31, and they did have a reasonable chance to claim asylum in France. So these measures are wholly consistent with their international obligations. I've got to finish very soon, I do apologise. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend asked about the legal system, and that needs reform as well. It is open to abuse. People make repeated human rights claims, asylum and modern slavery claims, often strung out over many years in an effort to avoid removal. And very often they are later found to be without merit. For example, in 2017, 83% of those last-minute claims raised in detention to frustrate removal were later found to be without merit. I've seen some terrible examples of murderers and rapists making these last-minute claims without merit to avoid deportation. And it's not just me that says that. Let me quote to the House what the Lord Chief Justice, Lord Burnett of Malden, said in a judgment last October. He said this: "Late claims raised shortly before removal have been endemic, many fanciful or entirely false." He went on, "It is a matter of regret that a minority of lawyers have lent their professional support to vexatious representations and abusive late legal challenges." The Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales is saying in those sentences, in those remarks, in that judgment, that I think change is needed. This bill also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has measures on age assessment. We are the only European country not to use scientific age assessment. Recent evaluations in Kent concerning 92 people claiming to be children later found that in fact half were not. There are very obvious and serious safeguarding issues if men who are, say, 23 years old successfully pretend to be under 18 and then get housed or educated with 16-year-old girls, and we cannot tolerate that.
He knows that Glasgow is the dispersal area he's referred to in his speech, but there's also individuals who claim, who are over on false passports because that's what they've been given to flee their country of origin, who are actually children, but their passport says they're adults. So can you tell us what assistance the Home Office will give those individuals?
Somebody claims to be or says they're under 18, if there's any doubt, there is already and there will be in the future a better and more rigorous system for properly assessing the actual age. There are risks in both directions. If we wrongly assess someone to be over 18, there is a risk there, but there are equally risks in the other direction, and it's time those risks were recognised. On modern slavery, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to the work done by the right honourable members for Maidenhead and for Chingford and Woodford Green. This bill will make sure we identify genuine victims of modern slavery, but also avoid unmeritorious claims designed to delay removal or deportation. Where someone is a genuine victim, we will make sure they are properly looked after. This policy will make clear for the first time in legislation that confirmed victims with recovery needs stemming from their exploitation will be entitled to a grant of leave where that is necessary to assist them in their recovery or indeed to assist a prosecution. We hope that by encouraging people to bring their claims up front in one go, that asylum claims, modern slavery and human rights matters will be able to be identified early and properly, but we avoid some of the abuse that we have unfortunately seen all too often. Some members, Mr. Deputy Speaker, raised questions of detention, claiming it was indefinite. That is, of course, not the case. We don't have indefinite detention. 75% of people spend less than a month in detention prior to removal. And we have the Hardy-Singh case law principles, which mean you cannot be detained if there's no reasonable prospect of removal. There are frequent opportunities to apply for immigration bail, in addition to the protections afforded by Article 5 of the ECHR. In relation to the Dubs Amendment we've seen in the past, we prefer to prioritise not people who are in safe European countries, but people who are in dangerous places. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the public expect us to look after those in genuine need. We will do so, but the public also expects us to protect our borders from illegal immigration and promptly remove those with no right to be here. This bill delivers those objectives. When the Labour Party vote against this bill in a few minutes, they are voting against border control. They will be voting, the Labour Party will be voting against removing dangerous foreign criminals who pose a threat to our constituents. The Labour Party may not be prepared to protect our borders, but this government is. And I commend this bill to the House.
Order. I'm anticipating 2 votes, and even though we've relaxed the regulations, I still would urge members to show due caution to their colleagues in giving safe distancing to them. Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. Order. Members could resume their seats. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Tellers for the noes, Alan Mack and Tom Pursglove. the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 359.
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 359. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Thank you. Order. The question is the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Tom Pursglove and Alan Mack. Tell us for the noes, Mary Glindon and Liz Twisp.
Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 366. The noes to the left, 265.
The ayes to the right were 366. The noes to the left were 265. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and means resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motions number 6 to 10, if there's no objection, I will take them together. So motions number 6 to 10 on the European Union medical devices, exiting the European Union customs, exiting the European Union value-added tax and income tax. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 11, relating to independent expert panel recommendations for sanctions and the recall of MPs Act 2015. I should inform the House that the Speaker has selected the amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, and I know that the Leader of the Opposition wishes to move the amendment, and I understand this will therefore be contested. This, therefore, in itself constitutes an objection, and I am therefore not able to put the question other than to say, objection taken, point of order. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek your guidance on the matter that you have just described. I wonder if you could advise the House as to whether or not you've received any intelligence from the Government about whether or not they will in fact grant time for the full motion and any amendment from any member to be properly debated and voted on before the summer recess, so that staff can have an assurance that any member who may have committed any offence for which the Recall Act should apply if both amendments were taken can be assured that that has been properly considered and voted on by the House. I just seek your guidance on whether that intelligence has been received.
Thank you very much, and I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving notice that she intended to raise this matter. She'll note that the issue that she has raised is a matter for the Government rather than for the Chair, but I certainly have not received any information. But, of course, the Leader of the House has come in specially to listen to the point of order, and he will have heard her point, which she has now put on the record. We now come to motion number 12, relating to Foreign Affairs Committee Free Trade Agreements. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition. Video link. Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and Eid Mubarak to yourself and everyone.
I rise today to present a petition on behalf of my constituents in relation to the Financial Conduct Authority and the experiences that many have had feeling that it is not entirely fit for purpose. The petition of the residents of the constituency of Linlithgow and East Falkirk declares that the Financial Conduct Authority efficacy in overseeing the UK financial markets has come under scrutiny. Further, that the FCA has repeatedly failed in its remit to protect financial markets and consumers. Further, that such failures have adversely affected consumers and the industry. And further, that despite Section 29 of the Financial Services Act 2021, stating that the FCA must carry out a public consultation on whether it should make general rules provided that authorised persons owe a duty of care to consumers, the FCA consultation is entitled A New Consumer Duty, which differs from a duty of care, the legal definition of which we believe is not accurately described in that consultation, and would still require consumers to be beholden to the FCA to take action on their behalf. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to ensure the FCA meets the intention of Section 29 of the Financial Services Act 2021, which, if enacted in its true spirit, will strengthen the consumer protection and safety of our financial system going forward by creating a right of private action. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, Financial Conduct Authority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Day. Petition, Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The petition of residents of the constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran declares that the current statistics on voter fraud show that it is incredibly rare and that this is no widespread problem across the UK. Thus, voter ID requirements are a solution in search of a problem. Further, that the only type of fraud that photographic IDs could prevent is voter impersonation, which is even more rare each year. Further, that this legislation has been described as draconian, archaic and anti-democratic, as it puts a qualification on the franchise. Further, that the real consequence of this legislation will be this government suppressing voting among lower-income, ethnic minority and younger people, all of whom are less likely to vote for the party now in government. Further, that in contrast to this archaic government, the SNP government in Holyrood is focused on measures to extend the franchise and encourage turnout. Further, that the SNP has already introduced votes for 16 and 17-year-olds, refugees and foreign nationals with leave to remain. And further, that voting should be made as easy as possible with no barrier to contributing to democracy. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to dismiss any plans to implement legislation that enforces voter ID. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, Voter ID.
Thank you very much, Patricia Gibson. And the whip is now going to move the adjournment, I'm absolutely certain. Aren't you?
Sorry. I do indeed, sir.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe that many of the ills that afflict Scotland can be laid at the door of this Tory government. One that hasn't been elected in Scotland, not for the 55 years of hurt experienced by English football fans, but for 65 years, longer than I've lived. Independence is therefore essential. But not all ills rest there, and some, along with our demons, such as alcohol and violence, can be and must be addressed by ourselves. The role of the Lord Advocate is one. The Lord Advocate and law officers, along with ministers, are part of Scotland's offices of state, enshrined in the Scotland Act 1998 that established the Scottish Parliament. It's why legislative change here is required. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to raise this, welcome the willingness of the UK Government to assist, and hope that urgency will now be shown by the Scottish Government. Scottish democracy badly requires it. Before the post of Secretary of State for Scotland was created, the Lord Advocate was the power in the land, and some were despotic indeed. The transportation of Thomas Muir and the hanging and beheading of Baird, Hardy and Wilson, the Scottish radicals and 1820 martyrs, are crimes that lie with them. Thankfully, the post evolved and became a purely legal role, but an anachronism was built in. For the post holder is both principal legal advisor to the Scottish Government, yet also head of the prosecution service, or the Crown Office as it's known. Now that's something neither replicated elsewhere in the United Kingdom, nor indeed in any modern democracy. Conflict of interest precluding it. In England and Wales, an Attorney General advises government from within. Meanwhile, a head of prosecution service is both separate and independent from government. But not so in Scotland, and therein lies the problem. To be fair, apart from those despotic years, post holders, irrespective of political hue and whether pre or post-devolution, have acted with the impartiality expected. Modest steps were taken to mitigate the conflict of powers. Under Alex Salmond's administration, a convention was invoked that the Lord Advocate only appeared at Cabinet when legal advice was to be given and didn't participate in wider political debate. But the anachronism still lingered. Under Nicola Sturgeon's administration, it has been brutally exposed by both Scottish Government and Crown Office actions, and with the Lord Advocate straddling both. Change is now needed, and fast. Firstly, there's been an admission by the outgoing Lord Advocate of malicious prosecutions involving the administrators in the Rangers FC liquidation. That's unprecedented in Scotland, not just in recent years, but since those days of the early 19th century. Even south of the border, there have been none since 1999, and high-profile cases before, such as Winston Silcott and Daniel Morgan, were rare. It has caused alarm with the public and been of huge reputational damage in an organisation where impartiality is imperative. It has also caused consternation and anger within police and prosecution services, where the overwhelming majority of staff act without bias and free of any favour or prejudice. The reputation of the many has been traduced by a few. It was the former Lord Advocate's decision, and seeking to cast blame on his predecessor was shameful and inadequate. An inquiry, perhaps even by a non-Scottish judicial figure, has been promised. Additionally, there's the financial cost. Quantum of damages is for the court, but suggestions are the final bill could reach 60 or 80 million pounds. This in an organisation with an annual budget of 300 million, struggling to meet existing commitments. The price will be paid by Scottish taxpayers and the loss felt by hard-pressed Scottish public services. Secondly, and just as alarmingly, has been the role of the Lord Advocate and a coterie around him within the Crown Office in the Alex Salmond case and the fallout from it. Another instance of the public having to pay the price of government incompetence, with the legal expenses bill in the civil case amounting to £500,000. But where again, impartiality as well as competence was raised. In the civil case, the presiding judge described the Scottish Government's actions as unlawful, unfair and tainted by apparent bias. During proceedings, senior external counsel Roddy Dunlop QC, Dean of the Faculty of Advocates, expressed horror at the situation he and his colleague had been put in by their client, where they could no longer rest on pleadings they knew to be untrue. The client was the government, and their senior legal advisor was the Lord Advocate. A criminal case followed the failed civil case and was prosecuted by the Crown Office, where the same Lord Advocate remained in office. Despite growing pressures on police and prosecution, nothing has been spared, nothing has been too trivial, but the targets always seem selective. The Alex Salmond case saw resources deployed normally reserved for a serious organised crime figure or a serial killer. Yet for charges that, other than for who was being prosecuted, would either never have seen the light of day or only appeared in the lowest courts, not the High Court. I say that as someone who was Justice Secretary for 7.5 years, but was also a defence agent for 20. As it was, Mr Salmond was acquitted on all charges and by a majority female jury. Now, it's standard practice in cases involving politicians that the Lord Advocate recuses himself from involvement in the consideration or prosecution of a case. And that was done here, with no direct involvement in the prosecution. But at the same time, he had been and was sitting on Scottish Government committees dealing with the civil case and where referral or prosecution was being actively sought and advised by the administration. Let's recall, a prosecution was sought by the Scottish Government as the actions of the Director of HR in contacting the police confirm. Many complainers, indeed most, were and remain at the heart of government or are officials or otherwise closely linked with the governing party. Prosecution was encouraged and pressed for by the Chief Executive of the governing party and who's the First Minister's husband. Chinese walls and recusal are entirely inadequate. In one role, the Lord Advocate was supporting a government pursuing prosecution. In another, he was denying it was anything to do with him. A separation of powers this certainly wasn't. When James Wolfe appeared before the Holyrood Committee considering the Salmond prosecution, he was frankly evasive and obfuscating, mirroring the actions of the Crown and Government in a lack of openness and transparency. There was neither contrition nor candour. Open government this certainly was not. And the fallout and the failures continued to reverberate. Following on from Alex Salmond's case has been that of Craig Murray, a writer and a former diplomat. Now, his conviction's under appeal at the Supreme Court. Accordingly, I refrain from commenting on specifics of the case. Instead, I restrict my remarks to the decision by the Crown to prosecute Mr Murray for jigsaw identification of complainers in the case. But why was he prosecuted when others weren't? In one case, certainly overtly, and in many others, much more flagrantly than by Mr Murray, but no action was taken against them. Moreover, there were publications which in any other case would have constituted a clear contempt of court, but that went without censure by the Crown. They included newspaper articles that were as prejudicial as I've ever seen. But they were supporting prosecution, whereas Mr Murray, though seeking to report factually, wasn't. It does seem that the Crown has one law for those supporting the government line and another for those who challenge it. By all means.
I thank my honourable and learned friend for giving way. And I'd like to mention a case you'll be aware of journalist Mark Hurst, who was arrested and charged with threatening and abusive behaviour. However, when that case went before Sheriff Pasterson, he ruled that there was no case to answer, that Hurst had simply been giving his opinion of the situation within the SNP and no more than that. There are also cases of police knocking on doors for single tweets and others that are sub judice and where charges have yet to be brought. All of this is exerting a chilling effect on democracy in Scotland. And does he share my concern that even in the absence of any evidence of wrongdoing or malfeasance, any continued failure by the Scottish Government to address the separation of powers reinforces talk of deliberate and targeted harassment of individuals critical of the Scottish Government, its policies and its leadership, including its role in the Salmond affair?
Absolutely. Justice, there's a clear perception of there being far from equanimity or indeed even balance by the Crown. Now, James Wolfe has stepped down as Lord Advocate, replaced by Dorothy Bain, Miss Bain has an illustrious record of service and I wish her well. But the structural flaw remains. Personnel changes, no matter how merited, cannot resolve the fundamental flaw of a lack of separation of powers. The impartiality of the Crown's an imperative in a democracy. It must be seen to act in the public interest, not that of the government or its friends or allies. The coterie who surrounded Mr Wolfe and who were instrumental in driving these policies and actions, often against the wishes and views of long-serving staff, still remain. In particular, the Crown agent, Mr Harvey, the senior civil servant. Unusually, among senior Crown staff, his career hasn't simply been as a Procurator Fiscal in Scotland, but has included service and secondment to British government departments. The situation is now critical, as a police investigation has opened into the SNP's finances. The party leader is the First Minister. Her husband is Chief Executive. A situation, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would be intolerable in any public body or private company, or even in a bowling or social club in any Scottish town. The idea that the Chief Steward could be the spouse of the Treasurer would draw derision and rejection, but not so in Scotland's governing party. Worsening that furthers the fact that all three members of the SNP Finance and Audit Committee resigned from their roles when refused information by the Chief Executive. That, Mr Deputy Speaker, has been followed by the resignation of the elected Treasurer, the Honourable Member for Dunfermline, for similar reasons. Given what has happened, can the Scottish public be assured that the investigation will have access to all information, and that any decision to prosecute or not will be made on legal criteria and in the interests of justice? Protocols have failed, been breached, or even abused. Interim steps can be taken to separate the roles. Perhaps there should not just be a recusal, as there no doubt will be by the Lord Advocate, but as with the Rangers FC investigation, the bringing in of an external judicial advisor. Moreover, the Lord Advocate has recused herself from involvement in the Rangers FC civil proceedings. Maybe she could recuse herself from all direct government involvement. An in-house legal department exists. The duty to represent the government in court and pursue constitutional challenges remains, but that can be dealt with by external counsel. Change and a separation of powers there must be. The twin roles of the Lord Advocate in prosecution and in advising government are an historical anachronism, but entirely unsuited to a modern democracy. As a former Justice Secretary and someone who's practised law in Scotland for over 20 years and cherishes our distinct system, I'm appalled at what has happened. And I know that's echoed in legal circles, by all means.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I'm not going to comment on any of the particular cases he's mentioned, but what I'm going to say to him is he aware that the First Minister of Scotland has recognised that there's a case for reform here? And does he agree with me that all that's really needed is for this House to pass a bill to amend the Scotland Act to give the Scottish Parliament the power to make alterations to the role of Lord Advocate, and then the Scottish Parliament could properly consider what I think he's suggesting, separating it into roles akin to the Attorney General and the Director of Public Prosecutions in England. But I stress I'm not making any comment on the cases he's mentioned. I'm simply drawing to his attention the fact that the First Minister has recognised the case for reform and that this might be the best way to do it.
Well, I think recognition is one thing. Progress is quite another. We are now in July. Holyrood is in recess. We have had an election and we are still to see any action other than rhetoric from the Scottish Government. It's entirely inadequate. But I do accept what the member says, that it should be for the Scottish Parliament to decide what the structure should be It has to be a structure, I think, that will mirror most democracies south of the border or indeed elsewhere, but it should be for the Scottish Parliament, but they have to show greater willingness. So I call upon the Minister to engage with the Scottish Government as a matter of urgency so that changes can be made to the 1998 Act. Changes providing for a complete separation of powers between the head of the prosecution service and the senior government legal adviser. Every modern democracy does so, and so must Scotland. The failures have been too many, and the risks are too great. For justice, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has not only to be done, but must be seen to be done. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for East Lothian and congratulate him for calling this adjournment debate. I know that he and others, and he in particular, have taken a keen interest in this subject, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to hear his views and those of others on this important constitutional issue, particularly in light of his former role as Cabinet Secretary for Justice in the Scottish Government. I recognise the concerns that the Honourable Member has made during his speech, namely that of the dual role of the Lord Advocate, both current and historical. We always enjoy a bit of Scottish history when we hear the Honourable Member speak in this place. And that being a dual role of being a legal advisor, senior legal advisor, and the most senior law officer. The Honourable Member also referenced specific cases. I hope he understands it would be inappropriate for me or any minister to comment on those specifically at this point. And whilst the UK Government would have a role to play in any changes to the role of the Lord Advocate, I must stress that it would be inappropriate for me to speculate on what action should be taken at this time. I will therefore provide some context on the role of the Lord Advocate before I explain the set process any changes must go through before the UK Government can take a position. I'll give way.
For giving way, I hear that he's not going to speculate or set out a plan, but does he agree with me that one route might be for this Parliament to pass a bill amending the Scotland Act so that the dual role of the Lord Advocate could be revisited by the Scottish Parliament? Because, of course, under the current Scotland Act, the role of the Lord Advocate is reserved to this Parliament. So does he agree with me that one potential way forward would be to pass a very straightforward bill that gave the power to change the role to the Scottish Parliament?
I thank the Honourable and learned lady for her intervention, and I will be coming to that point in a bit more detail later in my response. And although that is possible in theory, what I will explain later is why in practice the UK Government would choose not to go directly down that route. But if the Honourable Member would forgive me, I'll come back to that in a minute or two. The context of the role of the Lord Advocate is the Scotland Act 1998, which I'll refer to for brevity as the 1998 Act. Section 48 of that Act makes provision about the appointment of the Lord Advocate and their removal from office. The 1998 Act itself came about after 74% of voters in the 1997 devolution referendum were in favour of a Scottish Parliament. The subsequent 98 Act devolved significant powers to Scotland, legislating for the establishment of a Scottish executive, later known as the Scottish Government, and a Parliament. The Scottish Parliament took responsibility in areas such as education, law enforcement, health and social care, local government, among others. But there are many others which remain the prerogative of the UK Parliament through Schedule 5 of the Act. There are too many of those to list, but a few examples would be foreign affairs, international trade, defence, national security, energy, and of course the Constitution. Since 1998, there have been two major adjustments to the devolution settlement, the Scotland Acts of 2012 and 2016. The 2012 Act represents the first transfer of fiscal powers from Westminster to the Scottish Parliament following devolution. After the independence referendum of 2014, where the clear majority voted to stay in the Union, and the Smith Commission, the 2016 Act was passed to transfer a range of tax and welfare powers to the Scottish Parliament. These acts have created one of the most powerful devolved parliaments in the world and give the Scottish Government power over numerous aspects of its governance. On the role of the Lord Advocate, which is reflected in the 1998 Act, as the Honourable Member will be aware, the Lord Advocate is the Scottish Government's most senior law officer and principal legal adviser, which is the topic of this debate. Section 48 of the 1998 Act, in addition to providing for the appointment of Lord Advocate and their removal from office, also makes provision about the independence of the Lord Advocate in her capacity as the head of the systems of criminal prosecution and investigation of deaths in Scotland. This is to ensure the traditional independence of the Lord Advocate in taking decisions related to those matters continued after they became a member of the Scottish Government. The Lord Advocate's role as head of the systems of criminal prosecution and investigation of deaths is protected in Section 29 of the 1998 Act from modification by an Act of the Scottish Parliament. In terms of amending the Lord Advocate's role, the Honourable Member has referred to amending the role given the limitation on legislative competence in Section 29 of the 1998 Act. Any formal separation of the responsibilities would require legislation. And whilst the UK Government has the power to bring forward legislation to make this change, in practice we would want to ensure the Scottish Government have first put their proposals to the Scottish Parliament for scrutiny. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
This, but does the Minister not agree that there is distrust and conflicting opinions regarding the division of the role of the Lord Advocate within the Scottish Parliament and Holyrood, and these proposals would need to be scrutinised before the legislation of the Scotland Act is changed? And does he further agree that these matters must be addressed in Holyrood before Westminster is expected to change law?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his very timely intervention, because that was kind of the point I was just making, which was, although the UK Government, as I responded to the Honourable Lady earlier, has the power to bring forward that legislation, in practice we would want to ensure that the Scottish Government have put those proposals to the Scottish Parliament to be scrutinised in the Scottish Parliament. It's therefore a matter for the Scottish Government in the first instance. It's only right that the Scottish Parliament has an opportunity to scrutinise and debate these proposals. Only once these proposals were agreed in principle in the Scottish Parliament would we expect the Scottish Government to make a formal representation to the Secretary of State for Scotland as custodian of the devolution settlement, and then the UK Government would consider the next steps. As the Honourable Lady pointed out, or at least I think she was referring to, the SNP made a manifesto commitment ahead of the recent Scottish Parliament elections to consult on whether the dual functions should be separate in the future. It is right that our colleagues at Holyrood, rather than UK ministers, take the lead on deciding what must now happen, or at least take that first step. We have not received, as far as I know at this time, any requests from the Scottish Government to amend the 1998 Act at this time, and it would therefore be premature for the UK Government to comment further on that point. I'll give way.
On that point, there's surely nothing to prevent the Scottish Government from returning to the informal arrangement of the Salmond Government, where the law officer did recuse themselves from cabinet discussions in an informal basis, despite the separation of powers not being in place, and that would at least show some willing towards a formal separation or consideration of that matter before the Scottish Parliament.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and of course what he's referring to is an informal arrangement, so by definition there would be nothing to stop that informal arrangement if that was agreed by those involved. But that's not, again, it's not for me as a government minister, a UK Government minister, to decide upon that. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the UK Government continues to work closely with the Scottish Government on all amendments to the 1998 Act to ensure we are delivering together for Scotland. Devolution, brought about by the 1998 Act, is the means by which our two governments work together. The 1998 Act is also the means by which we continue to live in one of the most successful and long-lasting political unions in history, as part of a devolution settlement that is aimed, and we strive at least, to strike the right balance. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.